Hello, friends. Can you guys hear me? Is this thing on? I'll be here in just a sec. Good morning. Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Yes, you can hear me. Good morning. Thank you, Cool Cat, for responding. Good morning. Baby Daddy, followed by Harry D. Come on, people. And Drew Down. All of those are names that I would think that Drew Down would come up with. Hello, Nick V. Hello, West Sac Kings fan. Lotus Prime, Rust Dog, Zabo, Casey Tucker Band, Tyler. What's going on? What's going on? Jim Garfinkel. Hello, Jim. I don't know what really is that dude means when it comes to that guy. Segway Cop Dustin. Hello. See. Oh, hello, Donovan. There we go. There's a name I haven't seen yet. Scooter. Good morning. Good morning. We're going to talk. This is a packed show. Hello, Germs. How are you? Hello. Boy. Warren. Hello, Warren. There's Chris Ochoa. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Brian Cavett. Norm. How is everybody? Wheezy. Wheezy got the belt. Hello. Filthy McNasty up in y'all.
Wheezy got the belt.
Sweet.
Hey, what's good, everybody?
If I missed your name, I apologize. I apologize. What is that from, people? Do you know? I apologize.
It's a no for me.
Calamity Jane from Deadwood.
Totally.
What a phenomenal character. Hello, Katrina.
Katrina's in the house.
Tiago Splitter is taking over. Hello, Johnny G. Is taking over the Portland Trailblazers. That's the latest.
Shout out to Tiago. Oh, we have 15 seconds and I don't have my headphones plugged in yet.
Uh-oh.
We're all over the place today, guys.
It's not Sling Blade.
Lock in!
I like them French fried potatoes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, James is over there and I'm Kyle. Typically, this would be an all Sacramento Kings program.
Of course.
The Kings lost last night. There was some good. There was some bad. And we would dive into that first and then spend the next 2 hours doing so. It's pretty rare. In fact, D'Lo and Casey were talking about this yesterday, that it would really take a lot for something to derail a Kings game from the top of our priority list when putting together a show.
Of course.
And buddy, waking up today to notifications that Damon Jones, former NBA player, Chauncey Billups, NBA Hall of Famer, and Terry Rozier, point guard, were all arrested as part of a FBI investigation into a two-pronged gambling scandal.
Yeah. Jesus.
So, here's what we're going to do to start the show. We have a ton of stuff on the Kings. We have so much Kings to get to and to dig into from last night, and I promise we will.
Mm-hmm.
That is one of our utmost priorities today. But I just kind of wanted to go through so everybody could get there to try and get as much information to you as we can about what's going on involving the NBA and this FBI gambling investigation, because this is not just, Terry Rozier twice told some people that he was told some buddies he was going to leave a game early, so they bet his unders, and then he left the game early. Like, that happened, but it wasn't he told the homies. It wasn't that Chauncey Billups was, he had a weekly poker night with his buddies. No. It is much, much more than that.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. I don't know where to go with any of this. Like, this is going to take a while to sort out and see what the final determination is for any of this. But this is going to shake the NBA world pretty dramatically.
I completely agree with you. We are just, I think, scratching the surface of what this is ultimately going to be. And like I said, this goes well beyond. It also involves Jonte Porter, but this goes well beyond. Like I said, Terry Rozier calls his buddy from college and says, "Hey, put $500 on all my unders tonight. I'm gonna leave the game early." Like, no, here. So 34 people were arrested in total for 2 indictments in an 11 state multi-year operation by the FBI. This was not a one-off thing and they just happened to find it. This is a long investigation. 13 members of the Bonanno, Gambino, and Genovese crime families have been arrested.
Oof.
Because the mafia is involved in this. Because sure, man,
why not?
What? Yeah, it literally feels like somebody leaked a television show script and we're living it.
Yeah.
So here's what this is. This is the best summary I've been able to find, and I'll try and input the other little bits of information that have come out as we go here. But this is Joe Pompliano, who's a sports business reporter. He has a very good rundown on Twitter of kind of everything that's happened so far. So we're going to just try and go through here. I mentioned Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones being arrested. 11 states, 34 individuals been arrested, blah, blah, blah. It involves La Cosa Nostra, the Italian mafia. Sure.
Okay. I haven't heard from them since So I Married an Axe Murderer. The Cosa Nostra. I like,
of course.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Charges include, this is not funny. Like, we're not laughing at this. It's just insane. It's laughing at there's no way this is
this is real life.
It's surreal.
Yeah.
It's surreal. It's insane.
Yeah.
The charges include gambling, wire fraud, and extortion.
Okay.
Now, there are 2 separate indictments here, as I mentioned. The first one, according to Joe Pompliano, involves 6 defendants accused of participating in a sports corruption scheme that exploited insider information involving NBA players and teams. This is where I will hit pause and say that one of those people, Damon Jones, gave insider information about LeBron James' health status going into a game against the Milwaukee Bucks in 2023. That's according to The Athletic.
According to The Athletic. And not only that, but he received $2,500 in exchange for that information.
So he found out. So Damon Jones was not working for the Lakers, but he was working with LeBron James and was around, had access to the Lakers facilities and their team playing and all that.
Private shooting coach
Yes.
is what his title basically was. He was not a member of the Lakers staff, but he was, I believe, on the payroll of LeBron James as a private shooting coach.
Like Tom Brady's trainer, Alex Guerrero.
Yeah.
I believe was his name. Was an employee of the player, not the team. Okay. He found out that LeBron James was going to be out and then went and took this information. I needed to be really clear. There's no reporting that LeBron said, "Hey, go tell your guys this."
Yes. There's no reporting on that at all.
There's nothing. This is the way I've been reading the reporting, because if that was the case, the story would be being told much differently.
Yeah, and very specifically, they said LeBron did not know anything about
Correct.
that he was, selling information on the side.
He's talking to his shooting coach. For example, this is how I
his
imagine
former teammate. I mean, they played together on the Cleveland Cavaliers. I mean,
former teammate, shooting coach, and he goes, "Man, you know what? My ankle is not. I'm not going tonight. Or tomorrow night.
Yeah.
My ankle is just not. It doesn't feel right. I'm not going to go. I'm sitting this one out." Then he went, "Cool." Got home that night and said, "Hey guys, I got some info on this game tomorrow. LeBron's not on the injury report yet, but he's not playing against Milwaukee." And then a bunch of money came in on Milwaukee. Okay. The second indictment, the defendants leveraged their connections. The second indictment involves 31 defendants charged with participating in a nationwide scheme to rig illegal poker games. Now, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because the FBI said that they were using technology to rig these poker games. This is straight out of Ocean's 11.
Yeah.
Or 12 or 13. I don't know how many oceans there are. What a franchise. Okay. The poker scheme targeted victims who were lured to participate in rigged poker games. They said, hey, come play poker with Chauncey Billups. Come play poker with former NBA star Damon Jones. Come play poker with Terry Rozier. Or not Terry Rozier, but you get it. Like that type of idea. They used, according to the FBI, altered shuffling machines to read cards in the deck and then relayed that information to an offsite operator known as the quarterback.
Oh.
And then the quarterback sent the information from the card shuffling deck to somebody at the table. They also used poker chip trays that read cards through hidden cameras, special contact lenses and glasses that could read marked cards, X-ray poker tables that could read cards face down. What else did defendants robbed a victim at gunpoint to acquire the rigged shuffling machine? That happened. Working on this investigation for 4 years, victims lost at least $7 million.
One specific victim lost $1.8 million.
There's hours of video evidence from the FBI. They executed more than 24 search warrants. This is about as... It's not quite the... real quick. Jonte Porter, I wanted to get this in, was threatened to participate in the sports gambling scheme because of his gambling debts.
Oh.
This is one of a handful of nightmare scenarios for the NBA.
Well, I mean, you literally have an NBA head coach that got arrested,
yes,
and taken away.
Let's start there.
And now is on leave, and Terry Rozier arrested at their hotel and led away. He is, again, the NBA has already said they're on leave pending investigation. Tiago Splitter's already stepped in as the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers temporarily.
Yep.
While they figure out what's going on with Chauncey Billups. This is not going anywhere good. I mean, these are I believe this is probably a RICO case where they tie everything together.
Mm-hmm.
That's bad news for these guys because that the burden of proof is lighter in creating this, sort of vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
And watching this unfold is going to be absolutely crazy. My first thought is, what in the world are you doing if you're Chauncey Billups? I mean, it's when it comes to players and a guy like Terry Rozier not playing in a quarter or something and telling friends, that's garbage. That's just cheating the sport.
That sucks.
But what we're talking about with Chauncey Billups seems almost like you've got this gigantic scheme. What are you doing? I mean, he was on television before he got the Blazers job. He was on TV doing stuff. There's reports of him in this gambling ring, this poker ring, 2 years ago of him, and they extended him after that. So I have no idea what's going on. This is a train wreck for the NBA.
I think I was trying to, because we sit back in the sales pit with Justine and Peter and JC and John.
Yep.
Our sales staff. And JC said, man, basically asked that question, what is he doing? That's a Hall of Fame player who played for many years in the NBA and made millions upon millions of dollars. He coached, he did TV. Why is he? But I use this example. If you came up to me and you said, hey, I've got some friends who do this little poker game. We're trying to get some more people in there, and the people are huge fans of Kyle Madsen. can you, I just don't say anything. You just need to come hang out, just play some cards, and I'll give you $100,000. All you got to do is just show up and play some cards.
Of course.
I'm going to go. Like, I am guessing he knew that there was something illicit going on.
Mm-hmm.
But if somebody says, all you have to do is just show up, no one will ever be the wiser. We got this. We have all this technology. Like, you're good. Just show up, be there, be the face, and you'll get your cash and you get out of here. I imagine that'd be pretty tough to be like, nah.
I guess.
If it's somebody you trust, if it's somebody you're cool with.
Yeah, but if you have any inkling that they're cheating
sure, right.
the whole time,
yeah, you
it's
can't,
like,
right. You have to understand that
yeah,
there's
like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This isn't, hey, we're gonna hustle this guy at pool and win $20.
No.
This is millions of dollars we're talking about.
Yeah, and I mean, Chauncey Billups over his career made $107.2 million.
Damn.
And on top of that, as a head coach, he's made probably another 25, maybe 30 million. Like, this is so to get into this type of stuff, these types of like underbelly and this world that they've got into, that's just such a wild detour from who and what you've represented forever. Like, again, like I've met Chauncey Billups. I would not have assumed any of this stuff. Like, how do you even have time for this? Like, and the energy to do this. And to me, like, this is crazy stuff.
Terry Rozier got cleared in an NBA investigation.
Of course he did.
That's the other part of this that I'm waiting for another shoe to drop here.
Well, remember that the same thing with Malik Beasley. He gets cleared by the NBA, but the government's like, we're not done yet.
So it again, this I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, is this the end of this? Are they just are okay? Those guys are out of here, and the league goes, great. The FBI did their job. Thanks, FBI. And we're moving forward. I don't think it's going to be that easy.
No. Well,
you can't. And this is a head coach of a team and a point guard who is at least notable in some way. This is not Jonte Porter.
Yeah.
Who is a fringe back end of the roster guy who they can go, hey, you're banned for life. Goodbye. Look, we're taking a tough stance. I'm so interested to know how the NBA cleared Terry Rozier. What was their process like that they said, hey, we have cleared this person of wrongdoing. And then the FBI, without the NBA's knowledge, goes and arrests the player?
Yeah.
That's insane. That's crazy. What did the NBA not see? Or what did they see and decide to go, oh, God. Like, Terry Rozier is he the base? Is he the line of, like, notable?
I guess. Probably.
Like, it feels like he's right on the line. Anybody below Terry Rozier, they would have been like, oh, yeah, you're done for life. But Terry Rozier meets the threshold of, it's kind of a big deal if we ban this guy forever.
Well, and the problem with Terry Rozier, I mean, the dude makes $26 million this year.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, again, first of all, there goes the salary. Like, this thing's going to be like turned into
toast.
a holy mess. But this isn't. I think when you're looking at like levels of player, he might reach the level of player just because of his salary, not because of how good he is as a player.
But I just mean just noteworthiness.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because when you talk about Jonte Porter, he's more known because his brother is.
I only know who Jonte Porter was because of his betting.
Yeah.
That's the only reason Jonte Porter made his way into my mind.
Well, I mean, you knew he was Michael Porter Jr.'s brother.
After I did not know the Michael Porter family.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, he was they played together and stuff. Like, he was a basketball player. I mean,
sure.
So
understood.
But again, fringe NBA player for sure.
He did not. Jonte Porter never once crossed my mind until he was banned for gambling.
Yeah.
Like, that was the Terry Rozier has
fair.
been at least at the four. He's been in. He's had big contracts, and he was with the Celtics. He was Scary Terry. That's the whole thing. Yeah, man. This is not going away for the NBA anytime soon, and we're going to keep track of this. Any other information that comes out today, we'll be on top of it. We'll be diving into the Kings-Suns game, of course. A lot of good from last night, a lot of bad from last night as the Kings lose 120 to 116 the final. We'll get into all of that while keeping at least one eye on this FBI investigation involving sports gambling in the NBA. We'll get into all of that on the Insiders. We're hanging out with you till noon here on ESPN 1320. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're back in a second.
Yeah, they were literally talking about this, about Chauncey Billups doing this stuff like 2 years ago. So I almost wonder like how much this is getting wrapped up now into one giant thing just for publicity's sake. So it's not good.
Uncrustables, bro.
Uncrustables. You know, I think those are supposed to be really good in the air fryer. Yeah, we're gonna have to see how this all plays out. Like, the integrity of the game is paramount to the NBA players, but so is the presumption of innocence, and both are hindered when player popularity is misused to gain attention. We will ensure our members are protected and afforded their due process rights through this process. That's the NBA Players Association. Yeah. Kind of a wonky situation. See, I'm not like Drew Down. You bring up the air. I'm not a big air fryer guy. Oh wow, Smuckers is suing Trader Joe's. Yeah. Thank you, Soren. That's a good one.
So ESPN, literally while they were talking about this today on Get Up, had their normal ESPN bet graphic on their ticker, and like 20 seconds into the segment, the ticker just went all gray.
Oh.
Yeah, awful announcing.
What are you congratulating Nick Kurtz for? Did I miss something? Was he named Sporting News Rookie of the Year? He's a finalist for the Silver Slugger. I know him, Rooker, and Langoliers, who unfortunately will not get that. They're all nominated for Silver Slugger awards. The baby daddy, Mrs. Hammer, is not that type of attorney. I will consult her on this. We will have discussions on this. But yeah. So I get spam calls all the time. I don't know if anyone else gets spam calls all the time. It's just horrible. Yesterday it was like an all-time high. I went for a walk and I had like 7 spam calls. I'm like, what in the world is going on here? Yeah, I also. Well, the other thing is, with the government shutdown, the no call line is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
James is over yonder. I'm Kyle. Felt like kind of an ideal loss for the Kings last night. If you're in Team Tank, you love that game last night. Yeah, looked great for a few minutes, still kicking at the end. Rookies got to play a bunch.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Your Team Tank, you're all over this.
Man, that was. I was watching the first half and I was like, man, all right. Yeah, cool. Like a fun, good performance. Taking notes. God, all right. I might have to change my tune a little bit on. Oh, look at this. So maybe 4-1 through the first 5 isn't crazy. Kind of beat the hell out of the Suns. Oh, this is great. And then,
And no and then.
my God. Here, there's so much to get into from last night. Like I said, both good and bad. But we'll start with James Ham 6 quick thoughts.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Senator James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
6 quick thoughts. James Ham, number 1.
No bell? No ding?
Sorry. I'm rusty.
What?
I'm rusty.
DeMar DeRozan still has
I've
it.
done 6 quick thoughts in 6 quick months.
That's right. 29.6 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals, and a block for a 36-year-old small forward. I thought he played out of his mind early. I don't know exactly what happened at the free throw line. He goes 4 of 9 from the stripe, and you
Brutal.
lose by 4 points. And I know this got brought up earlier in the chat, but you lost by 4 points, but realistically, you lost by 3 because for whatever reason, the NBA stole a point from the Sacramento Kings.
I don't understand how, because the next play stopped. The ball went out of bounds.
That was the most irresponsible thing I've ever seen.
I don't know the mechanics of reviewing a shot, because I know they'll do that like in the second quarter.
They're supposed to stop the game right then and go look when it's inside of 2 minutes.
Right. Okay. So that's what, because again, sometimes you'll see that it'll happen in the second quarter, and then they'll come back from commercial for the halftime, after halftime, and they'll go, they reviewed DeMar DeRozan's 3, long 2 at the half, and they determined it was a 3. So the Kings are actually tied 48-48. Like, that is how that normally goes. But like you said, inside of 2 minutes, when there's a question,
you got to stop the game.
Stop everything, because the shot went in.
Oh, yeah.
The play is stopped.
And he was 4 inches behind the line.
He was, when he pump faked, his foot was on the line. When he pulled his foot back, it was definitely, like, it wasn't even, it would have been a quick review.
And it was meaningful.
Yes.
Just
it changes how the entire end of the game plays out.
Yeah.
And there's somebody going, you shouldn't blow a 20-point lead. Totally. Yeah, we got that. But 2 things can also be true.
Yes.
The NBA did bad. The NBA officiating was bad.
And on a day like where all this happens where people are getting arrested for gambling, and you have a point spread, and that point spread, I believe, was hit by a missed 3-point call in a game. It just doesn't look good. Like, why would you not review something like that?
I don't know.
And he was so vehement about it. Like,
well,
and Travis,
yeah,
it was Travis Ford, right? I believe was the official.
Sure.
He's a good official. I don't understand what the deal was.
Well, and like you said, after he shot it, he like walked onto the court doing the 2 motion.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and I saw that and went, oh, wow, his foot must have been. And then they showed the replay. It's like, wait, whoa. Yeah. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
Very, very strange. But DeMar DeRozan was very good last night.
He was good.
We'll talk a little bit more about him later. But and you said 36-year-old small forward. That's 36-year-old power forward, DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, power forward. Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
Number
2. Zach LaVine was rolling and then he wasn't. This is going to be an issue that he's got to figure out. He scores 22 of his 28 points in the first half. I don't know what happened there, but I feel like for some reason this guy who was so incredible in the first half got lost in the shuffle. And sure, he didn't hit his shots like he did in the first half, but still, like, he didn't even look like he was the same player at certain points. Like, where was the aggressiveness? Where was him getting downhill and going to the basket? Like, there's so many things that he should have been able to do that he just, like, what was happening? And I was very surprised and sort of taken aback by how he just kind of in like big moments just kind of acquiesces to people. Like, bro, You're the guy. You're the dude.
Jack Dan, who is a reporter for the State Hornet at Sac State, Stingers Up, tweeted this stat last night, and it blew me away. Zach LaVine, when the difference in the game was 10 or more, had 19 points on 9 of 12 shooting.
Mm-hmm.
When the difference in the game was less than 10, 9 points on 4 of 12.
Yeah.
That just we talk about impacting winning.
Yes.
That's how you can have how many points did he finish?
28.
30? 28. Okay, well then I have my numbers wrong
Oh, maybe he got to 30
on my first and second half stats here. But either way, you're
right. He did finish with 30.
Okay.
I corrected that later.
That is how you wind up with 30 points and not impact winning.
Yeah.
30 points, 2 boards, and assist. Man.
Hey, I thought he was better defensively. I thought he
did a nice job defensively.
Yeah.
The Kings as a group for most of the game, I thought did a nice job defensively. They were just undersized.
Well, I'll explain. The problem that they had is that they couldn't rebound the ball, which is exactly what we told you would happen in this game because they're without almost 21 rebounds a game between Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray.
2 of their top 3 rebounders from last season. The one in the middle of the 2 was
Valanciunas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is it. This is your best 2 rebounders. You got beat for 18 offensive rebounds through the first 3 quarters.
Mm-hmm.
Those led to 28 second chance points.
Mm-hmm.
Game over.
That's it.
Like the way that the Suns got cooking from 3 and the way they made up ground was very specific. They got offensive rebounds, found shooters hit threes in scramble mode.
Yep.
And that's how you lost the game. And there's nothing, again, like people out there want to blame coaching. They want to blame whatever. You don't have good rebounders on this team.
Nope.
When you're relying on Nick Clifford in his first NBA game and Russell Westbrook to be your rebounders, there is a massive flaw to the roster build. And I get it. You got 2 players that are hurt. The fact is you don't have 2 players behind them that can do anything of what those 2 players can do.
Yep.
So
number 3.
Let me get back to my notes. Number 3. I thought Malik Monk was electric.
He's really good.
Like I thought he was incredible. He had 19 points. He only had 2 assists, but I thought he was a difference maker. I also will call out this. Like he makes some mistakes defensively, but I thought he challenged on every jump shot.
Agreed.
He was in people's face. He took 2 charges late in the game that were incredible, put his body on the line and took the charges that you needed to make. I thought he was absolutely phenomenal. He had the other charge call where the official pointed for a charge on Devin Booker and then changed the call for some reason and gave Devin Booker an and 1. But again, Malik Monk stood his ground and got ran over. I thought he was so good, and he reminded you in game 1 exactly why everyone in Sacramento loves him and why he was so important that the Kings gave him a 4-year contract extension.
Yeah, 19 points, a board, 2 assists. He's not going to shoot it this well every night. 7 of 13 from the field, 3 of 4 from 3. But if he's playing with the defensive intensity that he played with last night, you can get away with the nights that he goes 2 of 13. It becomes a lot more palatable.
Yeah.
If he's going to put the type of defensive effort forward that he did last night.
I totally agree. Like I thought
you're not going to get this offensively every night, but it matters less when you're playing good defense.
You're not going to get that kind of offensive efficiency, but this is a player who averaged over 17 a game last season.
Sure.
So, I mean, 19's not out of the realm of possibility, and I thought he was just really, really good.
Yeah, efficiency is the word I was looking for. Number 4.
Okay. Seriously,
what was that?
This is what I was worried about. Keon Ellis. Is he lost in a numbers crunch, man, and no one should be happy about it. Especially Keon Ellis. He scores 9 points on 4 or 5 shooting. But he played 13 minutes. Like What are we doing?
Man,
What are we doing? Like,
4
I
of
get it.
5. Sank is one of his 2 threes.
For whatever reason, he got associated with Drew Eubanks. And Drew Eubanks got, like, he had a couple of nice blocks, but the rebounding side, the offense side, it was like, oh boy. And in the first 3.5 minutes of the fourth quarter, there's a run by the Suns. They go on a 9-0 run, and they yank Keon and they yank Drew Eubanks. And it's almost like he got sort of lumped in with Drew Eubanks. I don't have any problems with how they finished the game, because I do think that you're going to see a lot of Zach LaVine, Dennis Schroeder, Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan, and name that center until Domantas gets back. You're going to see Sabonis in crunch time. I think your finishing lineup, we saw a part of it last night. So I don't have any problems with them not playing in the latter half of the fourth quarter. But what I can't see is Doug Christie continuing to give minutes to Russell Westbrook over Keon Ellis. And just so people understand, this is only going to get worse. The second that Domantas Sabonis comes back, that's going to take a couple of minutes away from everybody. The second, in the middle, there will be a ripple effect, and there will be minutes lost by other players. The second that Keegan Murray gets back, there won't be any minutes like this. So I don't know what you do here, because I think Keon Ellis is a very, very good NBA player, and he's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. And if I walk out of game 1 and I'm Keon Ellis, I'm looking at the Kings. I'm making it very clear to them, I am not signing an extension here. I'm not going to be buried on your bench any longer. I am going to leave at the end of the year. So you can trade me. You can do whatever you want with me right now, but I will not be here next year, because I'm not going to do this.
Let's put a pin in the Keon Ellis conversation. We will. I have a lot on this Keon stuff, but we're doing 6 quick thoughts. Take Keon Ellis.
Yep.
Put him on the board. Number 5.
Showed up late. I thought Dennis Schroeder was not good at all. I thought he was bad early. He had 4 first half turnovers.
The first couple possessions were like, brother,
what are you doing?
We got to play. What's happening?
Did somebody space jam that guy?
The one where he drove and got into the restricted area with, he might have been able to, I don't remember exactly what but he just turned around and just kind of threw a half-hearted bounce pass to nobody.
Or when he went to the whole 2-on-1, he's the one.
Yeah.
And there's a 7-foot shot blocker standing right there and another guy, and they just swat the ball right at him, and he falls to, what is happening?
It was an insane first probably 5 minutes for Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, it was not good at all. But then he figured out a way to recover. He had the 8-second call in the fourth quarter where he played defense and stopped ball and didn't let him get over half court. I thought he was very aggressive defensively. I thought he did a good job on Devin Booker. He finishes with 14.6 assists and 2 steals. Again, he's in the closing lineup.
He has to be.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I we'll talk about the closing lineup later. Let's grab that and put a pin in that as well.
Yep.
But I thought you're right. Defensively, he ratcheted up in crunch time in those final 8 minutes or so.
It was almost De'Aaron Fox-esque. Where De'Aaron in the fourth quarter, you're like, huh, look at how great he is.
I'm going to play defense now. Yeah.
Boy, you're a superstar in the last 8 minutes of a game.
So that, and then just Dennis Schroeder's ability, and this is something he's been able to do his whole career, just that ability to get a step on a defender and get to the rack.
Yeah.
It's kind of whenever he wants. That could be a big deal late in games with so much focus defensively on Zach LaVine, on DeMar DeRozan. You're going to get Dennis Schroeder one-on-one a lot with probably not their best defender. And man, if he can just create 2 points in those situations, I think it could be a big deal for the Kings late in games. Obviously, it wasn't enough yesterday, but
yeah.
I did not take into account Dennis Schroeder as a closing option, and it was enough to be interesting last night. Number 6.
Number 6. Welcome. Yeah, there's actually 7.
It's slash. There's 8. Because you got your extra point.
I do have an extra point.
Extra point.
Yeah, an extra
All right,
point.
just making sure I'm not going insane. We're on number 6. That's how to count.
Yeah, we had a welcome to the NBA moment. Nick Clifford starts. He finishes with 2 points, 8 rebounds, 2 steals in 24 minutes. He was solid. He needs to get more shots. We'll talk about that a little while later when we break down some of the Russell Westbrook minutes. But yeah, this is going to be a really, really interesting rookie season, I believe, because this is a kid that has to be on the court. And I don't know. You're going to have to figure it out.
Do you want me to overreact to Nick Clifford now or later?
I think we're running out of time in this segment. Let's go ahead
Okay.
and overreact a little bit later.
Number 7 of 6 quick thoughts.
Rusty Russ.
6B.
He. I don't know what to say. Like I don't understand why. Like,
do you want me to overreact to Russell Westbrook now or later?
we knew that. Well, I'm just going to get the one thing out of the way right now.
Go ahead.
We knew that the Kings were going to sign Russell Westbrook 3 months ago. Why did you not sign him 3 weeks ago? Like, I do not understand the logic in this. It doesn't make any sense. If there's a couple of bucks that puts you over the luxury tax, okay, maybe there's some weird functional thing that happens, but
especially, well, you're signing into a non-guaranteed contract.
And if you wanted him to be on the roster, then sign him and let him work with the team. Let him build chemistry. Let him look like a normal NBA player, not a guy who just woke up 3 days ago and said, uh-oh, I got an NBA season in a couple of days.
That is spot on. We'll talk about Russell Westbrook and he took 8 shots. I don't remember a single one where I'm like, oh, that's a good look. I do not remember saying that.
The
about
wide
Russell
open
Westbrook
3,
shot.
was there a wide open 3 that you thought, oh, that's not going in?
Yeah, it's a wide open 3 because the Suns are going, great, we'll live with that.
Yeah.
Go ahead. But that's neither here nor there. The flaws in Russell Westbrook's game were exacerbated greatly by what you're talking about. When Russell Westbrook has is playing within some form of structure, I think it works a lot better than, hey, Russ, please help us figure this out on the fly, please. And you're going to get that. It's the chaotic kind of helter-skelter nature of his game without an organization or structure around it. And it looked bad.
Yeah, just let Russ be Russ, okay? Not at the expense of Keon Ellis. I mean, not at the expense of Keon Ellis. You got guys who can create. You got guys who can score. Yeah. If there's one thing that you could say, at least Russ went in and rebounded.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get it. 6 rebounds in 19 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but that can't be it.
Let's pull the Keon Ellis thing off the board. We'll talk about that next. Yeah. And I'm going to overreact to Nick Clifford on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Drew down. I literally use this meme all the time. And this, like, literally, I do feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Like, why are you letting a guy play himself into shape in game 1 when you had an entire offseason to sign him? An entire, like, why? So Terrence Davis can go through training camp? You didn't even, you had extra roster spots. You did. I don't. Again, I don't hate Russell Westbrook, and I think Russell Westbrook can help a team. I do. I just don't understand why he wasn't brought in earlier. That's my biggest beef. Yeah. I gotta see what Michael said. So then I can go back and Michael, I'm saying this is going to be a thing. Like game one, it's only going to get worse. So, yeah. Give it 3 weeks. Jim, I don't know
Jim!
why they waited on Westbrook. I don't. I just there has to be some sort of mechanism in place that they were looking out for when it comes to like salary. But I don't get it. Like if he's going to be part of the team, then make him part of the team. I didn't get it last year when you waited and waited and waited, and then you signed Doug McDermott the day before, like the start of this season, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, Jay Crowder, we love Jay Crowder. We had him in for 2 workouts, and he connected with all these players. Let's sign Jay Crowder and then play him 30 minutes in a night.
This was a good question at the time when they signed him. It's an even better question when they're down Isaac Jones and down Keegan Murray and down Domantas Sabonis that he didn't take off his warm-up shirt. Why is he on the team? When are you going to use Doug McDermott then?
But again, if you're going to sign Doug McDermott, then why didn't you sign Russell Westbrook then? I get you were trying to figure out if you could find somewhere else for one of your other guards to go. Well, you didn't, and they're still all there. Yeah, here's the problem, Harry. I don't think D'Lo and Casey are high on Keon Ellis. You're gonna have to have those be insider shirts, not D'Lo and Casey shirts.
I was gonna say Freon, but that's an actual substance already.
Oh.
Hey, is anybody going to the Disney thing at Jungle Bird? Because if so, I would like to talk to you because I want to buy stuff from there.
I don't even know what that is.
Jungle Bird, the tiki bar here in Sacramento, is doing the Doom Birdie Bash.
Oh.
So it's like a special Disney thing they're doing where they have Disney themed drinks, but then they also have Disney themed glassware and tiki mugs. Oh, hang on, we're back.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. I want to talk about Nick Clifford real quick before we get into the Keon Ellis stuff.
Yeah, let's do it.
I know that he didn't fill up the stat sheet last night. 2 points, 8 boards, and assist.
I think he only took 2 shots, right?
He was not as active as I was hoping he would be.
3 shots, 1 of 3.
1 of 3, didn't take a 3, 8 rebounds though. 3 offensive rebounds led the team. 5 defensive rebounds, tied for the team lead with Russell Westbrook. He also led the team with 8 rebounds. He had a couple assists. He had a couple of steals, a block. He was a +3 in his 24 minutes. I could not be higher on Nate Clifford after that game. And I know that he had some foul trouble. I think that's something that you can figure out as you go. I know he was not nearly as aggressive as we would have liked him to be. Like, for God's sake, Dylan Cardwell played 14 and a half minutes and took more shots than Nate Clifford. And salute to Dylan Cardwell. We'll talk about him too. The way Neek played the game, though, like I said, there's going to be an adjustment to where do I fit? What's my role? Adjusting just to the NBA game. But you could just see it. All of the things that we saw in Summer League, all of the things that we saw in preseason that had us high on Nate Clifford, we saw it in his first regular season game. I thought the pace that he plays at, he did not look overwhelmed. he didn't look like a rookie playing in his first game. He did at times. I shouldn't say that. He did at times, specifically defensively.
Mhm.
But God, the drive where he's one-on-one on a break, and he adjusted his drive to get into the defender and then finish through contact, like a tough finish after trying to draw contact. Like, that's not just a thing that for his first NBA bucket is not a thing that I think a lot of rookies are trying to do in that spot. And I believe that there is a very, very high ceiling for Nick Clifford after watching him play last night. And maybe I'm insane, but I just saw a player that didn't look like a rookie, and that is good.
I agree. And the 3 shots, like, look, the problem that a guy like Nick Clifford's going to have is that you're surrounded by Malik Monk and Dennis Schroeder and Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. And when Domantas Sabonis comes back, even Russell Westbrook, I'm like, if you're Nick Clifford and you look over and there's Russell Westbrook, you're going to be in awe. Like,
you're going to give him the ball.
Well, there's going to come a point, though, where Nick Clifford is not going to put up with the shenanigans. There was a play last night that was so egregious that I was embarrassed for Nick by what Russell Westbrook did. Russell Westbrook had every opportunity. He drove in, had every opportunity just to toss it to Nick Clifford for a wide open 3. He looked at him and instead circled around and then attacked and then threw up a bad mid-range jump shot. And it was
I remember that exact sequence.
Bro, play the game the right way. Play the game the right way. The easy play is to give the ball to the young guy who's standing right there. Don't sit there and talk about how he's going to be a star in post-practice and then pass up on an easy opportunity to give him a wide open look.
Yep. Doesn't make sense.
Make him better. And so that's where, like, I got really frustrated with some of the stuff that I saw from Russ.
Yeah.
Like, Russ was just being Russ. I get it. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm looking for when I'm building a team.
The fact that you walk out of game 1, and this is my opinion. If you feel differently, fine. The fact that I walked out of game 1 and my 2 big issues with Nick Clifford were like, dude, you got to stop fouling.
Yeah.
But that's something, like I said, that's your first NBA game. That's adjusting to the speed. We saw Keegan in year 1 was not an awesome defender.
No.
He got significantly better in years 2 and 3.
Yep.
That's something I think that can be fixed. And I think the aggressiveness and finding your own shot and taking the shots that are there for you, hitting shots, I think that will beget, opportunities from teammates. The ball being in Domantas Sabonis' hands, he's going to find Nick Clifford open in the corner.
Yep.
Like, that's where I think that's all very easily fixable stuff. The IQ, the feel, the pace.
It's all there.
It's all there.
Yep.
He checked so many boxes last night that a lot of rookies don't check until late in year 1 or even in year 2. And I think if you want to be high on Nick Clifford, I think you have every reason to be. Even if the production wasn't what you hoped it would be last night.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Keon Ellis.
All right.
I am of the mind that if this is how you are going to handle the Keon Ellis situation, I conceded on the contract stuff this offseason. I believed you should have given him a 4 and 48 or whatever. I'm just throwing out a number. Pick a number. And get that done, because I think that Keon Ellis is in the same way that you say, man, you'd rather have Keegan Murray than not have Keegan Murray, even if he doesn't hit the ceiling we all hope for. A legit 3-and-D wing who can play the 3 and 4 and defend a bunch of positions. Yeah, I'll just have that guy on my team. I feel the same way about Keon Ellis, especially at a lower price point. I understood why the Kings picked up his option, so he'd play this year at 2.3. I understand the cap ramifications of that. I understand the business side of it. You're kicking that can down the road so you can pay him next year. I'm with it. I do not understand Keon Ellis in a game where, hey, can we stop some of these straight line drives to the basket? Can we keep them out of the paint a little?
Yeah.
Hey, can we get somebody who can knock down a 3 reliably who's not Zach LaVine? I don't understand why Keon Ellis is playing 13 minutes. I don't, and again, he's not an all-star. He's not an all-NBA guy. Like, I'm not trying to oversell, but on this Kings team, And if he's really a player that they view as a foundational piece for them moving forward, I don't understand why this is happening. And if this is what's happening because they're going, yeah, hey, you know what? We just don't think he's that good. We think fans overrate him. Cool, then just trade him. Because there are teams that will give you something for a player like that. And if you're going to lose him for nothing in the offseason,
yeah,
I don't understand where they're at with Keon.
I don't either, and they've got themselves into this situation with Keon, and again, this is a new group making decisions on, an old group of players.
Sure.
So maybe Keon isn't high on their priority list. If you weren't going to give him tear up his $2 million deal and give him a different, and you're going to ask him to play for $2 million instead of like $12 million or whatever it might be, right? They should have already had a contract sitting there waiting and said, look, we understand that you're going to have to play for this, but this is what we're going to offer you the second you're eligible for this offer.
Yeah.
And here it is. And we want you to be part of this. Now, like, look, we have a long season to go. And, the ebbs and flows of a season are going to dictate that, there's a possibility that Keon's going to play a bunch. And then other times where he's not going to play hardly at all. And that's going to be really tough to rectify at the end of the year when you talk in contracts. If you don't get him locked up now, I don't see him being here long term. And if that's the case, you're right, Kyle. You should have traded him this offseason, or you should trade him between now and the deadline. If you don't think he's part of the future, and like we think he's part of the future, that doesn't mean that Scott Perry and his group think that Keon Ellis is part of the future. We don't know that yet. And they're going to need to see more from Keon, but it's really tough when you're running this many guards, and we knew this was going to be an issue. It's not like this is a new issue.
Nope.
It was going to be an issue before they signed Russell Westbrook, and then he signs and plays 19 minutes in the first game.
Yep.
Like, those minutes are valuable, and I don't know how they're going to work their way through this, but at the end of the day, I am always of the opinion that you need more guys like Keon Ellis. He is the way of the new NBA.
Yep.
And if you're a team that has a bunch of 30% 3-point shooters, and you got this guy who literally shoots 44% from three and is a very good defender, and your principles are all of these things that involve defense and physicality, then you got to play him. The one thing I will say, he is not a good rebounder. And with Domas and Keegan out, that could be the one reason why you don't play him. But, I need to see Keon Ellis on the court.
I get that he doesn't handle the ball a ton.
But you have tons of those guys.
Yep. I get that he's not a tremendous rebounder or playmaker. I understand that he's very strictly a 3-and-D guy, but man,
that's the entire Oklahoma City Thunder team.
That's it, man. Like, could you not pick up Keon Ellis and drop him onto the Thunder tomorrow?
Yeah, he'd get minutes earned. He played more than 13 minutes on the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah. Like, and if you're trying to, and again, this is less about like winning and losing last night's game. Maybe he plays 25 minutes and they lose by 15. I don't know. I don't know how the game goes if he plays that. But given that the scope of everything the Kings are kind of doing right now is about like, hey, what does this look like in 2 years? What's this look like in 2027? What in this group, in this bucket of players that don't really make a lot of sense together, what are we pulling out of this bucket to be part of the future? I think Keon Ellis is one of the players that you're pulling out of that bucket and making part of your future. And I think you hinder that dramatically by doing what they did last night.
Yep.
And it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, again, we have this conversation with D'Lo and Casey all the time, and they keep saying, hey, why is it so difficult to build the team around Domas, or why don't you build a team around Keegan, around DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine? The way you build a team around DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis is to have a whole bunch of Keon Ellises. That's how you build a team around those guys.
We literally had a conversation on the handoff yesterday. You got to find those guys.
Got to find them.
No matter what you want to do, whether you want to tank, whether you want the Kings to win all the games, to restock this roster and to build up for the future, you need to start finding undrafted and second round guys who can contribute. You have one in Keon Ellis. Here's Doug Christie's quote, and then we'll put a cap on this. He got asked about this last night and said, quote, Keon is the ultimate professional, and he is always ready to play. In these situations, we have a logjam, so it's going to come down to who's playing. But with his aggressiveness, his ability to knock down shots, and his defensive ability, he's going to be on the floor. It's cool. You knew all that stuff about him last night. Why did he not play last night?
Yeah.
Like, what? You needed all that last night. Where was it? And outside of Russell Westbrook's going to play less, Malik Monk is going to play less, Zach LaVine is going to play less. I don't know where the minutes come from.
Yeah.
And it feels like this is going to be a season-long issue.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's at least early in the season.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to have to see how it all plays out in the end. But again, this has got to be about not just, this season. It's got to be about more.
Yep. All right. We've got A1 Combat tickets to give away. Yeah. Professional MMA coming to Hard Rock Live Friday, November 7th. We're giving away a couple tickets to that in the second hour. Let's talk about Zach LaVine now. We'll do that next. Awesome in the first half, less so in the second half. How important is Zach LaVine to the Kings moving forward? We'll discuss it on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's Sports Hitter. We'll be right back, guys. Hang on.
Oh, we're back.
And we're back. Okay, so we covered this earlier in the show.
Cover what?
The gambling stuff.
Yeah, we did. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I need to get out there. I've not been to Jungle Bird yet.
Oh, I haven't either. Hey, Sizzle, in game one, DeMar DeRozan deserved to play the most minutes.
Yeah, he was really good last night.
Yeah, I mean, he had 9 assists, he had 6 rebounds, he had 2 steals, he had a block. We're not even talking about the points. I do think he played well.
I want to hit this during the show, but I think that was the ideal DeMar DeRozan game.
Yeah.
That was it didn't turn into DeMar DeRozan dribbles the air out of the ball for 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Offense. He was efficient. He was a playmaker.
I want to pull this up. Michael, hey man, look, I don't have any problems with Russ except for the fact that he looked like a guy who hadn't been playing basketball. And my biggest thing is if you were going to sign him, why didn't you just sign him?
Hang on, we're coming back. We can hit this. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are hanging out with you until noon, and then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. I want to get to something Michael said on YouTube at youtube.com/ESPN1320 if you would like to join the program there. Maybe you're in the car and you're listening on 98.5 FM HD2 or 1320 AM, and you're like, man, I got to get out of the car. I got to go back to work.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the good news is pull us up at a separate tab. youtube.com/ESPN1320.
There you go.
And continue listening to the program. Anyways, Michael said Where did his
This
chat
one?
go? That's the one. Said, appreciate you listening, Michael. Said, Jesus, this was Russ's first game. Lord have mercy, the next 5 hours are going to irk my nerves. Okay, a couple things on this. One, I promise D'Lo and Casey probably feel differently about Russell Westbrook last night than we did. But I think it's important to note here. I had some I didn't think Russell Westbrook played a perfect game last night by any means. But the nature of our conversation was not even about Russell Westbrook, the player. It was that the Kings have put him in a position where when Russell Westbrook comes in to do what Russell Westbrook does, it sets him up to fail.
Yeah.
He has not been put in a spot where he's played basketball with these guys for weeks or months and has gotten everything squared away. And okay, this is how I fit in this system. And this is how I work with this guy. And this is how I work with that guy. And this is like, he has not gotten that opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
So his performance last night, which I didn't think was great, and and Michael's right. This is his first game. I'm not he's got some rust to knock off. I'm sure he's going to be better in game 2.
Mm-hmm.
I would bet on that. But the Kings have put him in this spot where, hey, Russ, just go play, just go figure it out. Also, while there's guys hurt, and also while like you haven't played with a lot of these guys, and we're also trying to figure it out. That's on the Kings. This is a Kings problem way more than it is a Russell Westbrook problem.
Yeah, I don't understand a player playing himself into shape in the first game of the season, the second game of the season, when you had a preseason and you had a training camp that he should have been a part of. I don't get it. And I understand that you had some question marks about what you're going to do with your backcourt. Your final decision was this. And if that was going to be your final decision, you should have come to it quicker. That's my issue. Like, look, Russell Westbrook is in his 18th NBA season. He did nothing last night that was any different than he did for the last 18 years. Like, he's the same exact player.
Mm-hmm.
Is he as dynamic as he was when he was young? No, he's not.
Mm-hmm.
He missed some shots that looked horrible. He made some shots that were like, oh, that's, that's
mm-hmm.
Russ. He had a horrible turnover, and then 2 seconds later gets a chase down block. That Russell Westbrook.
An unbelievable play, by the way.
But that's Russell Westbrook.
Holy crap.
The pass was unbelievable. I mean, the turnover was unbelievable too. You're like, what were you doing?
Yeah.
And then, oh, look at that. At first I was like, is he really just jogging back? And then all of a sudden, boom, explodes, times, blocks the ball. Like, that's the full Russ experience. I get it.
He blocked the ball so hard, it almost created a wedgie between the rim and the backboard.
Yeah.
He blocked the hell out of that shot.
Yeah, so look, I get it that like what I watched was okay. That's Russell Westbrook in a nutshell. I just wish that he would have had time to build continuity with this roster.
I agree.
And then the other one that I starred, TC, like, I get you, bro. Westbrook took that shot, in your opinion, to show the youngsters, hey, this is how I want you to play. Stay always in killer mode, no matter who's around you. No, that flat out was Russ like being Russell Westbrook. I don't want to hear anything else. It was a Russell Westbrook play through and through. I've seen it again. We've got 17 years in one game of tape. Like, that just wasn't a good basketball play. You had a wide open player. You didn't give it to him. And you went inside and you took a worse shot. That's all. And like, those things are going to happen. And again, he's rusty and all that stuff, but bro, let's not make excuses or put you TC in the head of Russell Westbrook.
Also, hey, he needs to show Zach LaVine that then.
He won't pass it to Zach LaVine. Bro, this is how you do it.
Mode.
This is how you do it.
That's fine. I gotta need Nick Clifford to learn that. I need Zach LaVine. It is 22 in the first half, 8 in the second half.
There are purple-colored lenses, and then there are rust-colored lenses there. I'm not quite sure what you're looking at.
Zeros.
Right there.
They're not.
Yeah, it's the zeros. Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but still, like, I think Russ can help this team. I think he's a good player still. I just I wish he would have been there before and getting used to what's happening on the court.
I expect the Russell Westbrook minutes on Friday to look better than the Russell Westbrook minutes last night.
Is he going to defend a 7'1" small forward or 6'11" power forward or 7'2" center in this
He
game?
can do it all, James.
He can do it all. Mark it down.
Oh, I thought we were going to get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to join the show, I believe that was TC on the line. Jesse Toppy is here, by the way. Shout out, Jesse.
I'll also say
Appreciate you.
I got into it last night. Some guy on Twitter like yelling at me that I'm making excuses for my buddy Doug Christie, that he didn't make any adjustments in the game. And I'm like, bro, did you notice Dylan Cardwell playing the entire last 5 minutes? Like,
Yeah.
okay, first of all, how do you make adjustments when the problem that you have on the court is the other team keeps getting offensive rebounds, spraying it out to open shooters and hitting shots? How when they have 18 offensive rebounds for 28 second chance points, and you're missing 21 rebounds per game in your power forward and center who are on the sidelines? Like, there's only so much you can do when your bench includes Dario Saric and Drew Eubanks and, the players, and no Isaac Jones. Like, there's only so much you can do. Maxine Reynaud looked like completely lost in game one, which is to be expected. Like, there's only so much you can do. And what Doug did was he turned to a guy who was undrafted and played him in closing minutes in a tight ball game. And I thought it was the best decision. The Suns did not get an offensive rebound in the fourth quarter. They hit a lot of shots, but they also didn't get an offensive rebound in the fourth quarter. And that's what you were looking for. So, yeah, adjustments were made in this game. Shout out to Dylan Cardwell, who I thought, like, again, every time I watch him, he's just so composed and looks like a mature guy who's played for a long time.
He was in that game to close because he, to me, played the brand of basketball I think the Kings want to play. He scored 3 points in the quarter. He did not grab a rebound. He had a block and he committed 3 fouls.
Yeah.
But this is one of those things where you can't look at the box score. And when you were watching Dylan Cardwell last night, you went, oh, he's making a difference in this game. And again, I know the Kings didn't win, and okay, if you want to drag the coaching staff because they should have played Daquan Plowden instead.
They played 11 players.
Then sure, man, like cool. If that's your prerogative, fine. I didn't personally take major issue with any decisions last night, especially because we talked on this show how it might be a little bit bumpy the first couple of weeks while they just kind of figure out what their rotations look like without Keegan Murray. I think that's a very real thing. But with Dylan Cardwell specifically, you saw him playing the way when he first stepped on the court. I said, what? This is what we're doing? Oh my God. And then you watch and you go, oh, he's very aggressive, which we knew. He's a mean person on the court. And you see the aggressiveness, you see him fouling, being over aggressive. Again, there's things we got to iron out. He's not a perfect player.
Yeah.
But I thought I had no problem with him finishing the game last night. If he had been making these just catastrophic mistakes and the Suns just kind of abused him in some way on either end of the floor, then all right, cool. Dylan Cardwell was not the issue last night. And I thought that Doug Christie having the wherewithal in that spot to say, yeah, hey, we're not going to lean on Dario Saric because, like, no, we're going to go to this kid who I'm going to give a chance to do what I want our center to do. And then he did it and he stuck with them. Like, salute, man. They didn't win. And like I said, if that's all that matters to you, then okay, then I'm not going to convince you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really surprised that when we look at the box score that, you're looking at Dario Saric at 7.5 minutes. You're looking at Maxime Reynaud at 11.5 minutes. You're looking at, again, Keon Ellis playing 13 minutes. Dylan Cardwell played 14 minutes and 37 seconds. Like, you showed faith in a young kid. And to be honest with you, every single time I watched him play in preseason, he stuck out.
Yep.
Not for bad things. He stuck out because he was always in the right position. And I watched him playing the pick and roll last night. Holy cow. That dude can move in space.
Yep.
Like he has all. We've been saying this forever. The Kings don't have a Naz Reid. They don't have, and Naz Reid at least shoots a three, right? So they don't have that player that can stretch the floor.
Mm-hmm.
But they could have used like a Brandon Clark. They could use a Jared Vanderbilt, type of guy.
An energy big
that
Yes.
knocks people down, that rebounds,
Yes.
that when he gets the opportunity to dunk on somebody, he is not going, people's hands are going to get broken.
Yes.
Right? People are afraid to get in front of him. They've needed that type of player for a long time. And this is the guy. Or at least he looks like he's the guy, and I'm here for it.
I'm not going to say he's the guy yet. I got to get more than one game. But
he's the guy that they have on the roster today.
Sure, but you see the outline of it.
Yeah.
Again, you have to do it for multiple minutes across multiple games to be consistent and to be one of those guys. But
yeah.
I did Dylan Cardwell earn another shot last night?
Of course he did.
In the NBA. I agree with you.
Yep.
And at this point, man, for me, that's what matters.
Yeah.
If you're watching this team and going, you know what, and obviously we want the Kings to win every game. That's the goal. But in reality, if you're watching this and like, man, if they don't make the playoffs, this season's a failure. All right, then you probably feel differently. For me, as somebody who's watching this season and going, okay, I'm worried about 26 and 27.
Mm-hmm.
The Dylan Cardwell minutes matter to me. The Nick Clifford minutes matter to me. The Maxime Reynaud minutes matter to me.
Mm-hmm.
How those guys are playing and developing and how they look, all that stuff matters. Whether it translates to wins this year or not is secondary for me when I'm watching the Kings.
Yep.
And Dylan Cardwell wasn't a total disaster last night. He absolutely earned additional minutes moving forward.
Yeah, and George Mueller here in the chat says he plays within a role.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
I knew exactly why he was on the court.
Yep.
The entire time. And did he have a bunch of rebounds? No.
Mm-mm.
But while he was on the court, his team had more rebounds. And that's because he's boxing out and he's doing the things he has to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he was perfect, but I certainly, when I watched him play, I thought the same thing every single time I watched him in preseason. Huh, okay, I can deal with those minutes.
Yeah, if I saw somebody in the chat say he only had one rebound, he wasn't very good. I encourage you to go back and watch again. Go back and watch again.
Mm-hmm.
And tell me that Dylan Cardwell wasn't, at least didn't, again, not saying, wow, that's prime Hakeem. Should he start? No. This is, hey, should he get 12 minutes a game? And based on last night, yeah, hey, he should play against the Jazz.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And again, George Mueller, again, this is how Mitchell Robinson made a name for himself in the league. That's what you do. You go out there and you look like a competent NBA player, and you earn more minutes by looking competent.
That's it.
Yeah. Good for Cardwell.
Shout out to Dylan Cardwell. And yeah, if he's going to be a long-term piece of the rotation, yeah, the production's got to tick up. But this is his first NBA game. It's the same thing with Nick Clifford. Was the production where you want it to be? No, not necessarily. But how did they play? How did they look?
Yeah.
And neither of those guys looked overwhelmed or like the game was too fast for them consistently. And that's a good sign. Hey, we've got A1 Combat tickets to give away all week. That's the rest of today and tomorrow. We've got 2 tickets to give away today to Uriah Faber's A1 Combat number 32 at Hard Rock Live on Friday, November 7th, 2025. These tickets courtesy of the homies at A1 Combat. This is professional MMA. This is not a couple of guys duking it out in their backyard. This is professional MMA in the cage with nonstop action. We've got Billy Brand taking on Ethan Ewing. There's a vacant bantamweight title in A1 Combat, and they're going to fight for that. Joy Killjoy Pendel, she is going to defend her featherweight title against vicious Zarina Turi. There's going to be 16 fights, 16 bouts of incredible UFC-style professional fights. Tickets available at Eventbrite or A1Combat.com, or tickets can be yours now for caller 9 to the ESPN 1320 studio line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you'd like to win 2 tickets to A1 Combat number 32 at Hard Rock Live on Friday, November 7th, 2025. Tickets courtesy of A1 Combat. How are you feeling about the Kings overall after last night? We're going game by game this year.
Mm-hmm.
How are we feeling after game 1? Better, worse, the same? We'll answer that question next on ESPN 1320. Sacramento's Sports leader. Oh, I've got oh, shoot. Jesse is in the middle of work. That's on me. That's my fault. That's poor hosting by me. We're good? We're good? Okay, yeah, we're good. ESPN 1320. Yeah, we got to go. ESPN 1320. That's my bad. No, that's my fault. That's my fault. I botched that big time.
Holy smokes. Did anyone see the night that Davion Mitchell had?
Was he cooking?
16 points, 12 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, a block, 2 of 6 from 3, 7 of 15 from the field. Good for Davion Mitchell, starting next to Norman Powell.
Wow.
It's an interesting team, the Miami Heat.
Hero started. Oh, Hero's out, right?
Oh, he is. Yeah. Yeah, look at that trio. Franz Wagner, 24 points. Paolo Banchero, 24 points. Desmond Bane, 23 points. That's going to be a tough trio. And he puts Suggs and Carter next to him. Ooh, Jonathan Isaac played 7 minutes off the bench, goes 0 for 1, scores 0 points, runs a -6. Justin De Silva got good minutes. I don't think anyone is mad at Russ because we do know the player. I just said it. Like, we have 17 years of tape of Russ. It's like the question, why didn't you just bring him in earlier?
Yeah, mad at anybody, mad at the Kings.
Yeah, I've never understood that one, TC, at all. I think, Dirk, the bigger problem with Eubanks, because I saw there's clearly something that he's doing that the Kings don't like, because they kept pulling him. And his offensive game, he is very aggressive offensively, which, again, is neither here nor there. But they needed him to rebound. And it just felt like he was on the court where a lot of those offensive rebounds were going astray. Yeah, man. VJ Edgecombe was incredible. I drafted him in fantasy.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Jesse Toppy on the ones and twos. How you feeling about the Kings right now? Do you feel better after last night? Worse after last night? The same? I think I kind of feel the same.
It's about the same. I feel like we've seen that game a million times the last few seasons, so I guess I'll change my mind if you show us something new.
Yeah.
I came out of it like, oh man, you blew a 20-point lead. That's a bummer. But I also looked at all the moving pieces that they're working with and trying to figure out, and like, how do we piece this thing together? Because there are going to be games early in this season where you have no answer for a like structural issue with your team, right? It's just the facts of life. Again, we talked about it, a little bit before, but they play Utah on Friday, and Walker Kessler's 7'2". They're starting. Who are they starting at the 4? Filipowski,
Oh, yeah,
6'11", and Laurie Markkinen at 7'1" is playing the 3.
They beat the hell out of the Clippers last night.
They crushed the Clippers. They just ran them over.
They were up 70. Nope, hang on, 78 to 47 at halftime.
Yeah. So that's if you don't have Keegan Murray and you don't have Domantas Sabonis, even if you have those guys, you're still not built to go up against a team with 3 7-footers on the front line.
Mm-mm.
And they're not the only team. We saw Houston Rockets start 4 guys that are 6'11" on opening night.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy talk. So like, look, I think that there are times where you're going to look at the game, and if you're being honest, like, again, they should not have blown a 20-point lead. But there was a lot of positives to take away from the first half. There were a lot. And the whole time you're wondering, like, how do they keep mixing and matching players to make this work? Because eventually playing 11 guys is like super difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Like, one bad group of 2 can mess up everything.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the biggest issue that they had was something that they don't have any way to combat right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's that they couldn't get defensive rebounds, and that the other team had 18 offensive rebounds. And not all of those were their fault. Sometimes the ball just jumped off the iron and took it flew way out further, and one of the Suns guys got the ball. I didn't think that there was a lack of focus. I didn't think there was a lack of hustle or lack of physicality. I thought they went toe-to-toe with Dillon Brooks. I love the exchange with him and DeMar DeRozan. I thought that there was a ton to like from the game. At the same time, this is a work in progress. There are so many moving pieces, and that's why I've said this before, but most coaches, when they're trying to figure everything out, they tighten the rotation. They don't expand the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact is, the Kings don't have that luxury today because they're missing all of their rebounding.
Mm-hmm.
So expanding the rotation is like the only thing you can do. And,
I agree.
And again, I don't blame Doug Christie for playing Russell Westbrook 19 minutes and Keon Ellis, 13, because I know that Russell Westbrook is going to go get rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
And when you can't get any rebounds and you're getting beat because of one aspect of the game, sometimes you have to make adjustments that aren't natural adjustments that you would normally make. If you have a guy who's averaging 14 rebounds and a guy who's averaging 7, I think that game looks a lot different.
Yeah. That's why I feel the same, because I do think that Sabonis and Murray obviously make them better. But I also saw first half where it was like, oh, the Kings can't miss. And the Suns missed so many wide open looks.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like every Suns possession was somebody touches the paint, sprayed the hot guy, missed 3. And salute to Mike Brown.
It got to a point on that specifically. It got to the point where I even thought, oh, the Kings are just letting him shoot threes now because they're not hitting anything.
That's how it felt. Like
it did.
Went, to hell with it. Let him shoot.
He's not going to hit it anyway.
Right. So first half, the Kings won the 3-point line. They went 7 of 13 from 3. The Kings did 29 of 45 from the field. My goodness. 7 of 13 from 3. The Suns went 3 of 17.
Yep.
So the Kings won that one 21-9. Then you go to the second half. The Kings go 2 of 11 from 3. Technically 3 of 12, but that's neither here nor there. They go 2 of 11 from 3, and the Suns won 7 of 17. 21-6.
Yeah.
And that was the major difference to me. I didn't think the Kings did a lot. I did like the defensive effort, specifically from Zach LaVine. I thought had some really good defensive possessions. I thought Malik Monk had some good defensive possessions. That's all encouraging. Dennis Schroeder, especially towards the end of the game, I thought was very good on that end of the floor. But the Suns also kind of got to the paint whenever they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And I think whether Keegan helps with that a little bit, but I don't think that that's going to, I don't think that that's going to get fixed. And there's the warts that we all knew were there.
Mm-hmm.
Were very much there last night. They get exacerbated for sure without your 2 top rebounders, your offensive hub and 20 points a night in Domas and 15 points a night in great defense from Keegan. I get it. Like the Kings probably win that game with those 2 guys. But I think overall it was, it was fine.
Yeah.
Like there was definitely some good, but I think there was enough bad that you go, all right, I'm not moving off. I'm not going, oh, maybe this team wins 45 games this year.
Yeah.
It wasn't that. Like it wasn't. They're not going to be terrible, which is just kind of what we said. And that's fine.
Yeah.
I think you're encouraged there that now if you're looking for silver linings, we talked about Dylan Cardwell, we talked about Nate Clifford. I think you can very easily talk yourself into the Kings winning that game going away if they have Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray. Like that's all great. Mm-hmm. But I think as overall, they're probably pretty similar to last year.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that they looked like a functional basketball team on the court. I just think there was a couple of things that stood out: the inability to rebound, the unfamiliarity with Russell Westbrook, and trying to play him into shape on the fly. That was an issue. Again, the Dario Saric minutes, those don't exist when Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray are there. Mm-hmm. And the Dylan Cardwell minutes probably don't either. So if you're allowed to play, again, Drew Eubanks against backup centers, mm-hmm. that's fine.
Yep.
But when you're forced to have him start and you're forced to make him play, 22 minutes, you're going to have some problems. And, you can't have your center finish a game with as many block shots as he did, as he had rebounds.
Unless he has like 10 rebounds.
Yeah. Unless he's got 10 blocks. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So
let's get to the Oak Grove Kia talk line. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. See how Mitch is feeling about the Kings after last night. Go ahead, Mitch.
Guys, I didn't feel too well with the Western Conference is so tough. I mean, even Utah and San Antonio, I think, are going to take a couple of steps ahead of us and closer to the playoffs. It's going to be an amazing race. But I'm glad we're getting our young guys. Let's get to Isaac Jones. Let's get to see what the guy was. These injuries, Keegan's going to be gone for quite a while, and some bonus. I don't know how long he's going to be back. And one more thing, I guess the NBA is going to do some serious investigation. A coach betting a player, they're getting paid, right? They're paying good money. Nobody makes less than 7 figures, right?
Yep. Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate the call. Let's get out to Tom on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. Wants to talk about Nate Clifford. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, at the end of last season, Sabonis said, we need a point guard. And I'm not convinced that the two veterans they signed are the long-term answer, even the medium-term answer. To me, it's Clifford. Clifford can play a 1-2-3. I think he's the point guard of the future, and to me, that future is getting closer and closer. I'd like to see him with some minutes, just sprinkle in some minutes here and there as the point guard. He sees the court. He knows where everybody is and where they're going. He can pass the ball. I see a little bit of a Halliburton in him. I think he's the way to go. I would love to see Clifford get some more time at point guard.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate the call. I don't hate the idea.
Yeah.
I want two things on that. One, the fact of the matter is, we talked about this a little bit with Keon Ellis. When you pay Dennis Schroeder, you trade for and then pay Dennis Schroeder. And then, although I guess technically order of operations there was you traded for Dennis Schroeder, who had just gotten paid. But anyways, you're paying Dennis Schroeder, who you acquired via trade, and then you signed Russell Westbrook on purpose. When you have those two players who are brought in specifically for this thing, and then Malik Monk, who can also play with the ball in his hands, you run into this logjam that Doug Christie talked about with Keon Ellis, but now we're talking about it at the point guard position. They brought those guys in to play that position, and I think they're going to for a majority of this year. Now, if the Kings are out of the race for a play-in spot, they're sitting at the 12 seed and they're just locked into the 12 seed going into mid-March, then yeah, maybe we see some naked point guard, just see what it looks like. But the second prong of this is something Kenny was talking about yesterday. And I think it's a very important aspect of the Nate Clifford experience is you don't want to David Carr him, where you put him in a position that he's not ready for, and now all of a sudden the Nate Clifford point guard experiment goes super sideways. Now you cross that off as a position that he's going to play, and now you got to have him go to the bench because, oh man, he hasn't been playing the 2, he hasn't been playing the 3, and you risk torpedoing his development if that doesn't go well.
Yeah.
Not that that's exactly how it would go, but it's one of the factors for me is you want to make sure you're bringing him along at a comfortable pace. But I don't hate the idea that by 2027, Nate Clifford is the guy that they've circled as if not their point guard, at least their second ball handling option.
Yeah, I would not be shocked if they've already like sort of written this down that Nate Clifford's probably their shooting guard of the future, with Keegan Murray as the small forward and Nate Clifford as the shooting guard. As far as a point guard, I think he can play the position, and I actually like if there's a point where you have him and Zach LaVine playing side by side in the backcourt, I wouldn't hate it, because that's where, like, as much as we want to say Tyrese Halliburton or anything like that, like Tyrese Halliburton, for whatever reason at the college level versus the pro level, he's just like a maestro. Like, he's so much better as a passer at the pro level than he was at, in the years he had in college. 2 years at Iowa State. Anyway, I look at Nate Clifford and I'm starting to see more of a Doug Christie type player. Like, if you go back to the early 2000s, where you have a versatile defender who can dribble the ball, who can rebound, who can do everything. He's a good 3-point shooter, not a great 3-point shooter. And he might even be like a modern day version where he can shoot the 3 at a higher clip than Doug did. But I kind of look at that player, and that's a really valuable player, because that means that you can have a Mike Bibby type player next to him, or a Zach LaVine type player next to him that, doesn't play a ton of defense, but cooks offensively.
Yeah.
And so it's a good combo. It's kind of like what we see a little bit with the Atlanta Hawks, where, you've got Dyson Daniels, who's just this crazy defender playing next to, Trae Young. That I could see that being something that the Kings look at and go, okay, this could work. But it's early, and we need to let Nate Clifford kind of develop and kind of be the player he's going to be and not anyone else.
I don't hate the long-term vision from Tom, though.
Yeah. Don't
hate it at all. Let's get to our guy TC on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to join the program, go ahead, TC.
Hey, what's up with Hammer and Kyle?
Vibing,
what's happening?
Hey, just vibing today. So I'm not even really super angry, bro, at the game, because before the fourth quarter, bro, I was excited. And even with the fourth quarter, so I look at it as like guys are trying to figure themselves out. That shot that we're talking about when Russ looked at Neek, yeah, he should pass it to Neek, but I take it on the flip. I turn it around, right? And I look at it as, hey, young buck, I believe in you. This is how I want you to think. Not taking shots from everyone else, but I want you to have that killer mode mentality no matter who's on the floor. So I look at that as Russ like, hey, bro, this is how I want you to act, right? Because I believe in you and you could be an all-star, bro. Cardwell, I like his minutes. Maxime, he has to get stronger. He was looking lost last night, Ham. I'm with you, but I still believe in the guy. Other than Nick at point guard, it can work, but he's more of a shooting guard, but he does have playmaking ability. I'm not even mad at the loss. It's frustrating, but I see what we're doing, and Doug got in his bag last night with the rotations, Ham. So I'm not even mad, bro. We're trying to figure it out. That's where I'm at.
Thanks, TC. I can't get with the idea that Russell Westbrook, in the middle of a game, drove into the lane, touched the paint, saw a wide open 3-point shooter and said, "Are you watching, Nick? Hey, bud. See, this is called a killer instinct. I'm going to forego the right basketball play here, okay? All right, that's the right play. Now, that's a separate lesson. The right play is to kick it to you. But I'm in killer mode. Keep that killer mode. Write that down. KILLERM0DE. I'm in killer mode. # why not? I'm going to shoot this bad shot now. Okay? Because I'm in killer mode. You got that? M0. Yeah, 0. Like the number 0. It's a thing. I know I'm 18. I'm usually 0. You got, okay, good. Okay. Malik, I didn't want to, okay. Yeah. So now I'm in killer mode. I'm going to shoot it. Now, the right play was this. But you got it? All right, yeah, I missed. It missed horribly, missed badly, killed the offensive momentum. But you see, you learned there. You learned? Good. I don't buy that one small amount. That is a shout out to TC. Our guy is the eternal optimist. He's trying to find optimism in a dreadful basketball play. To live your life like that, I promise that is a better way to live than the way I do. But that was a bad play.
It is, and I've said this so many times. I teach my sons, it's okay to watch somebody else make a mistake and go, oh, yep, that's a mistake. I got it. I don't need to make that same mistake. I just watched you do it, and I'm good. I'm good. That's more of what I watched right there. Neek had a front row view of, oh, yep, I'm not doing that, because if I do what he just did, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I'm going to go sit on the bench.
Correct.
That is what will happen if I do what that is. And let's also, Neek Clifford was like 5 years old when Russell Westbrook came into the league. He has watched Russell Westbrook as one of his favorite players his entire life. He doesn't need a demonstration from 8 feet away. He's watched it. And then what happened last night is he just felt it.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't like. I don't like that a young player, the right play was sitting right there for that young player to get his 4th shot, and you passed on it, and you took a worse shot.
Just bad.
Yeah.
Bad basketball. Sports Talk on ESPN 1320 is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. I just want to say this before we step aside for the handoff. I saw some people last night trying to make this Suns team out to be some kind of factor in the Western Conference. I need it to be really clear that while we're having fun today and we're talking about some of the silver linings and some of the things that were good, and that's kind of been kind of the nature of the conversation, smoking a 20-point lead to that version of the Suns is bad. Objectively, that is a bad basketball team. There is no slicing it in a way that you go, oh, that's a fine loss to take. If you smoked a 20-point lead to the Thunder,
you were missing guys, and you were still better than that Suns team, and you still should have won.
I agree.
Like, there's no way you should have lost that game.
I totally agree. I just needed that to be very clear. This is not a moral victory. Hey, at least they were up by 20 type of deal. They should have won that game last night. The collapsing in the second half there was bad. Just needed that, because I don't think we had said that explicitly yet.
That might be one of the worst teams in the league, and you lost to them on opening night. It's on the road. You're missing 2 starters.
No doubt.
They're missing one, but you're missing 2 legitimate.
Yes. But I agree with Jesse. The Kings were still the better team last night. You got to close it. You're up 20. You got to close out. If the Kings are going to be around at all this year in any kind of way, you have to win that game.
Yep.
And they didn't. That was tough. We'll get to the handoff now. D'Lo and KC going to join us in just a couple of minutes on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Golden State is favored against Denver tonight?
Erroneous.
We should probably avoid the NBA gambling talk for now, but
Run your game.
whew. When he elevated, I stood up. Monk.
Oh.
When he almost put Grayson Allen through the basket. Was it Grayson Allen? Yeah, it was definitely Grayson Allen.
That was so fun.
Media does not set lines. Damon Barley. Hang it in there. It won't be because we have clocks. Pretty. I'm a pretty boy.
Yes, you are.
Keon Harmony, check him out.
I have. That's your recommendation.
Oh, look at me go. Meh. I think I was under 47.5 was the total, and I think I was under. I'm just not betting on their health. Like somebody in the chat said, Lotus Prime said the Warriors will be good as long as Steph is healthy. I, for the most part, agree with that, but I think Jimmy Butler needs to be healthy. I think Jonathan Kuminga needs to keep playing like he did the other night in the second half. Draymond Green's got to be around. Al Horford's going to have to be around. It's just a lot. They need a lot of things to go right. And I just don't want to bet on that.
But I think you can survive chunks of time without all of those guys, as long as it's one, not all at the same time, and two, Steph is there.
Sure. Yeah.
If it's
I
a
think you're
Jimmy's
probably
out
right.
for the season type thing, then that's different.
Yeah.
That's completely different to me. But if it's Jimmy's out 2 weeks,
Yeah.
I think you could survive that and still be really, really good.
Yeah, I was impressed the other night.
I'm excited for tonight. Denver?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm locked in for that.
Golden State
I
favored
didn't
by
realize
a
Denver
point
hasn't
and a half.
played yet.
Wait, what?
Denver hasn't played a game yet. I don't think they played because
They're
they
like
didn't.
the only
Tuesday.
team that didn't
Because they didn't
play.
play Tuesday, right?
Yeah,
Or
no.
They didn't
14.
play yesterday. What'd you say, Jesse?
I would say I was only 4 teams on Tuesday, so
Huh.
Yeah.
Georgia State. Gassed head coach.
I
Hmm.
think it's the Pacers' first game tonight, too. Pacers Thunder?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Who didn't?
Somebody else says that. Pacers didn't play either.
Yeah, Pacers,
yeah,
and,
Pacers
and
and
Nuggets
Nugs,
playing their
the
first
only-
one.
The only team that haven't played yet.
Yeah, this will be a good one.
played the wrong intro.
That's fine.
Sure.
Yeah,
happens.
we're back.
We're
Skyler.
on both shows. Yeah, it's the wrong intro. It's
Did
the
I-
insiders.
Did I put the wrong thing in?
Maybe.
Pause.
Hey!
Yeah, hold on.
Hey!
Whoa.
Hey!
Whoa. Yeah, if I didn't.
Where's the flag?
There's the flag right there.
Hey.
If I didn't throw that into the stack, then yeah, I think that was you.
What the Sam Hell?
Man.
How did I? No, that wasn't me. That was.
No, that was me then. Unless that just wasn't in there.
Hey, don't detract
Yeah,
from what you just
that-
said.
Oh, yeah, no. Because our rejoin is still in there and it's playing right now.
It's playing right now.
Jesse put the rejoin there in the wrong
My
spot.
fault. My fault.
Not my
Hey,
fault.
look,
Not my
that-
It
fault.
doesn't matter.
That false
Not my
thought
fault.
has nothing to do with
Yeah, no.
Yeah, let's talk about you. Let's talk about you.
Hey, you ran into the stands, pal. He
I ran
took
into
his helmet off on the field. Like, that's not the same thing.
I ran into the stands as I'm walking off the field. Jesse falls down. I'm like, hey!
None of this would have happened if it wasn't for the false start.
Oh man. Oh man.
So Kings.
The Kings. Am I right? We're
There
trying
you
to.
go. Am I right?
Hey, getting off to a better.
that's
start
what it
than the
sounded
Kings
like.
did. Man.
Grow up, guys.
What?
I got that lotion in there.
It's like the
Yeah,
sophomore
well,
class.
it is. It's over there.
It's like the
Oh,
sophomore
the Kings. We're talking about the
class.
Kings. We're talking about the Kings. Kings. We're
Yep.
talking Kings.
Kings basketball, baby.
Kings basketball.
Yep.
Oh, I thought we were Tiago Splitter.
Tiago Splitter, new head coach of the-
of
Jesus
the Portland
Christ,
Trailblazers. Your
man.
thoughts?
What a
Shout out to the Mafia, still alive and kicking.
Wow.
Hey,
Oh.
this is I don't usually question this. I typically just kind of take it as gospel, but I'm going to question it now. Is it good to be right?
Yeah, it's always well.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I had Malik Monk on 3.5 threes last night, and
Oh,
he sat
no.
on 3 threes for an entire half. So I have no idea if it's good to be right or not.
Nah, they're great at this stuff, man. They're great at this stuff. Because I think I had
Gross,
the
man.
points, rebounds, and assists for
Mhm.
Devin Booker was 40.5, and
Oh,
he ended up getting like 39.
no.
Well, remember the free throw number was 6.5. He had that in the first half. I thought I was eating yesterday. That payout was 770. I thought I was eating.
Mm.
And then Malik just
Didn't take no more threes.
couldn't get another three.
Take no more
It's
threes.
3 or 4, 5 or 6 in the field in the
This
first
is-
half.
This is why
2 of 7
people
from the
this is
field.
why people get addicted. You go, "Oh, I was so close. I could do it next time."
Mhm.
Nope.
The good news
No,
is
you can't. They're smarter than you.
And a lot of people have been saying, oh man, Prize Picks redid it. Well, Prize Picks daily fantasy.
No,
that is
it's
very,
perfectly
very
fine.
different.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine.
Very different.
Like,
we're making lineups.
Yeah,
and talking about stat projections, more or less.
not the
Very
same.
different.
Even
Not the
more
same.
than
Very
that.
different.
Even more than that, we don't play in the NBA.
Yeah, also that don't bother me. What the hell they got to do with me?
It is insane.
Hey, D'Lo and KC through the Prize Picks read? What? Get out of here. What are you talking about?
we got insider knowledge.
What? They're really leaning hard. What do they know about Malik, huh? Hey, give me a break.
The fact that
Now, the ESPN thing was funny.
the ESPN
The
bet
graphic,
thing,
yeah.
Oh,
the
that
the
was
lower
funny.
third,
Hey,
the
the
lower
fact-
third was
the
amazing.
fact that they don't have, because the way that works is there's a room, and I know you guys probably know this, but for people who don't, there's a room where like a director and a producer and a production assistant, they all sit and they have all these screens, and somebody fires those graphics, and the ticker is just up there. That's just a graphic. That's an overlay. To switch that out, we do it on this show all the time. Now, granted, it works a little bit differently, but we just do this, and the Insiders logo turns into the D'Lo and KC logo.
Bing.
It's that easy.
Mhm.
That they didn't have something like that ready and just grayed out everything and
Yeah.
drew hella attention to it.
Yeah.
Made it way
I just
worse.
envisioned someone in the back going, "Oh God,
Oh no! Oh no! All right, let's see everything.
John
We're checking-
Skipper's on the line.
We're checking.
Get the graphic fixed."
Checking all the elements. Okay, yeah, Chiron looks good. Spelling looks good. Okay, fire that. Checking the ticker. Yeah, okay, that looks good. ESPN bet promo looks great. That's it. Oh no! Get it out!
So
Their
look,
solution was gray.
look, to go even more.
We'll talk about the
inside-
Kings momentarily. We'll
inside
talk about the biggest
media.
story in sports right now.
So if you look right now there, that Commanders Chiefs thing,
Looks big as hell.
but that one doesn't stay, right? Like it does, it rotates, like
Yeah.
like how the
It
scores
rotates
table
with
does
promos. Yeah,
on
yeah.
the NBA on
Yep.
an NBA court.
Yep.
It rotates. So I don't know how you fix that, right? Outside
Well,
of
you
just
don't have to
getting it-
rotate it. Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't
you
have
just
to
delete
turn
that
it.
out of the
Yeah, like you
rotation.
just.
But
you
I don't
just-
know if they manually rotate. I think it's on.
It
a
is.
timer.
You just turn the auto off
Just
because
uncheck it or
because a lot of times you'll see it tied to a sponsor.
Well, look. So that's the point.
So if the sponsor's not there, or if the sponsor's not there this week, today, whatever, you just turn that off.
But that's the point. If it's on auto, it's just I don't know.
It's
We
just
can't
gonna
go to
turn
the next
black.
one. Just turn it off.
It's gonna turn
Just
black.
turn it all off. He did what he had to do. He did what he had to do. He
Man.
or she did what they had to do.
There it goes. It just rotated to Thunder or Pacers.
Wild
It's-
day.
Look, they probably gave it some time
Insane.
too. They're like, all right, it's gonna change soon. Just give it some time. We can't wait any longer. Get this thing off.
Yeah, dude. Yikes, man. That's a story. I do want to talk about the Kings. We'll dive into that. But the if you're not caught up on the FBI investigation that has led to the arrest of Terry Rozier, Damon Jones, and Chauncey Billups, the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers, there's a ton to read about it right now. It's not going away.
No.
Like, this is not the Jonte Porter thing where the NBA slaps a lifetime ban on him and nobody talks about Jonte Porter ever again. This is going to be around. And I think question number one for me is, what did the NBA not see with the Terry Rozier thing where they cleared him and now he's being arrested for involvement in a gambling indictment where he was pulling himself out of games early after hundreds of thousands of dollars of bets came in on his unders. Like, how did the NBA miss that?
I have no clue. The
Did they?
Well, that's it. That's the right. Like,
they did.
I don't.
It might have
It sure
to do
looks
what's
like
best for business.
exactly.
Well,
that's
see, here's
here's
the thing. Here's what I'll pay attention to is, like, we've got the nuts and bolts of the story, right? We've got the headliners, the who, what, when, where, why, how. We've got all of that. Now I'm watching the NBA's response, because when you think about Tim Donaghy, it's never Tim Donaghy. It's never Tim Donaghy. It's rogue official Tim Donaghy.
Yes.
It's disgraced official Tim Donaghy. You've never, ever, I guarantee you have never heard the term gunman Lee Harvey Oswald. You've never heard that. You've heard the lone gunman Lee Harvey Oswald.
CIA operative.
They
Lee Harvey.
those who want you to believe something say it over and over and over and over again. Lone gunman, disgraced official, rogue official. I'm watching really closely how they start referring to Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier, because if they attach any words to them, any descriptors, I know they're covering something up, because it's that idea of, if you say something enough, people will believe it's true.
Yep.
If you just say it over and over and over again. You want to tie in the Kings here. Stephen Brown, Westbrook is a turnover machine. Great. Westbrook, 3 turnovers in 2 minutes. Great. None of that is accurate. Westbrook turned the ball over 2 times in the game yesterday. He just did it in successive order. One led to a chase down block in which the Kings ultimately got the ball on the next possession. But the narrative is he's a turnover machine. The narrative, that's part of the Russell Westbrook experience. So if you say something enough that even when it's not true, you can convince somebody that it is. So watch the descriptors as the weeks and the months go by about people like Jonte Porter, Terry Rozier, Chauncey Billups. Watch the descriptors that come from the league. Read the press releases, because that will tell the story of what they probably found a month ago and didn't want us to find out.
So that
is very conspiracy theory, and I think it's all 100% true.
I think you're right, because the NBA did a full investigation on Terry Rozier, and the NBA has people who have been like senior VPs at gambling companies who work for them, and they monitor the betting markets, and any irregular activity gets flagged, and they did a full investigation into Terry Rozier and cleared him. Yet in bullet point number 7 here of Joe Pompliano, who's a sports business reporter, has this like 18 bullet point tweet about the FBI's press conference today. Bullet point number 7. The NBA says that the FBI says that NBA player Terry Rozier told the defendants that he was going to leave a game early on March 23rd, 2023 with an injury. The defendants then placed more than $200,000 of wagers on the unders for his prop bets, with Rozier leaving the game after 9 minutes. Those bets paid out tens of thousands of dollars in profits, and the defendants and Roziers counted the money at his house. The NBA did not get that? Hundreds of $1,000s on the Terry Rozier unders, and he just happened to leave after 9 minutes. The NBA said, no, it's good. And the FBI uncovered it. And also the FBI didn't tell the NBA that they were going to go arrest Terry Rozier today. That might be general incompetence. It might also be that the FBI knew that the NBA knew everything and didn't do anything about it. And they didn't want the NBA to get in the way.
On top of that, we also, if you remember, like a month ago, maybe 2, one of our friends here put it out in a tweet that although the NBA has cleared Terry Rozier,
right,
the FBI has not.
Right.
And he is still under federal investigation.
Right.
And I believe the same thing for Malik Beasley has been put out there. Chris Haynes put it out there.
I thought it was, yeah.
And like, hey, like this isn't over. And that's why people are like, hey, just trade for Terry Rozier. And like, no, don't trade for the guy.
Don't want to.
You don't want to be dragged into that mess.
It's crazy to me, and this is hindsight or whatever, or maybe this is just my paranoia, how Terry Rozier, for one, maybe Chauncey, depending on his involvement, thought they were going to get away with this. Like, it always comes to light. It feels like, unless the criminals are just running rampant, and there's hundreds of them in all these sports leagues that are doing it on a daily basis, which could be 100% true. But I'd be too paranoid to like keep doing this. The more, like, maybe you do it once or twice. Maybe you get a $500,000 off of it. Maybe it worked. The more you do it, the more attention you're going to attract, and the more the chances are you're going to get caught.
But you don't realize you're attracting the attention when that money's coming in.
Yeah, if you get away with it.
I got away with it.
Well, and because
you might not have. Somebody might be watching, because I mean, how many episodes of The Wire have we seen where it's like, no. Let that $1,000 deal go. let's see what it leads to.
Yeah.
And the $10,000 poker game leads to the $100,000 poker game, which leads to the $1 million poker game, which leads to where the big boys are.
Yeah, and if you're Terry Rozier, you're going, yeah, guys leave games with cramps all the time. Oh, guy turned his like, oh, I tweaked my, I can't finish out tonight. And yeah, back in practice tomorrow, get some work done, get some treatment, and nobody's the wiser.
It also, unless there's some extenuating circumstances that I don't know why Terry Rozier became a part of this. It is a sign of greed. I mean, how greedy can you be? You're making $100+ million, and
he made $25 million last year,
and you want to make an extra 200,000, 500,000.
Yeah,
hell, you want to make an extra $5,000. It don't even matter, like $5,000. It doesn't matter. Like you're set. The risk does not match the reward.
But we don't know that they're set though.
Yeah.
See, that's
the Beasley story told us about this dark, seedy world of people, players selling out their future earnings and taking on predatory lending, like 25, 30, 40% loans on future earnings. There are players that are so far upside down. It's why
I don't think most Americans are financially competent.
Yeah.
Like we're just not taught that. Like we're taught things in school, and I'm sure they're all very useful. Financial competence is not one of them.
Yeah.
And that's not understanding interest and not understanding how that stuff accumulates, not understanding credit card debt and what all of that stuff means. Like understanding, like when you don't understand what the damages of making a minimum payment on something can cause you, it's catastrophic for your wealth or possible wealth. And I don't believe these young men, like they all don't have Rich Pauls and CAAs and the highest level of people around them. They have, no, dog, I got Casey, I got that. I can do that for you, dog. Casey, it's me. We've known each other since 5th grade. There's a lot of those people around. And when it comes to managing money, man, oh man, this person, I'll never forget what was Kwame Brown telling me a story about how they left Allen Iverson's pay stub in the wrong locker and they put it in his. And he had never seen a number like that ever. Like that was Allen Iverson's quarterly pay stub. It's like knowing how to manage that amount of money, knowing that, hey, he just got a check for, it's obviously not the number, $10 million. He has to immediately put half away. Because at some point, if he's not paying quarterly taxes, he's going to have to pay taxes on that. So you have to put half of that $5 million away.
Yeah.
So if you, cars, mom, house, whatever, it's not 10 million, it's 5. The discipline to do that and the understanding of knowing that you have to do that, it's not taught.
Nope.
And I think there are far more NBA players and professional athletes in bad financial situations or not the best financial situations than any of us realize.
In a financial situation where somebody says, hey, all you have to do is fake a minor ankle injury and I will give you $100,000. Oh, great.
Hey,
you got it.
I've seen crazy stuff being in the locker room. I've seen crazy stuff with players. I know the Kings had a player that would call his brother, and his brother knew when he was calling and something was wrong. He'd say, hey, what's going on? Nothing. He's like, do you need help? He's like, yeah, I need help. Oh, okay. Brother would fly into town, say, everybody in the house, in the kitchen right now, I need your credit card. I need the key to your Mercedes. I need everything on the counter right now. Now, GTFO, all of you, take all their stuff, get out of the house. You don't live here. You're not getting another credit card. You're not getting another car that isn't yours. Bye. All of you, get out now. But he would have to do it every 6 months because a player couldn't say no. And that's what a lot of these guys say. They've never had money. No one ever taught them what a credit card is or what interest is. You know, like, I don't know about you guys, but like my mom had a JCPenney's card and that's it. We used it for back to school shopping and that's it. I wasn't raised with credit cards. I sure as hell don't know how to handle them. You know, in my 20s and 30s, you don't. And then but I don't have millions of dollars. And so the debt can't get so large that you never see the end of the tunnel. And that's what a lot of these players are doing.
I think that happens. Like, I think
all the time.
I think Hammer's 100% right. That debt gets so large because there's also a level of performance to it. I'm a professional athlete. Like, of course I got to have a gold chain. Of course I got to have this type of car, this type of house.
$1,000 pairs of jeans.
The new Pharrell, Louis Vuitton collection. I've got to have that walking in because we're on ESPN tonight. Well, that's fine for LeBron James because the truth is, and this is the tough part for a lot of these young guys, LeBron probably didn't pay for that.
Yeah, right.
They want LeBron walking in on that.
Yeah.
With that on. So they gave it to him. It cost you $7,000. You're an idiot. You're not there yet.
Right.
Yeah.
But the appearance of being there is so important that you go in debt buying jewelry, house, cars, clothes, things like that. And you believe, well, that second contract, especially with young guys, that second contract is coming. If you're $100 million, $200 million player, whatever it is, and you trick off that, you have the hangers on, you have all those different things Ham was referring to. It's like, yeah, you can manage that. You probably got a good enough team to where you could filter some of that stuff out. The problem is a lot of the guys who have that are the guys who are making $3 million a year and $4 million a year
or less.
And that is less because that drops you down to $2 million. You had to have an agent sign you that contract. You're probably at 1.5, which is a great living. But that ain't an NBA living.
No.
The thing
and your crew don't care.
Hang on. We're getting this in at the buzzer. You're listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app. Go ahead.
The thing that
we'll talk about the Kings in a second.
Everything everybody said was spot on, 100% correct, and it's a major problem in all these leagues. You know what I mean? All these professional leagues. What I wish and I think the leagues do to a certain degree. They got the rookie symposium stuff, so they
try.
They try. But what I would wish somebody in that locker room would do, maybe even like a Pastor Bob, who's continuously in there, say, look, man, pay attention to what has gone on before you. Pay attention. This is a smaller scale and it's something completely different. But I always just kind of shake my head like the Doc Rivers meme when I see players get traded and be like, man, it just taught me, man, there ain't no loyalty in this game. They've been doing this for 75 years, just trading players regardless of your contract, how long you've been. They've been doing it forever. Have you not been paying attention? Have you not watched sports in your life?
Yeah.
And
NBA is a business, man.
Hey, I'll tell you this too.
Like, know that
doing this forever. So I wish maybe they don't always have the resources to watch Sports Center or watch all this stuff all the time. I just wish these teams would have somebody in the locker rooms who are constantly
this is a business.
Yeah, but
or like, hey, you see from now on, you see Terry Rozier, that can happen. Don't think you're immune to that. That can happen.
Lawrence Funderburk hasn't played since 2005, right? He wrote a book literally called Hook Me Up Playa. It's about the crazy things that you're asked. People want to get you to sign up to do a restaurant. There's so many things that people are trying to get. They're trying to get you on board with because they want your brand recognition to push their products. So many of these guys lose all their money. I mean, it happened to Tim Duncan and Dirk Nowitzki. If it can happen to those two dudes where they can lose tens of millions of dollars, it can happen to anyone on your roster.
Doug, the NBA needs to seriously look at bringing in the Lawrence Funderburks once every 3 months to come talk to these teams. Because if not, and the reason why I say the NBA needs to do it is now it's starting to affect business. Because now you got these guys blowing money fast and they're looking for different ways to recover. And now it's got your company looking crazy. So you need to take every measure of your Adam Silver and all those guys to say, look, at the very least, we are going to educate them till they're tired of seeing us about the pitfalls of what can happen. Because if we just say, oh, we can't stop everybody, which you can't, but you can try harder than what you're doing right now. Because if you don't, FBI gonna start knocking on your league's door.
Yep.
They also, what they can't do is a NBA symposium. They bring all these people in, they have these conversations. What they can't do is say, here's a financial planner that you should go with. Because if that dude ends up being crooked, doesn't matter how much you vet somebody, if they end up having their own gambling problems down the road and they start pilfering money, then the NBA's on the hook. So the NBA they have to have a hands-off approach to who you go to, but they can say, hey, look, this is a good idea for you to find your own financial advisor, to find somebody that you trust, with whatever aspect of your business.
Yeah, no, I wasn't even saying like advise them. Bring Lawrence Vandenberg to talk to every team after practice.
Yeah.
Bring him in there every 3 months. Find a list of 12 guys that you want across the country to come as a friendly reminder. Like, we got to do it Odyssey. We got to take these PowerPoints every year. Like,
Bring in Antoine Walker.
Yeah.
Bring in Antoine Walker to tell you how he blew through like $90 million in the early 2000s.
Was one of the first 30 for 30s not about how all the athletes are broke?
Yeah, broke.
Yeah.
Oh, it's called Broke. Yeah.
Andre Rison was a star in that one.
Oh,
Bernie Kosar?
Bernie Kosar was in there too. Yep.
Yeah. $108 million that guy made, and he was completely bankrupt.
Man.
Antoine Wright.
Tough.
Walker.
My bad. Antoine Wright got a DUI while I was here in Sacramento.
Well,
that was an interesting practice.
So did Eric Musselman. So it's fine.
My goodness.
Oh, there's a list.
Yeah, right.
There's a long list.
Well, at least they didn't blow 20-point leads in the season opener. Am I right?
Am I right?
Man.
Good segue.
Thanks.
At least we're consistent, right? Like at least we don't have to think of something new to say. We could just run back what we did last year when they blew 20-point leads. Right.
I was talking to James yesterday, and I'm like, I need them to win tonight because I feel like everything I've had to say about the Kings has been so negative for 5 months.
Yeah.
Like I need a Kings win tonight. Like, let's get the vibes going. It's Phoenix. You got a winnable game. We can get to 2-0. And then you got the Lakers who, no LeBron. Okay. And like, you can start to paint this path forward. They're up 20 last night. They're playing well. It's like, oh God, let's go. Like, didn't think they were necessarily going to win by 20 just because it's tough in the NBA, but man, they're playing. And then just watching, all right, down to 15. Because there was that minute they'd get it under 20. And then the Kings got it back to 20.
Yeah.
And he down to 15. Oh, Kings back to 20. He's like, cool. All right. They're keeping him at arm's length. I'm taking notes. I've got all this. And then it just back to 15. Oh, okay. That's not bad. Oh, it's at 12. Oh, it's at 10. Like, oh no. Oh, it's 5.
12 was definitely the moment where I was like, oh,
yeah. Yeah. And then the wheels just fell off instead. It's like, oh.
Yeah,
right.
12 went to -4 really
like
quickly.
That.
really quickly.
And that was it again, all the good stuff in the first half still counts. Like I still wrote like that still all matter. We talked about a lot of it today. But in terms of okay, I see it. That's game 1. I see it. It's just like, man, that's such a disappointing way for that game to end.
Man, that was tough. That was a tough loss, man. They the way that I see it, and we'll talk about it throughout the day, is just they fell asleep at the wheel for about a good 9 minutes. I thought they were playing so well and things were coming so easy to them that they kind of looked around and they said, we cooking right now. Phoenix ain't very good. Like, they'll go away. Like, we're cooking. And they fell asleep. They let off the gas. And something that we don't often do, it's not absolving the Kings of their mishap, but something we don't often do is you got to salute the Suns. They didn't stop playing. They didn't fold up their tent, and they came out in that third quarter with a level of intensity and physicalness and physical game that the Kings, just because they were coasting, weren't ready for, and they got them. They caught them slipping. I thought the Kings did a good job after the third quarter, really in that fourth quarter, of waking back up and meeting the intensity and physicality of the game.
I agree. That could have
at that point, it was you'd already given them life.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
The snowball was going downhill.
The Zach LaVine hit a jumper with 6:36 to go in the third quarter. They made it 84-70. Stretch the league back to 14 from 12. By 3:55, Dylan Brooks hit a 2 that cut the lead to 5. I mean, it was just, and that's LaVine missed 3. Saric missed 2.
Gonna have to be more specific.
Zach LaVine traveling.
Oh,
And
that
a
was
Maxime
so
Reno
bad.
turnover.
That Levine travel was it was just so like dumb and
It was so
minuscule. Where it's
careless.
like, oh god,
I was
he
annoyed.
really did just move his foot. Just
It's
like such a silly call that had no impact on anything. It's like, no, he did. He moved his. He literally walked.
I don't want to not reviewing the 3 was egregious.
Yeah.
So I don't want to. I don't want to harp on that traveling call as like this game changing call. But at the same time, I feel like I see players do that 10 times a game.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like
he traveled like hell. Like he definitely did. But man, it was like, oh, are we calling that?
LeBron
now?
does it 9 out of 10 times he touches the basketball. But
just switch the pivot foot real quick. Like, hey, you can't do that. Oh,
that I want to talk a little bit about that 3 too, because it didn't cost him the game, but the whole scenario was so ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, you make the call that it was a 2. Whatever you thought you saw. All right, cool. That should be, you mentioned it earlier, stop play at that moment because it's under 2 minutes. It affects strategy and everything.
Of course.
Stop it. Go look. He doesn't do that, right? So then the Kings foul, something happened, they foul. Yeah, because the game was late. So they foul.
Made it 118,
Doug Christie in the bench is getting on it. Go look at the tape again. They're getting on this ref like, yo, what's up? That was a 3. Are we checking that? Like, hey, Russell Westbrook, all these, hey, what are we doing? Are we checking that? And no, it was a 2. I'm telling you, it was a 2-pointer.
Well,
bro, what? And then
rogue official.
And then to see those 2 things happen where we're like, oh, like that look, can we review that? No, we're not reviewing it. Damn, he's pretty definitive. All right. And then you see the replay, and it's not even close.
Wasn't even remotely close.
It's like,
Not
what
even-
the hell?
On stuff like that, I feel like I say, I need a different angle. It showed the first second, I was like, oh, that is not close. And then I kept waiting for the review. I'm like, man, they're letting a lot of this game happen before review.
And his definitive nature is what's so crazy
the way
that.
the
Like I
ref
said.
that went on the court, he was like, no, it's a 2. It's a 2.
And then, like I said, when I saw him talking to the players, like, no, it's a 2. Leave me alone. I saw it. It's a 2.
Have we gotten the last
Oh,
2
are
minute
you
report
crazy?
yet?
No, I just checked. It's not out yet.
Rogue official Tyler Ford has been named in the FBI investigation.
Yeah, Tyler Ford.
Hey, I said this to Matt George earlier because he reached out and said, it's something. Oh, he mentioned what James was talking about, how that play, like the Suns covered by that point. And my response was, well, if we're gonna play that game, DeMar DeRozan was 4 of 9 from the free throw line. I mean, if we're gonna just
that puts it on the players and not the officials.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Look,
Games were, I mean, losing a game by, was it 4?
Yeah.
3.5 spread. Jesus Christ. Losing a game by 4 when you shoot 56.5% from the free throw line.
That's tough,
brutal.
Man. What was the number? The not the percentage number, but they made how many?
13 to 23.
Yeah, that's unacceptable.
Man. Oh,
the Suns made 20 of 28. They were 71%.
7 points.
That's not even that good.
Yeah.
They still beat you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to. What did Cardwell shoot in the 4th?
His actually don't count because he missed so badly.
Yeah, he hit one.
Did he go all backboard on a
all
free
backboard?
Throw?
All backboard.
That was.
And then the second one was perfect.
Shout out to a friend of ours. The G-man call of that free throw was spectacular.
Oh no!
I almost got hurt.
It was absolutely incredible. Gary Gerald was mortified. Think about that. This man has been calling ass basketball for 40 years.
Since 1985.
And this man was mortified by a free throw attempt that was shot in 2025. Oh my gosh. Shout out to the G-man. That was incredible.
Man, that was an awful free throw.
It's like Michael the Animal Smith free throws where he would get there and then all of a sudden he'd start leaning. And everyone, you start leaning with him. You're like, no, where the hell is he going? Where's he going?
No. Go back.
Yeah,
Oh,
so bad.
just
It's like
slammed
there
it
was
off
a
the
clip on
backboard.
Sunday if you were watching Red Zone at the right time. I think they showed Raiders Chiefs on Red Zone. Why? I don't know.
I
Probably
even
because,
turned red zone. when
probably
that
because
came
the
on.
Chiefs were running around on him. But Scott Hansen goes, "Yep, the field goal's good." Is the goalpost crooked? I think they need to check the goalpost. And then they come back to it. I don't know if it was an optical illusion or what, but the goalpost was crooked. That was Dylan's free throw last night.
Yeah.
It was an optical illusion of
basket was
badness.
crooked.
Oh man, and
That
it
was tough.
marred.
It was
I
tough
don't want to
for our
say he
guy.
played great, but he did some good
Nah,
stuff.
he
out
I
there.
thought he played
I
well.
thought he was
Okay.
really good.
Here's a. Did he earn minutes on Friday?
Yeah,
I think so too.
Well, so
Yeah.
does Domantas Sabonis' absence helps him earn
Oh,
minutes
no doubt.
on Friday, too.
No doubt. No doubt.
Well,
I
the
think
fact
he
that you're
does-
playing 3 7-footers on the front line.
Or
All
Black.
right. Well, Dylan Cardwell was asked, and he shouldn't play then.
No, I thought he was good.
I thought he was too.
good. And I thought Doug tipped his hand a little bit earlier this week. Maybe it was after FanFest because he was asked about Dylan singing Mariah Carey at FanFest, and he said something along the lines of, "Man," he kind of smiled and he goes, "Yeah, Dylan keeps surprising me on and off the court." and that caught my attention, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." And to see, when he got up for the scorers table, it was like, okay, he's doing something that's getting Doug's attention.
Yeah.
And while we're talking about the big men, block shots are useless, right?
Yeah.
We're all is everybody in agreement that
I've
a
said
block
that
shot is
forever.
useless?
I've said that forever.
Okay.
They're the worst stat.
All right.
Except
Yeah.
for Russ's chase down block. That
Why
was
do we
cool.
say
That
they
was
were
fire.
useless?
Because they blocked like 4 of them that just wound up back in the Suns' hands and giving them points.
Second chance
They
points
weren't
on
able to
non-rebounding.
they weren't able to secure the ball after the block shots.
Yeah, they're not bad. It's just not like an indicator of like
Like a
Great
steal,
defense.
you took the ball away.
It's a true
A
turnover.
block, a block shot. The ball could have gone anywhere. Right now, the chase down, resulted in the ball went dead. They didn't score on that possession, so you can the Suns didn't score on that possession, so you can feel however you want
the
to.
Russell
about
Westbrook block was a thumbs up. The rest of them,
The
Ass.
turnover
That's
that
right.
led to the chase down
it.
block.
Oh, man,
Oy
Right.
vey, everybody.
Russ had the exact opposite of the Jake LaRavia start to his Kings career.
Yeah.
It was like
true that.
one tough shot and 2 like immediate turnovers. Again, didn't turn the ball over again the rest of the game.
yeah.
Just turned the
Out the
ball over
gate.
twice the
Ugh.
second he stepped on the floor. And it was like, oh god.
So the thing.
Hey,
about,
credit to the Kings. Sorry. 7 turnovers, I think in the first quarter. They got that completely under control the rest of the game. I
Yeah.
think they ended with 13. I mean, not thinking, no, 13. They ended the game with 13.
so
7 were in the first.
The thing with the block shot though is, and I'm gonna go old school, OG, kind of thought process on this. I remember Bill Russell saying this all the time. He'd be like,
Oh, your rival.
my rival. He would say like, yeah, I'm watching the game today, and people, and they block the shot and they send it into the second row and they screaming and flexing all this other stuff. They get the ball right back.
Yeah.
What are you doing? If you really want to deter the shot and play good defense, block the shot, secure
Grab
it
it.
afterwards.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I saw that the one that stands out to me. It was a good, and it was great to see. Like, cool, it's great. Eubanks spikes the ball into the out of bounds in the first
Wow.
quarter,
Mhm.
and yeah, they get the ball right back.
Well, you
I
know,
don't know if
Yeah.
they scored or not on that possession, but that's something where if you're there and you can block the shot, you don't have to spike it into the second row.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to see that because
Mhm.
it's dope. Because
I think
There's
there's
people
times.
hyped
I think
up,
there's
but-
times where an emphatic block it works like an emphatic dunk in terms of
yeah,
like
you're
momentum and getting
showing
the crowd
that there's
into it.
someone to protect the rim. Don't
Yeah.
come in here.
But at the
Right.
same time, I would also take just like a got a piece, got an outlet pass, and we're off running.
You know who did that last night though? Like 4 times.
Victor Wembanyama.
That's why the league is over.
Bro.
Oh my gosh.
So he just took the ball out of the sky.
The one where
I don't even know if it was
the
a block shot. It must was an interception.
the one. Well, there was
Wemby
the,
leads the league in interceptions.
the one where he
More
like
than the
dribbles
Niners.
in and like does that. What do you call it? The tween.
Tween,
Did
tween.
that little step back 3 after a block. And then there was the one where he pump fakes and puts it on the deck and reverse
That
dunk
was
without
The
That's
reverse
jumping.
dunk was stupid.
What are we
That's one of the
doing here?
stupidest. That's one of the
Why are we
dumbest
doing
plays
that?
in
The
NBA
alley oop,
history.
the alley oop where he
God.
caught the ball and like hammered it, and he's like got a duck under the
Yeah.
rim. You're like, oh, dude,
Oh my goodness, this dude, he really is an alien.
he's
Doesn't even make
crazy.
sense.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be so much
It
fun.
doesn't even.
I need
really
proof
is an
Victor
alien.
Wembanyama's from Earth.
Yeah,
Hey,
Where's his birth certificate?
can we get?
Where is his birth certificate? Why
I
are
need
they
to
hiding
see
it? Has anybody ever seen Wemby's birth certificate?
Pablo,
Pablo.
Pablo, help!
Pablo's gonna tweet in an hour. You guys aren't gonna believe this.
aspiration
Wem-
made
Wem-
Victor
right.
Wembanyama.
Wemby.
In a lab.
Wemby's a robot. He
Really
doesn't
growing
shower with the
trees.
guys. Yeah.
Wemby
We're
last
growing
night.
Wembanyamas.
There's a couple of non-Kings things I want to get to. I know you guys have 4 hours of Kings coming up on D-Lo and KC. Wemby last night. What?
Sorry, I apologize. That wasn't professional. Zabo said Victor Hussein Wembanyama, not last.
Stop. 40 points, 15 boards,
Oh,
an assist, a steal, 3 blocks on 15 of 21 from the field,
in 30 minutes.
and 1 of 2 from 3. That's the one that jumps out to me. Victor Wembanyama learned how to do offense without having to be on the perimeter.
with monks.
And
He
Hakeem
learned how to
Olajuwon.
do it with monks.
I was
Not
waiting for
Malik's.
him
Not
on a
Malik's.
free throw attempt to just reach out and drop it in.
That's-
I was like, I think he can
Little
reach.
finger roll, little
I think he
finger
can
roll.
just go like this and drop it in on a
The
free throw
finals
attempt.
are going to end like Space Jam.
Yeah.
Like Wemby's going to be in the air and his arm is just going to
People are going to be
outstretch.
holding onto his legs, and he's just going to keep stretching.
And nobody's
He's going to have the first ever 3-point dunk in history.
Amazing.
And that
How
ref
would
will
you-
call it a 2.
Yeah, it was a 2.
It
I
was a
saw
2.
it.
I saw it.
Leave me alone. I saw it.
Also, VJ Edgecombe, while we're
Oh.
talking about players. Holy smokes, brother.
Ooh,
34, 7, 3, and a steal on 13 of 26.
He is a
man.
problem.
My partner might have been
Yikes.
onto something when
He-
he came to the
Holy
Philadelphia
problem.
76ers.
Smokes.
And he got that boy Maxi back there with him too.
And it turns out
What, 40?
And Joel Embiid's still there.
Okay, well,
He was so
Turns-
bad
he's gone
last
a little
night.
too
Turns
far.
out Joel Embiid
Gone a little
passed
too
away
far.
this offseason, and
Yeah, Joel Embiid can't move and play in the paint right now.
he
so.
cannot.
Yeah.
He looked. He
Yeah.
looked so bad
Poor guy.
yesterday.
Poor
Egg is
guy.
cooked.
Yeah, it looks like it's
Like
it's a wrap.
he, like, and it's not his stat line. Like, Buddy couldn't
Yeah.
He can't move.
move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Change your name to Saran because it's a wrap.
Well, that's
He
gotta
went
be
full Ralph Sampson.
It was, yeah, that was bad.
that's gotta be tough to like. You were the process. That was your city. That was your team, and now you're just kind of watching it go
But-
to the other guy as you're still there.
Not even that. 3
LeBron,
years
leave
ago,
LeBron
you
out
were
of
the
this.
MVP.
Yeah.
For 5 years, you were one of the 3 best players in the league.
And now it's over.
And one of the highest, like when you look at what Joe and Giannis and Jokic did during that stretch, and then you look at that, we got Jokic tonight. Giannis had like 37 and 14 last night. And now Joel doesn't look like he has a pulse. That's awful.
That
It's
was
so bad.
Yeah.
And the second they said they were operating on his knee last year, we started saying, I think it's over.
Yeah, maybe. And then he played this summer or last summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last summer
Ugh,
thing was really
like,
bad.
brother, what are we-
Yeah.
Joel tried going up
It's-
against Xavier Tillman yesterday. Dribble, not really moving. Goes up for a shot, blocked. Oh, brother.
He legit
Well,
looked
that's-
like Joel Embiid at 44 years old trying to play professional
Oh,
basketball.
man.
Look, the thing about it, like with him playing in that Olympics, we talk about, why'd he do it? You guys know.
I think he knew.
Yeah, this might be my
Oh,
shot.
yeah, for sure.
This is my
yeah,
one
yeah.
shot at a gold
Yeah.
medal. Like
Yeah.
I'm getting after.
No,
it.
you
Next
might.
one
you-
is
you
2028.
absolutely be
Yeah.
right.
I think that's 100% what happened. Also, last NBA note from last night. Clippers, anyone?
Damn, that was crazy. to
The
see.
hell was that?
They were getting
The hell
stomped
was
out.
that?
That was
What was the
crazy.
score at halftime? I got it in our
78
notes.
to 40.
I think you
got
said
it here
79-48.
somewhere.
79-48. They were
They
down
were getting
31.
Stomped out. That was crazy to see.
78-47.
Couldn't. It was bad. Whatever it was bad. Apparently, I don't have it in
I
my
thought you
notes.
said
was
79-48.
78-47 was the score at halftime.
Okay.
Oh,
You know the
By the
worst part?
Jazz.
The Jazz. That's the other part. It's not just the Clippers. It's the Jazz.
If you want to see apparently the best
Boy,
team in
are
the
we
Western
in trouble
Conference,
tomorrow
we'll
night.
see at Golden One Center.
Jeez.
Are the Jazz the Colts of the NBA?
Well, this is the yearly Jazz start off 9-2 and finish 19-60.
And then they go, this is too many wins already.
That's
They've
great.
done it for 3 consecutive years now.
That's great because it's the
Hey,
yearly Kings 0-4.
Shout out to Jesse's guy, Neemias Queta. He had a really good game against Embiid. So starting for the Celtics, 17-8.
It was a chair.
Yeah.
It was a chair. He was
Hey, you
out.
got
Fouled
the full
out.
experience as a 17-8, and he fouled out.
In 25 minutes.
D'Lo and KC coming up next. I'm sure a lot of Kings. Some stuff on the NBA betting stuff.
Yeah, I think we'll
I'm
cover
just
that a little bit.
probably all right. For James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the insider. Shout out to
We'll
Jesse
talk
Tapia.
about that. You bet.
Drink water, be nice to people.
Casey really thought he got that joke off.
He did.
Like, this
No,
is
he
gonna
did.
kill.
Hey,
This
I
is
needed
gonna
to.
kill.
We were talking about I want to highlight this chat real quick because I meant to do it and I keep forgetting, and it's very appropriate now that you guys are here. TC has a theory that on the play where Russell Westbrook dribbled into the paint, looked off Nick Clifford wide open in the corner to take a contested jumper, that was Russ showing Nick like, I see you, but watch me in killer mode. Here's how to be in killer mode,
bro.
and so that's a theory. And so I did a little bit on that. And our guy Chief of Wolverines said this in the chat.
Wow.
Oh,
Goodbye,
I missed
everyone.
that.
What's up, everybody? Chatty House, what's good, baby? Chester, what's good? Kyle, what's happening? TC.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is do your search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
That's all the young Zell we get today.
Damn, really thought we was gonna have a young Zell party up in here, man.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, we welcome you in here to the Thursday, October 23rd edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Alongside executive producer.
What are you doing with him?
We are here, man. Just to set the table, as they say in the game here. Coach Brennan Marion is going to be with us coming up at 12:15. I say that here at what is the top of our show, so all of the journalists from both Sacramento, Montana, and the different fans of the franchises of the universities, they can plan their day.
Yes.
Coach will be with us around 2:15. He also has a lot of meetings that happen throughout the day. Sometimes that gets pushed to 2:30, 2:45. Just know that Coach is going to be with us. So if you want to clip it and what did Jake say yesterday? What's the fact check it? If you want to take, I'm just got y'all. It's coming up.
Yeah, man.
So y'all can do that.
Yeah. And the time for talk is almost over. That's the great thing about all time for talk is almost over. They play tomorrow night, baby.
Almost. Almost. Oh man, you know, one thing we didn't talk about, and we'll do our best. Obviously, you know, we're in Sacramento. The NBA season has started. We're talking Kings basketball. I felt, man, right around halftime, I thought, man, I said out loud, this is just so good for us. Like this is just going to be so good for the show tomorrow. It's going to be so good for Friday. Like this, it's not going to wash away anything. There's no, we learned something. There's no, I told you. It's just, if you can, you know, I didn't think they'd hold a 20-point lead through 48 minutes. But I thought the way that they were playing, they'd hold a 10-plus lead, a 10-plus point lead for 48 minutes. And I felt, I just started to think, all right, close this out. You get to the fourth quarter, you still got a double-digit lead. I think we're going to be in great shape. And I think maybe for the first time, the vibes will be a little bit different on Friday. You'll have the home opener. You'll be going against the team. Obviously, Utah went out there and they beat the crap out of the Los Angeles Clippers. You're coming off of what is beating a bad like the Suns aren't good. Like that's, I think of all of the different frustrations, and there is a long list of them. The Suns they're awful.
Yeah, that's not a good part.
Like watching them play yesterday, they stink. Dylan Brooks, shut your whole ass up and make some drums, man. Your team is terrible. He ain't say nothing that whole game until they got the lead. Then he started barking at DeMar, and it's like, all right. And I'm watching it like, okay. And I'm trying to look at this objectively, like, okay, I went in here with the preconceived notion that this Suns team is bad. They played bad in the first half. Maybe this is a good basketball team. They're not. The Kings lost to a bad basketball team, and you said something earlier, and it upset me so much that you said credit to the Suns for sticking around. And of course, because you know what annoyed me so much about what you said is I guarantee you, Book, Dylan Brooks, Jordan, not somebody said they're not going to keep doing this. Zach LaVine's shooting like crazy. DeMar's shooting like crazy. They're not going to keep doing this. They have no help on the interior. I'm sorry. Doug's big adjustment is going to go to a rookie. Guys, just keep playing ball. Just keep playing our ball. They're not going to be able to sustain this. And they didn't. They were right. And I feel like that was the message the Phoenix Suns gave each other. They're not going to be able to sustain this. Just keep playing our game. And ultimately, that's what they did. Shots stopped falling for Sacramento. The ball started moving a little bit different. Shots kept not falling. DeMar did, all he could to kind of get them back on track. Zach LaVine never really found that fire that he had in the first half. Malik Monk never really found that fire. Keon Ellis, there's going to be a lot said about the minutes Keon Ellis played, or maybe better stated, the minutes that Keon Ellis didn't play. And it's just walking away from it like, man, they had it. They had it. And I really feel like for the first time since the end of last season, it would have changed the feeling around this team heading into Friday. Instead, it just amplifies what everybody was already feeling.
Yeah, I mean, that was tough to see. Like you said, they had it. They had it right there. They were playing really good basketball in that first half. And in that third quarter, the Suns picked it up and probably looked at it the way that you said. But I think that's what happens a lot of the time in the NBA, outside of like the top teams, like the number one teams in the nation, or excuse me, in the league. Somebody look at Dallas last year, like they're not going to keep playing like this in a game like that.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas is a middling team, which is what the Kings
Mm-hmm.
are. They're a middling team. They're not, super sorry, but they're not a top team. And that's the message to these guys all the time. And that's also one of those things where I think Phoenix in that first half couldn't buy a three. And, I was thinking this as the game was going on. Look, 20 points isn't what it used to be or what we used to think it was be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? 20 points can be cut to 10 in a heartbeat with 3 threes. They were 3 of 17, talking about Phoenix in the first half from beyond the arc. Pick up the intensity on the defensive end, hit a couple more threes. They'll start falling a little bit, and we're right back in this thing. And we can take them into deep waters if we need to. But that happens. And I'm not excusing them at all. I think it was about a 5-6 minute window. I said earlier, maybe about a 9-minute window where Phoenix turned up the physicality in the entire game, but especially on the defensive end. I was watching that and I was like, man, they're fouling all over the place. Royce O'Neal, Dylan Brooks, Connor Gillespie, all these. I'm like, yo, they fouling, but they're turning up the intensity of that game. And the Kings had it on cruise control. Things were coming so easily to them in that first half. They took their foot off the gas, and that gave the opening that Phoenix needed to be able to get back into that game. And at that point, they had all the confidence they needed to keep that going. Like we talked about, I think the Kings did a good job of snapping out of it. And the last 9 minutes or so of that game was just two teams competing. I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's bad basketball, whatever. Maybe. I'm not saying it was championship basketball, but these guys were competing. They were getting after it, both teams.
Mm-hmm.
And just a little, the Kings had already given them enough confidence to be able to bring that one home. That was disappointing to see.
One thing that we really didn't get to discuss with the insiders is I thought Nick Clifford played really well. Especially on the defensive end. His stat line isn't going to show, the stellar, rookie debut that if you look around the league, you're going to see a handful of them. It's not going to show that. But given what the Kings needed, given the fact he started, I found myself on Twitter last night because I was very curious as to who was starting for the Sacramento Kings. Mm-hmm. So when we got that push notification from the Kings PR account, I immediately clicked on it and saw, okay, Nick is going. Mm-hmm. Found some other things along the way. But that's how I got there. I was genuinely, how is Doug going to approach this? I assumed I knew. Mm-hmm. I thought it was going to be Drew and Dario. Mm-hmm. DC decided to go with Nick. And it was like, all right, man, he's seeing something. That's more than anything, that's a lot of trust. Yeah. Doug knows what was at stake last night. He knows what's at stake for this season. and he knows everybody. I don't know that as many people had their eye on the 5 spot, especially because, there's already open speculation about whether Domas, I know James was talking about this. I think it was yesterday on the Insiders. Domas is going to try to play tomorrow. No, they're not saying internally he's going to push, see if he can go tomorrow. And, then you got the game Sunday. So I think the 5 spot is already like, all right, Domas is going to be back, and he's probably going to be back really, really soon, whether it's Friday, whether it's Sunday, whatever. He's going to be back soon. But the 4 spot, we know it's going to be a while before Keegan returns. So what Doug did yesterday, I thought was going to be of great interest to Kings fans. And I don't know that he could have had a more pleasing name in the starting lineup. I know a lot of Kings fans were excited about that, and rightfully so. But given what they needed, I thought Nick delivered.
Yeah,
I thought he had some really good defensive moments in the first half.
Yeah,
or in the game in general, but really in the first half.
Absolutely. I thought he did a good job. He rebounded the ball well for, maybe playing out of position a couple of times. He was fine as a rookie. I agree with Malik. Probably want him to be a little bit more aggressive, shooting the ball a little bit. But that'll come with time. That'll absolutely come with time.
Yeah.
But I thought he was really good in the game last night. The one of the concerning performances that I saw last night was from Maxime Reynaud. You guys know I've been a big advocate for him, thinking that he should play, think he should get opportunity. One of the things that I did see or hear when the draft process was going on about him was that he was soft. The game got physical, and he didn't match up. He was good offensively in summer league, but remember we talked about I didn't like his rebounding or lack thereof, even in summer league. I was like, he's not forceful enough. 7-2. I need you on the boards.
Yeah.
I need you dominating the boards.
I think we were doing a play-by-play of one of those games.
Yeah.
Where it was just like, hey, get more physical.
Yeah. And that's when it started to show itself a little bit. Last night, I talk about the third quarter, and I talk about how the Suns started to pick up the intensity and pick up the physicality. Maxine had no shot last night. No shot. Doug had to get him out immediately. Now, this is the young man's first game. He can grow on this. He can grow on this. But that was concerning to see last night, because I think some of that is a little bit in his DNA about the type of basketball he likes to play. So hopefully he can, grow from that, learn from it, get better. But I would, as happy as I was to see the performance of Nick Clifford, I was a little disappointed in what I saw from Maxime Reynaud when the game got tight, when the game got physical.
Yeah, and that was kind of James's thing all off season. It's like he just might not be ready for this role. And I don't know how you increase a player's toughness, right? Like we know it's not the same. It's not the same. But with Domas, we were told by a player development coach once. It might have been Doug when Doug was an assistant coach. He's like, no, we're gonna beat Domas's ass during warmups. Like this, like when the game starts, it's going to be the easiest part of Domas's night. This is going to be the most difficult. The Barbosa and those guys in DC, they're going to make his 15-minute routine as miserable as possible, and he's going to play through it. And I don't know if that's what you have to do with Max to toughen him up, because I don't know how you toughen up a player who's entering the league for the first time, who doesn't know the physicality of the league yet, who doesn't know, the physicality of other 4s and 5s and just the physicality in general of NBA basketball. I don't know how you handle that process in practice, because Doug pointed out during training camp prior to their first game, Well, yeah, we need to go against somebody who doesn't care about us. We're going at it all day, but we care about one another.
Mhm.
There's a certain level of he didn't use this term. There's a certain level of sensitivity you show to your teammates. Just no matter your competitive level, there's a certain level of like we're teammates, we're working on this thing together. We need to go against somebody who doesn't give a damn about how we feel, whether we're bruised. We need to go against somebody who does that. So I don't know how you toughen up, so to speak, a player like Maxime Reno in practice.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And
other than send Leandro Barbosa at him.
Right. And if it happens, it's not going to happen by Friday. It's not going to happen by Sunday.
Right.
This is something.
It's not going to happen by Christmas.
Yeah, it's going to take a while. It might take the entire year. It might be something where he gets his taste of NBA action, comes back, after the summer, and puts on more muscle, gets used. It could be a long process to get him up to speed. I still think he should play. He should get an opportunity to play. He should get out there when the opportunity presents itself. But you got to be mindful of that. You got to be careful of when you put him in those games, put him in those moments.
I think when Domas and Keegan return, those opportunities will be pretty minimal.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if Max is a G League guy for now, meaning get minutes, go play basketball.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that helps with the end game of being tougher and all those different things. But that was kind of a standout thing where it's like, yeah, maybe when the big fella gets back and maybe when Keegan returns, because I still think you have a lot of use for Maxime Reno with Domantas Sabonis in the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
That could be really unique and may even be better suited for him right now.
Yeah.
But when they're both back, yeah, maybe not so much.
So here's the crazy thing about it, because I thought, like I said, he could play from the start. The G League might serve him well. That might help him out and get him acclimated to the professional game, get him acclimated to the physicality of the professional game a little bit more than just being on the roster and not really getting that much tick. But I thought Eubanks did an all right. Like, he did good for being Drew Eubanks. He was fine last night. Is he always going to be top flight? Of course not, because he's got limitations. But I thought he did good. He didn't hurt the team, I didn't feel like. But Dylan Cardwell, who I was not high on coming out of Summer League. Like, I looked at some of the things I saw from his game, and I was like, that's a G League guy. He might serve better on the NBA level than Maxime Reno, because the things that Dylan is good at and what he was able to show last night, for a lack of a better term, those are things you don't need to work on. Like, if we send him to the G League, I don't necessarily need Dylan Cardwell to work on his offensive game. Like, I don't need him to work on his drop step and do all that stuff. I need him on the NBA level to be what he was last night in that fourth quarter: a rim protector, a versatile defender, a rebounder, a finisher, like lobs or, dump off passes and stuff like that. He can do that on the NBA level today. Maxime needs to go down there to work on his professional game a little bit. But Dylan was really impressive. I was impressed with the way that he played last night. And as a role of a backup center, or maybe even a third center in some situations, once Domantas Sabonis comes back, yeah, he can do that. Like, or at the very least, I like to see him get more opportunity at that, because him finishing the game last night, the way it was going and how physical it was, that was impressive to me. Good job by him.
Yeah, he needs to get at the line a little bit. I'm sure DeMar will happily grab him and say, hey, man, we're going to go shoot free throws for the next 45 minutes. Because DeMar with a really uncharacteristically bad night at the free throw line. And again, when you look at, storylines, right, for the Kings, like if we just blanketed this out into different stories, Kings blow a 20-point lead. Okay. There's a story. Kings shoot poorly from the free throw line in a close game. Got it. There's a story. Kings out-rebounded. Particularly the offensive end was bad. I think it was 18-9. Second chance points were I think they had 28 second chance points, the Suns. 28 second chance points for the Suns. Storylines. Man, these all sound familiar, bro. Like how many? I mean, was it last year or the year before that they led the league in blown 20-point leads?
The year before, yeah.
Okay, well, they're great. Yay, we're off to leading the league in another category this year. These are all like recycled storylines, and if I was looking for a reason to be pessimistic, or if I was looking for a reason to be upset, it'd be like we're talking about the same things we're always talking about. It doesn't. That line, we're talking about the same things we're always talking about. That's going to factor in about 10 minutes when we discuss Keon Ellis. But it's just coach, player, trade, no trade, firing, no firing. The same tendencies seem to. It's like it's Sacramento. It's like it's the jersey. It's not even the players at this point.
Right. It's
like De'Aaron Fox. He's led teams that have. De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis have led plenty of teams that have blown 20-point leads. Neither one of those guys were on the floor in the Kings uniform last night. Mike Brown was the coach 2 years ago when they led the league in 20-point blown leads. Doug Christie's the coach now. Monty McNair was the general manager. Now Scott Perry's the general manager, but it's the same thing that seems to be plaguing this team, which is the thing that I think will drive Kings fans crazy the most, is it doesn't matter who's wearing the uniform. It seems like we're talking about the same things. And that was, I wondered if, when the game got close, I thought if they hold on and win by, let's say it's the Kings that win by 4 instead of the Suns that win by 4.
Okay.
Same thing, still up 20, but win by 4. I wondered if the overall tone would be negative because they blew a 20-point lead to a bad team. And I mean, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I would love to find out. Unfortunately, we can't. But I feel like the anything other than that, a big victory would have resulted in kind of a flat response. Because last night, to me, is probably really encompassing of what this Kings season is going to be like. We just got it all in one game. We got the hot shooting. At some point, that hot shooting is going to happen in the second half instead of the first. And if it's happening in the second half, you're probably winning that game. The second half 3-point shooting, that's going to happen. They're going to shoot 18, 19, 20% from 3, and they're going to get their ass kicked. That's going to happen a lot this year. And so is the shooting 45 to 50% from 3. That's good. It just all happened in one single game, which happened to be the opener.
Yeah. And, we'll talk about it as the day goes along. I know no excuses. You play who you play, all this other stuff. They were missing 2 of their starters. And in effect, because of the starters being down, they lost another rotational guy in Isaac Jones. Cardwell and Maxine probably wouldn't play if everybody was there.
Yeah.
And those are the breaks. Like, nobody's crying for you.
Break it up.
Nobody's crying for you, nothing like that. But that's the reality of the situation as well, though. They were playing with guys that at least one guy, maybe 2 guys that wouldn't even have seen the floor if everybody was there.
Yeah.
Man, they got him last night, combined with everything else that was going on, missed free throws and stuff like that. So
12 minutes. A lot of Kings fans are going to be talking about that number. 12 minutes. That's what Keon Ellis played. I feel like the explanation is pretty simple, but it's not going to do for a lot of different people. I listened to Doug Christie this morning in the post-game press conference, I listened to Doug Christie, his comments last night. I listened to them this morning. And And they sound familiar.
Hmm.
Which is it's just going to cause me to ask everybody some questions. So we'll do that. And we'll continue to talk Kings. We'll open up the phone lines for you. Let us know how you feel. We'll take a look around the league. We'll, continue to talk about this developing story an active NBA coach has been arrested for gambling. Like an active NBA coach.
Hey, where's Coach at?
Bro. Man. We will cover all of this as best as we can here. I mentioned Coach Brennan Marion is going to be with us. It's Thursday. Matt George is going to be with us as well. Final hour of the show. We're so happy you're here with us. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Mike Brown told me not to play him. That was funny. So, guys, I don't know if you've heard. Imagine what that group text was like.
Oh my gosh. When were you, because I saw it later. When did that happen? That was probably like about 6 o'clock our time.
Well, this thing,
It was before that.
Yeah, a lot of those guys probably just woke up to that news.
Mhm.
That's what I was thinking. Like,
Yeah, I saw
Like, oh, time to get breakfast. Wait, what?
I think it was it was before 7 because I was working out, but I wasn't on the bike. So it was between 6 and 7, or I wasn't on the treadmill. And Sam retweeted something that I looked at and was like, what is this? So I opened Sam's tweet, and the first tweet I saw was Pablo. Pablo tweeted that Terry Rozier was arrested. And I was like, yo, what? And then a few minutes later, Sham's tweet went out that Terry Rozier was arrested. And then, like, I don't know how many minutes later it was that Chauncey Billups was also arrested. I feel like it was a little while later that Chauncey Billups was arrested. But that was like 6 something this morning.
that was crazy.
Yeah. We were just speculating what the group chat was like in the Blazers.
Well,
Blazers players group chat.
You think there was anyone like, oh, I might play now?
Maybe. I mean, self-preservation, everybody looking out for themselves. It's also like Jesse pointed this out because we were trying to timeline this thing. It was between 6 and 7 a.m. when this story really, really, really started to cook. Them brothers was asleep.
yeah.
They woke up to their coach being in jail.
Some people, first thing you do, wake up, scroll Twitter real quick.
Yeah.
And you wake up, wait, yeah.
You imagine them guys waking up and there's like 110 messages from like your general manager and your front office, and we don't even know if they got the heads up. They may have
Right.
just
It might
like,
have
how
just
did they
happen?
There was one guy too. So
did they find out that Chauncey Billups was arrested when Chauncey Billups was arrested and the FBI told us?
Some of the players definitely did.
Oh, my
Absolutely
God.
did.
There's one guy in that group chat too. So does this mean do we go to practice today or?
Well, you must have immediately there had to have been a message from someone in your front office. Hey guys, show up to practice as normal. We'll
Is
talk
this a
about this
snow
when
day?
you get here. We'll talk about this when you get here. Where is it would be even crazier if Portland was on the road or something. Where's Portland play tomorrow?
The Warrior. Well, the next game is against the Warriors. I don't
It's
know
at
where
home. Yeah. So Portland's at home. Yeah, Portland's at home. So the shout out to the Warriors. I think that's the first back-to-back of the season.
Oh, they playing Friday night.
Yeah, because
Yeah, 'cause the Warriors
they're
play tonight,
tonight. Yeah, they got Denver tonight in Denver's season opener, and then they'll have Portland tomorrow. Do I get this right?
So yeah.
Warriors at Blazers on Friday. Whew.
Yeah, Chauncey Billups, NBA champion, Mr. Big Shot, all the stuff got arrested. So it's pretty wild.
Arrested. That's the crazy part to me is like we've seen this stuff before where it's like, oh, they're investigating. Now these dudes, they put them in the cuffs. Wow.
Kyle kind of mentioned too on the insiders earlier. Like it's not like Jonte Porter, no disrespect, where it's like, oh, this relevant player or whatever. Like Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, like those are names.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, you can't just dismiss them. Once again, no disrespect to him, but you can dismiss Jonte Porter. You can't dismiss Chauncey Billups, and to a certain degree, Terry Rozier.
James said it on the air earlier, so I can't hit the music. $106.8 million is what Chauncey made in his playing career. Again, we went over this. That's what he made. That's what his contracts are. He played in a different era, man. Like Chauncey's peak earnings. Anyone unofficial, not part of the season, just doing nope.
18 million.
Just doing a radio show. Thank you, Jesse. Peak earnings. Anyone want to guess the most amount of money that Chauncey Billups earned in a single season?
I mean, Jesse Billups over there said it pretty quick and matter of fact. Jesse Rozier.
Okay, wow.
You got your nerve, pal.
Yeah. If I did it Caraway.
I would say you said how much the most
he made in a single season. Remember, he earned $106.8 million in his career. That's a total of 17 seasons.
I'm gonna go 14 million.
Yeah. The number is 13.1.
Count it.
I already said it didn't count.
There was no music.
Count it.
I said it before we even started.
And one.
It doesn't count. No.
This was like one of those
No,
where you go play
4 years before the end of his career.
This was like one of those prison exhibition. Like we go play at the Florida work with the
Oh damn! We went to Folsom Prison to play a pickup.
Little charity showcase. Little charity showcase. But yeah, $106.8 million in just his playing career. Remember, Chauncey for a brief time was also a television analyst.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and James pointed out too. He probably made another $20 million as a coach.
Yeah. How long has he been? Here's another game. How long has he been the Clippers?
I want to say 4 years.
Blazers coach. Because he signed an extension.
Yeah.
So it's had to have been. I would think a minimum of 4 years.
Yeah. Man.
Wow.
So the way that I've read it, heard it, I know Kyle was breaking it down, is so far it feels like they might have, like whoever presented it to Chauncey was like, hey, why don't you come play in this poker game? We got your name on it. We'll pay you $100,000 or whatever. Why don't you come be a part of it? So far, that's what it sounds like. It doesn't sound like he was the one scheming the people or
right, because the thing is that game that you're referring to was rigged.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I don't know though.
I don't know. Like I don't know. I don't know what you do with that. Like I know there's a lot of receipts starting to appear. How these types of allegations, I guess, have been around Chauncey for, I mean, going back several years at this point. I think the point Kyle brought up earlier is one of the most interesting. We don't know what the NBA knew. We don't know what the FBI knew. We don't know. Well, I think we're starting to get an idea of what the FBI knew. We don't know how much information those two entities shared with each other. The NBA may very well have done an investigation where they just kind of closed their eyes, looked around and goes, yeah, we don't see anything too crazy. Or they may have looked for very, very specific things. Is there any evidence that Terry Rozier did something to affect the outcome of a basketball game? And if the answer was no, that satisfied their investigation and they left it.
Yeah, and hoped for the best. Hope that it would go away.
Yeah. And maybe they hope the same would be true with meaning the NBA, would be the same true with Malik Beasley. Again, Hammer brought this up earlier. It was Chris Haynes that mentioned, like, yeah, it's the NBA portion might be over. The FBI is not done with Malik Beasley. They are not done with any of this. So good for the NBA, but the FBI is not done with this.
And it sounds like also these are not related incidents. Like Chauncey is not related to Terry Rozier, which is not related to Damon Jones.
Right. Oh, the Damon Jones one. Boy, the amount of conspiracy theories that are now circulating around Damon Jones are crazy.
Did you see the Gilbert Arenas clip?
Dear God, no.
So, but this was like Gil was on Shannon. This was in the past.
Okay.
And he was on Shannon Sharp's show.
Okay.
And they go back to when Gilbert missed the free throws in the playoffs and LeBron comes and talks to him, right? So Gilbert says, so Shannon was like, what did he say to you? And he goes, yeah. He came over to me and he said, if you miss this, who's winning. He's gonna win. And Gilbert goes, I knew what he was talking about. Everybody thought he was talking about like the game or LeBron's gonna win or whatever. He said, me, LeBron, and Damon Jones used to play cards and play for money and stuff like that. And Damon Jones was awful, like a terrible cards player. And I would always joke with him, talking about Gilbert Arenas. I'd always joke with him, saying like, "Yep, landlord's here. Time for you guys to pay my rent. Give me my money." Da 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 da. And he said, I didn't remember it this way. I thought LeBron hit a layup in that game to win it. I don't know, but I do remember Damon Jones hitting the game winner. And Gil was like, "That's what he was talking about." He was like, "Damon Jones is gonna hit this game winner. He about to collect on everything that you just took from him a long time ago." And I guess LeBron passed on the ball. Damon Jones, I remember him hitting the game winner. I didn't think it was that moment, but now they're looking at that. Like Damon Jones is involved with LeBron with Gil.
Did you see the other one?
What's that?
The J.R. Smith one?
No.
J.R. Smith, the game one, the famous LeBron meme.
Oh man,
Damon Jones was the assistant coach.
Oh man,
you remember who J.R. Smith threw soup at?
Yeah,
it was Damon Jones. Look, like this is the rabbit hole that opens up.
One rogue assistant.
Yeah,
coach.
when you start having these discussions. This is the rabbit hole that opens up. Damon got brought into this because of the LeBron thing, where I guess this was weird to me for multiple reasons. He worked out LeBron on the court. He didn't work for the Los Angeles Lakers. Maybe he worked for LeBron. Maybe I don't know.
He's like a shooting coach for LeBron,
I guess. And he worked out LeBron on the court. When LeBron was with the Lakers that year, he broke Kareem's record.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess Damon shared information that LeBron was not going to play in a certain game, and wagers started rolling in, and there it is.
Damon Jones.
You know, can I tell you? Can I tell you,
dude, man, he got connections all over the place.
Can I tell you my first reaction to that, though, is the desperate need to involve LeBron James in some sort of scandal. Like LeBron is going to be asked about that. LeBron has already been asked about that. The Lakers have been asked about that. They have tried to tie LeBron James to some sort of scandal for years. Maverick was involved in something a few years ago that people didn't like. And LeBron, like, what does this mean? It's like nothing. Like Maverick's literally his own man. But if you can draw a line from individual to LeBron James, you're going to get LeBron James' name into this.
Yeah.
Like the picture that I think it was The Athletic used for their story on Damon Jones was not Damon Jones.
That's crazy, bro.
You know
That's
exactly
bro.
who it was.
Yeah.
It was LeBron James.
It's the king and the kings. That's all they try to do to get clicks.
That's
The
right.
king.
That's right. Damn right. King and the king. We'll come back. We will return
I got
to the Kings.
I got about LeBron. There was a funny little tweet that went out. I don't know if you saw it, but I'll talk
Probably
to you about it when we
didn't.
come back.
I'm done with Twitter for the next like 6 months.
You talking about the middle name tweet?
No, something else. I want to see if you guys saw it or not.
All right, we'll pay that off and we'll get to Keon Ellis's minutes or lack thereof. When D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, there was one that was circulating. LeBron tweeted, my middle name's Bet. Call me LeBron. I think what middle name is Bet James.
Uh-oh.
We probably won't get to this on the show, so I'll ask you now. Did you see things are getting a little wild? Did you see Louisville has a player that spent 2 years in the G League?
No.
Yeah. He got cleared to play. He played 2 years in the G League. And the coaches, and I get it, the Calvin Sampsons, the Tom Izzos, they're kind of up in our, like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? This is getting a little out of hand. Guy spent 2 years in the G League, comes back to college, and is able to play NCAA basketball. There was a tweet last night where it was like Cam Reddish has narrowed his 3 choices down to like NC State, Rutgers, and USC. Because upon further review, he's got 2 years of eligibility.
Wait, who did?
Cam Reddish.
Okay.
So it was a joke. But
okay.
But there were people asking, like, yo, is this for real?
Yeah.
And the guy who made it was like, the fact that people actually have to ask about this is a big reason why this is a problem.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't sure either. I was like, damn, maybe he does have a couple years of eligibility.
I was like, did you mean Cam Boozer?
I was like, I hope he picks USC.
But to a certain degree, why wouldn't Cam Reddish be able to go back to college or anybody else? He's out of the NBA. Like, if you're letting a G Leaguer play.
Well, the G League, I guess, is kind of like it is professional, but it's like not the NBA yet or anything.
That's professional basketball. He can
No, I get, yeah,
basketball.
that's what I'm saying. I guess that's probably where they where the difference is for them.
Yeah, they got to get a hold on that. That's crazy.
Yeah, 'cause I don't get going and play with like 30-year-olds in the G League or whatever, then going back to college.
Right. That is crazy. They got to figure that out.
Unless you just start letting all the 30-year-olds come back to college.
Give them their own college league. The 40. What's the travel 40U football?
The 39U, I think.
Okay, I thought it was going to say welcome back to D'Lo and Casey, but it didn't. So we just get back up in here. And we remind you, the Baker Family Wines is celebrating 6 years in Sacramento. Big thanks to Dusty. I got to play the clip that Dusty came in to record. for you coming up here in just a few minutes. I'll have Jesse loaded into the system for us, but we're celebrating 6 years of Baker Family Wines in West Sacramento on Sunday, November 2nd. Make your plans to be out there. Festivities begin at noon. There's going to be pizza. There's going to be desserts. There's going to be some great wine. There's going to be live music. There's going to be a time. Don't worry about missing football. They'll be on the TVs. It is 6 years of Baker Family Wines in West Sacramento.
I love it. I love it, man. Shout out Baker Family Wines. I need to get in there and give me some of that rosé. That's what I need to do. That's what I need to do.
Yeah. Because that long been gone.
Yeah.
That rosé long been gone.
Real quick, let me pay off this tease real quick. We were
Please
talking
do.
about LeBron. Did you see the tweet from, you wouldn't recognize the name, but Jacob the Clipper? He's an NBA guy. He goes, here's the video footage of Jordan making that free throw he talked about on his show on NBC.
Oh, I saw that.
Just in case you were wondering, Mike doesn't make up stories. He's very authentic, unlike some people today. And somebody else was like, yeah, my goat doesn't lie.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
But there's the video of Mike at the in
shooting
the
the free throw
backyard
with the kids. Yep, shooting the free throw with the kids.
Mike said he was stressed.
Yeah, and it's not 8 kid either. It's like 3 of them. He's also shooting on like a tennis court. It's not even like I envision like a indoor, gym or something. He's on
that's what the rich people do. They have the tennis court, maybe pickleball, and you have the basketball area as well.
I guess I just didn't expect Jordan to be shooting on one of them. Because when the camera moved, I was like, is that a net?
Mike
they ain't even running full court out here.
That's crazy. Well, no, that's the rich there. I'm looking at it right now. That's a full court.
Oh, is it? It just has the tennis thing across.
Yeah, that's how big that space is.
Oh my God,
that's a full court. There's a
well, no,
hoop
what
on the other side.
That's what I meant is there's the tennis net right there.
Yeah.
I didn't see the hoop on the other side. Okay,
that's your backyard right there, big dog.
Not even close.
That
buddy.
is yours.
Not even close, buddy.
Like shooting a free throw for these little snotty nosed kids. And cashed out too. Cashed out. That's what my go to do. You think LeBron making that free throw?
Yeah.
LeBron ain't making that free throw. Mike making that free throw.
Oh, will you stop?
Mike making that free throw. Mike cashing out. All net.
I don't know why this is making me laugh. I just came across the tweet. I'm sorry. It's not funny. Guys, it's not funny. The Trailblazers have canceled media availability for today.
Why? What happened?
What happened?
What's going on?
That's not funny.
It's kind of funny.
Come on, guys, get it together.
I wonder if anybody on that team got to practice without knowing what had happened.
Oh, let's run through the roster real quick.
Oh man. Oh man.
Got to practice and just didn't know what was going on. It's got to be one person.
Like, is there someone who? No, there's no way.
He's been known to be on Instagram, so
there's but there's no way there's not a group text. There's no way there's not a player group text going on.
There's a way there's not a player group text.
You think so?
No, I don't need to be texting with everybody. I don't even need to be in a group that we don't even need to form a group text sometimes in some teams.
Kenny barely texted ours.
That is cap.
That's
fair, he
true.
actually texted yesterday. Damian didn't text yesterday or this morning, I think it was. Yeah, this morning.
That's cap.
Yeah.
You guys are my team, but there's not a Odyssey group chat. There's group chats within the players.
Well, there is. It's just, we got donuts today. It's not group chat. No shots fired at Kyle Matson. Shout out.
I love that you looked right over at Kyle. I didn't mean you. I didn't mean you. I meant, everybody else.
Do you think
I meant JC and his little Wednesday donuts that he brings in?
Do you think Matisse Thybulle is in the group chat? Like,
I refuse to believe that someone showed up to practice. Someone showed up.
Yeah, Ryan Rupert. What do you think about Ryan Rupert?
Oh, look, no, I'm not gonna do that because that's mean. That's mean. Maybe Ryan Rupert one of the people.
Maybe.
Like maybe Ryan Rupert was out getting Dunkin' Donuts for the crew because he's a young guy or whatever.
Like no one was at the facility when it happened.
Oh no, it's way too early for that.
No.
Oh man. Well, interesting day in Portland.
You think Dame being the vet like has to round the crew up together and is like, hey guys, so yeah, coach got arrested this morning.
Hey, Nick Clifford
Coach
is out.
got arrested.
Hey,
Yeah, I know
Hey,
it's tough,
hey.
but
hey, Nick Clifford is out.
Oh my gosh. What happened to
Is this
him?
serious? Is this for real? Nick Clifford is out. Sean Cunningham tweeted this a minute ago.
like, what do you mean?
MRI revealed a right hamstring strain for Kings rookie Nick Clifford, and he'll be out for tomorrow's home opener.
Hey, look,
fun's over.
The
It's not
Kings have to
Kings
fold
now.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hey,
The
look.
Kings are just like, guys, we can't play.
Maybe it's me. Cardi B, am I the drama? Because all my teams just can't stay healthy. None of them. Did you see Diamond
You know what?
Lenore's hurt?
You know what? You're right.
Yeah, maybe
This
it's
is your
me.
fault.
Maybe it's me. Am I the drama? What the hell is going on?
Throw some icy
Unbelievable.
hot on there or something.
This is
We need you.
This
Like-
is absolutely. I want to be clear. Kyle Madsen didn't just walk in here; he marched in here.
What did you do, Kenny?
Hey,
don't
this is
know,
a streaming
man.
show too, pal. Just pop that camera up a little bit so people can see you.
I
What
don't
did
know,
you
man.
do?
I don't know. I don't
Niners
know.
dropping like flies. Kings can't keep anybody healthy.
Kyle Madsen did say
All
the
right,
other day,
man.
though, he wanted the Kings to have the type of season the Niners were having.
He said that? It's not me anymore.
Maybe he was talking
What
about
the
them
hell
winning
is
and
going
overcoming
on?
this, but they are
What?
maybe on their way to having the
can't hear
season
Jesse.
that the Niners are
Oh,
having.
he said that you said you wanted the Kings to have the type of season the Niners are having.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I mean, it's kind of what I said, but not like this.
Hey, this is stupid.
That's insane, dude.
So, Isaac Jones was on the floor, and Domantas Sabonis was as well. So just notes. Kings practice opened up. Sean Cunningham says Isaac Jones, he's battled illness. He was on the court shooting. Domantas Sabonis is taking part as well, and Nick Clifford is out tomorrow. He'll be reevaluated in a week. So Nick Clifford is out tomorrow. Nick Clifford is out Sunday. Nick Clifford is
Wednesday?
out Wednesday in Chicago. I'm sorry, Nick Clifford is out Tuesday against the Thunder.
Wednesday.
And Wednesday in Chicago. And the next game after that will be Saturday in Milwaukee.
All right. He ain't, and I don't think he's playing in that game. When they coming home? They coming home after that.
The following Wednesday, November 5th, they will take on the Golden State Warriors.
That's probably the first time you might see Neek again. We're talking about 10 days. 10, 11, 12 days. Damn, bro. Damn. All right, man. All right, man.
Why are you off screen? What happened to where'd Kyle go?
because I was working on leaving.
Oh, are you? Well, you were standing there, so I
I just
didn't-
while this is all going down, I was going to pick a better time to leave so I didn't rudely interrupt the show again.
Oh no, you could leave whenever you want to,
Which
or
show
you
does
can
he
stay.
think
You
this
could like yeah. Are you new? You can do whatever you want. We
New.
literally have people walking in going, "Oops," and leaving. It's perfectly fine. You can leave whenever you want.
No, I just wanted to know what deal Kenny made with who.
Well,
Man, this don't make
Was the
no
compound worth it?
sense.
word rhymes with devil.
This
Yeah,
don't
that's a
make
good
no
point.
damn sense.
This explains it was the devil of Elk Grove. That's why Kenny owns half of it, because he was like, "Hey, just sell out my teams."
This week,
The diamond
this
crusted hat's
week,
worth it?
This week, I lost Domantas Sabonis,
Yep.
Bryce Huff,
Yep.
Diamond Lenore,
Yeah.
Neek Clifford.
Yeah.
Am I forgetting anybody else? Somebody else was on the 49ers injury.
Well, Jake Brendel, but
Some losses are welcome. You guys are terrible. Get out. That is just terrible behavior from the editor-in-chief over at NinersWire.com. My goodness.
Get well soon, Jake.
Who cares about Jake? Get well, Nick Clifford.
Oh, man.
What a mess. Nick Clifford was legitimately a bright spot yesterday.
He was.
And he's out.
So the one thing I can say, and I'm not happy about that, but the one thing that I can say is I'm glad to hear, first of all, Isaac was back at practice.
Yeah.
And
well,
John
okay,
Ross.
let me read this verbatim. King's practice has opened up. The scheduling time, I believe, for that was 1:15 today. King's practice is opened up. Isaac Jones, who has battled an illness, is on the court shooting. Domantas Sabonis is taking part as well. I don't know for certain that they practice. Shooting and practicing aren't necessarily the same thing.
You're right.
Especially if practice is over, they could just have gotten on the floor to get some work in.
No, you're right. You're right. Now, I will say, look, son, if you can walk, you're playing.
Well, that might look. Hey, Isaac, I don't know what illness this is, but unless it's that weird thing that Kristaps Porzingis had where he can't stand up, you're going to have to play.
Oh, hey, look, man.
Hey, you know what? Our 5 is down. Our 4 is down. Our replacement 4 is down. Let's take our 3 and make him a 4. Great. He's down. At this point, guys, I've got great news for you. I got great news for everybody. They're starting Keon Ellis at the 4.
There we go.
Keon
is in the rotation.
On Friday.
Look, you know, I'm not even going to say their name, but I opened up Twitter just real quick to get more info on Neek. The first tweet I get is from a company saying, Neek Clifford hamstring to miss 1 week. It's not Prize Fix.
No.
But I was like, oh, okay.
No.
How y'all know? How y'all know?
Here, guys, the truth is Nick Clifford has been arrested. He was a part of the gambling ring.
What, did Damon Jones say something to you too?
His under was 5 last night. So I thought it was a little shaky.
All right, well, look, let's go there though. Let's go there. We talked about Keon Ellis and his minutes last night. A lot of people not happy about the amount of minutes Keon played last night. He ended up playing. What did he end up playing?
I think it was 12 minutes. He played less minutes than Dylan.
Yeah, 12 minutes.
Yeah, he played less minutes than Dylan Cardwell did. He played less minutes than Russ. He barely played more minutes than Max. And that's about it.
People were upset about that. I understand that. I get
understand that they're upset.
Yeah, I get it. I was watching the second half over, and I don't know. I was looking for a spot where Keon could go in or maybe play more minutes. Didn't really feel like I saw it though. I didn't really feel like I saw the space for him to get out there over some of the guys who were out there on the court. One spot might have been, I think, middle of the fourth quarter. Neek Clifford was out there. Maybe you have Keon out there instead of Neek. Once again, everybody wants to see Neek play. So that would have been maybe the place. But I thought, obviously, DeRozan was really good in the fourth quarter. Zach LaVine was not good in the fourth quarter. We'll talk about him. But he had a great game, you know, up until that point. Like, yeah, you're gonna go win or lose that game with Zach LaVine on the court. He's not coming out. Malik Monk was out there later in that game. Right, yeah. He was really good. I don't think he's coming out. And Dennis Schroeder in the second half and in the fourth quarter, I thought Dennis Schroeder was really good. I thought his defense was exactly what the team needed. I thought he picked up his defensive intensity.
Yeah, we haven't talked much about Dennis. I thought Dennis was really solid too.
Yeah, he did some good stuff. So I don't know where those minutes are coming from in that particular situation.
Yeah.
And then earlier in the game, everybody was playing great. You know what I'm saying? For the most part. So
the thing is, I think the thing that's frustrating those Keon fans or Kings fans in general is when he played really well too. And I thought Keon played well.
He did good.
I think this falls into this is that trap of DeMar was playing well. Zach was hot at a point in the game, and you kind of want to ride that. And the same is true for Malik. Malik was hot at a point in the game, and you want to ride that. There's going to be games where those guys aren't hot, and you can leave Keon out there in longer stretches. But I think, man, Keon is not a situational role player. In terms of, Mike used that term after a DNP. His minutes might be situational, though. If Malik hadn't come out firing the way that he was, we probably would have seen more Keon Ellis minutes.
That's a good point, yeah.
And I don't like. I think Malik had a bigger impact on Keon's minutes than DeMar or Levine did. Because I think Doug will lean on DeMar and Zach more to figure it out if it's not going well for them than he will Malik. And so if DeMar and Zach aren't having that hot start, I still think they're getting their minutes, whether anyone likes that or not. And I think it's because Doug will trust them that if it's a game where you need score, it's a game where you need buckets, you're going to leave those two guys out there. But because Malik was playing the way that he was, I think it's 27 minutes for Malik. I don't think Malik is averaging 27 minutes a night unless he is, in fact, again, a 6-man of the year candidate. If he's not, I think he's closer to the 22 mark. And now all of a sudden you've got Keon up at 17 without factoring in anyone else. Right. But that was just the circumstance of last night's game.
Right.
And I know people hate it, and I understand.
Yeah,
I completely get it.
I
get it.
I thought Keon was fine. He did some good things out there. I don't think it was anything that he did specifically that kept him from being out there on the floor. You put it perfectly. I thought it was more so the way these other guys were playing. You look down the stretch of that game, like I said, last 4 or 5 minutes of the game, like who's coming out the game? I don't think anybody needs to come out of the game that was out there in that, guard position. So,
and Malik essentially was, when you talk about starters, Nick was out, Eubanks was out, Dylan was in, Malik was in.
Yeah. Overall, you talk about what happened with Malik and how he was playing. If he doesn't have it that night, maybe he doesn't play as much. Like you said, maybe he takes 5 minutes off. That 5 minutes goes to Keon. If the run doesn't happen where the Phoenix gets into the game a little bit more and they just kind of take over the game, maybe DeMar doesn't play 37 minutes that night. Maybe that's another 2 or 3 minutes where Keon can get out there. And like you said, we go from 12 to 17 to 20 minutes, just like that.
And it's not just offensive stuff. If the fifth comes around and it's Keon on Steph Curry and Steph has got 12 in the fourth quarter because Keon's been guarding him for 26 minutes, Doug's, I don't think, taking him out. I think, or if he's taking him out, he's taking him out at the exact time Steph Curry is out. And the second Steph Curry comes back in, Keon Ellis is coming back in. Yeah. I think the hot hand accounts for the defensive side of the ball as well.
100%. Jay Hardaway, our guy in the chatty house, says Monk was getting cooked on defense. I thought he did well on defense. I thought everybody actually did well on the defensive end. I think there was a little bit of overhelping leading to some wide open 3-pointers, but one-on-one defending the ball, I thought everybody was okay. I'm not saying they were the glove or nothing like that, but I thought everybody was okay. I thought Schroeder was really good in the fourth quarter guarding the ball. We saw 94 feet. We saw him cause that 8-second violation, and he took a charge from Devin Booker. He was doing a really good job.
He got a steal too.
Yeah. One of the biggest shots of the game that Booker hit when he got that ball and it was cleared out around the middle of the court, and he hit a shot, I think, to put him up by 3. Once he got the ball, I said, that's his office right there. Like that's going to be tough for him to not score there. And sure enough, he was able to shoot right over the top of Dennis Schroeder. But I thought man to man, I thought the Kings in that fourth quarter at the very least, I thought they stepped up to the physicality of the game, and I thought they played better on the defensive end. They just the game was won in that third quarter for Phoenix when they were able to kind of impose their will and pick up the intensity of that game. So
let's see what TC's talking about here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320 if you want to get in. TC, what's happening, baby?
Man, what's up with my two brothers?
Good, man. How you doing, TC?
I'm vibing, bro. I'm not even really angry, though, right? It's the first game. I seen what I need to see out of the players I need to see. Nick stepped up. Maxine need to get stronger. Hold on. Before we get started, though, let's clarify what I was talking about with Russ and Nick, right? I was talking about with that situation.
TC, no one knows what you're talking about, bro.
Go ahead
no
and
one
say
knows
what
what you're
saying.
talking about.
Let me fill everybody in. So when I called into the insiders earlier, I said, you know what? I said on that play when Russ dribbled around when Nick was in the corner and Nick was wide open and Russ did like a little drive and then shot that little. It was like a little ugly, I don't know what it was. It was like a mid-range jumper, bro. Hard off the clank. I said, you know what that was? That was Russell Westbrook looking at Nick, not in a bad way, saying, I'm not passing you the ball, but, hey, youngin, I believe in you, bro. I need you to always be in killer mode, right? This is how I want you to adapt. I can pass it to you, but I want you to be in killer mode and go get your shot. You can pass the ball around, but you can't forget to be in killer mode. That's what I took from that position. It probably was a bad basketball situation in many eyes, but in my eyes, bro, that's how I took that situation. I thought my boy Shooter did well on Booker last night. He held his own, right? This is a game that we was looking from Shooter. As far as Westbrook, D-Lo, I don't really care how many shots he missed, bro. That lead that we had, to me, was a part of Russ as well as everybody else. But the force and the gravity that Russ brings, bro, that's why we was up almost 20 points in my opinion. So that loss last night had nothing to do with Russell. He missed shots, but that's not on Russ, bro. We're not going to get on these airwaves talking about we lost the game because Russell, because people hate him, bro. No, that's all I got.
Okay. All right, TC. All right. All right, TC. That play that he's talking about, I didn't catch that. I was just Russ taking the ball to the basket and shooting.
Yeah.
It's all his fault, guys.
To TC's point, though, or to be fair to him, he's defending Russ. He's saying,
no, I hear it. I understand. I think
I don't think anyone's blaming that game on Russ, too, though.
I think my dearest brother might be overthinking it a little bit. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm like I said, I remember that play. I'm watching it again right now. It was just a regular basketball play. I don't think it was a teaching moment or nothing like that. I don't think they're blaming the game on Russ, but I think people are mad that Russ played 18 minutes and Keon played 12.
Do you think that's unfair?
Yeah, I know it's not. I think you're right.
And
I think you're absolutely right, Casey.
I understand how people feel that way. I don't feel like that's the reason why the game ended up being what it was. You know what I mean? Like, one guy played 18, the other played 14. They lost by 4. If you would have flipped their minutes, I'm not sure they would have won by 4.
Does Keon need to start playing those minutes, though? Like, does he need to start playing maybe 18 to 20, whatever number in the 20s you want minutes a game? Like, is it time where Keon Ellis isn't just lack of a better term, situational role player for the Kings, where this night, if we can use him, sure, we'll play him 20 minutes. Like, should he just be an every game rotation player now, though? Like, is he kind of graduated from where he's at?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like he is. It's just not the amount of minutes people want.
Like maybe, yeah, Russ needs to play 12 minutes tonight because we got to get Keon on the court. Like, just Keon's a player now you just need on the court.
So the answer, this is a question, to the minutes issue yesterday was to play Russ less and Keon more.
I'm just talking going forward. Like my question is just if Keon needs to be a guy where it's like he's the priority off the bench, like a Malik Monk and stuff like that. Like, just where we can't play Keon 10 minutes tonight. Like, he's got to play more than that.
So, 142. This isn't going to work. Let's come back.
I got
and have that discussion.
I got another question.
Is it about Keon?
About Keon and all that. So we'll get into it all.
All right, we'll come back. You want to share your thoughts on Keon Ellis and his 12 minutes? Go ahead. You want to share your thoughts on any of this, man? Go ahead. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Thank you, Paul. Direct answer. We'll use that. It's Actively Black. I don't know if that's a brand or a type, but it says Actively Black jacket. Glad you're digging it, though. It's one of my favorites. All right. You had a thought on Keon Ellis. Again, if you want to get in on this conversation, man, please do. Coach Brennan Marion going to join us probably in about 30 minutes or so. So everybody get ready.
Get your screen record ready.
Get your screen record ready. Get your Sac State stats, Montana stats ready. And then Matt George in the final hour of the show. Once he wraps up his meetings, he's going to join us probably around 3:20, 3:30 or so. Matt George will be with us. You had something on Keon Ellis you wanted to share as we continue this conversation.
Yeah, or just a question, because we talked about his minutes and people point to Russell Westbrook's minutes, and like, I don't have any problem with anybody thinking that. That's fine, but should Keon be getting 12 and Neek getting 23? It's a little situational because of the matchups and people that were out and all this other stuff. But should those be flipped, maybe adjusted a little bit?
I don't know. Given what Neek's role was, by the way, if you're just tuning in, Neek's gone.
Damn. Damn. I'm going to title that today's show.
Neek Clifford has gone the way of Flipside.
I'm not even going to joke about what happened this morning with Chauncey and Terry Rozier.
Neek has a right hamstring issue. He's out for the next week. I'm sorry. Thank you. I apologize. You're right. Neek will be reevaluated in a week. Steven says he's not dead. No, but we are, Steven. We're dead. Yeah, so Neek's got a hamstring issue. He will not play tomorrow. He will not play versus the Lakers. He will not play versus the Thunder, and he will not play versus the Chicago Bulls. I think the circumstances behind your question are a little tough because Neek started, and he started in a position I don't think is his position. Mm-hmm. So the circumstances probably don't make that a normal. Like if Keegan is here, for example, let's just say, I know this is crazy. Imagine the Kings are healthy, right?
No.
I know. Imagine Keegan's here. Imagine Domas is here. Does Neek play 23 minutes last night?
No.
I don't know the answer to that. So the situation presented itself that Neek was probably going to play a decent amount of minutes. He still played less than I think any other starter. Maybe that's not true because Drew Eubanks did start. Yeah, he played 2 more minutes than Drew Eubanks did. But I think the circumstances of last night's game are probably what led more to his 23 minutes than anything else.
Right. So let's just say you start both the game and the second half. Give you 5 minutes apiece right there. That's 10, and then you get, let's just say 6 for argument's sake. 6 minutes apiece to start the half. There was a time in that fourth quarter where Keon got subbed out, Neek got subbed in. A moment like that, maybe Keon should be staying in there instead of Neek Clifford. It's all second guessing. Like Doug, like what he saw from Neek. The game was, I think it was like a 7-point game at that point in the fourth quarter, early in the fourth quarter, 8-9 minutes to go. And he's probably like, the young fella's been playing well. Let me go back to him a little bit. So that plays into it as well. But maybe that should have been Keon staying out there with those guys.
Maybe.
Okay, well, because they talk about Westbrook. Westbrook didn't even play that much in the second half.
Right.
Like he didn't. I got to go back a minute to watch, but a lot of those probably came in the first half. He had a little bit in the third quarter. And that was it. We didn't see Westbrook in crunch time. We saw Westbrook was gone and Neek Clifford came back in. And that's why I bring up Neek. Like Neek was the one that maybe took the minutes away from Keon. You brought up an excellent point. The way Malik was playing also probably took some minutes away from Keon in that respect. So I know a lot of people looking at Russ. Yeah, Russ played, if I have this right, he played 13 of his 18 minutes in the first half.
Mm.
In the second half, he played 5 minutes doing the math. He played 5 minutes.
Good math. It's common core math.
I don't
there.
think too this is a recipe for keeping Keon Ellis around long term either.
So maybe not. Maybe not. So are Doug, this is a little unfair to Doug. Are Doug and Mike both wrong about Keon and everyone else is right?
At this point, I just said the organization is how they view Keon.
Well, then that would also imply that somebody is telling them from above.
Well, I mean, as far as just like maybe it's just, I don't mean like someone's giving them like tell them, oh, like Keon isn't this or whatever, but it's just the people that have been in that building just don't view him the way we do. I guess.
I mean, and that's like, but it's
that's
also
2 different sets of people.
Yeah, it's point. Scott and Doug, and it's Monty and Mike.
Or maybe it's a league thing.
Maybe everybody else is wrong. I'm not saying that as a statement of fact. I'm posing a question as to why different coaches keep saying the same thing. Kyle's talking about ownership. Do we really believe Vivek Ranadive is deciding who plays and who doesn't?
That's what I'm saying. Like
Do we really? I understand the incompetence of this organization and the frustration that surrounds them. Do we really believe this to be true? Vivek Ranadive is buzzing down from his courtside seat, buzzing over from his courtside seat. Hey, don't play the kids with the braids.
The way I see it is that the last GM and
Come on,
coach, and
man.
then this GM and coach just see him as a role player in the league, and that's just about it.
Does Keon bring something so different than everybody else on the Kings that we just don't see it clearly? We don't see it. Like, what happens in practice that causes these coaches to form this conclusion? Because it doesn't appear. Doug says all of the same wonderful things about Keon that Mike said is the New York Knicks head coach. But what is happening that is causing them? If Keon is everything that Kings fans believe that he is, if he's that, how are these two men who have spent their lives in professional basketball missing it?
Say 4 at this point when you talk about
Great.
Scott
We'll
and-
throw in the general managers. How, we talk about Vivek buzzing over. Wouldn't Scott Perry say, hey, this young man's a part of our long-term future, Doug? He is a great basketball player. I have pillars. I have expectations for this team. He meets all of them. I need to see him on the floor. If that comes at the expense of DeMar DeRozan, if it comes at the expense of Zach LaVine or Russell Westbrook or Malik Monk, I don't care. It's what I need to see.
I'm just throwing things at the wall. Could it be simply he's just an undrafted guy, and it's just, I guess, a little bit tougher for them to prove themselves? Because I don't know if that's the answer. Because Luke Dort was undrafted, and he's important in OKC, and at this point, Keon, they're talking about he's one of the best perimeter defenders on the team, and he shoots.
But
40%
who
from
does
three.
that? Who says he's one of the best perimeter defenders on the team?
I think that's something we see around King's Twitter a lot when he's playing and stuff like that.
King's Twitter. I need Doug to say it. Or Scott to say it. I need a decision maker to say that. He's one of the best perimeter. He is the best perimeter defender we have. If we're like, yo, throw Doug to the fire. Doug said last night, hey, we're good. Our offense is good. Defense is going to get the job done. Okay, then why did Keon play only 12 minutes? Well, DeMar was playing well. Zach LaVine was playing well. Malik was playing well. You're right, Doug. Those guys were playing well on offense.
But here's the thing. I think they were playing well on defense.
I thought DeMar was good defensively. I'm not going to. Zach, I genuinely don't. Nothing stands out to me. I don't think Malik was great defensively.
So
I'm not going to say I'm not going to say he was a Kevin Huerter low light reel of disaster,
right?
Or certainly a Luka Doncic 3-minute Twitter clip. But there's a few plays where he got beat off the dribble. There's a few plays where I'm not sure that the team was working on a string or a rope or whatever that stupid line was that they used for 3 years. I don't know that was there, but I thought Dennis was good defensively. I thought Dennis had his moments defensively. I thought Nick was good defensively. I actually thought DeMar was good defensively. Mm-hmm. Zach, truthfully, I can't remember anything one way or the other. Malik, I can think of a small handful of plays where I look at and go, okay. But if we're talking about the guy who we claim to be the best perimeter defender in the league, or on the team, mm-hmm. Why is he not out there? And the answer to that might be is they don't feel that way, or there's something that he brings to the table that they don't like. I'm just asking questions.
Was this rumor or was this real report? Did the Warriors ever want him for Kuminga?
Say that again?
The Warriors ever want Keon for Kuminga? Was that ever a report? Or was that just a rumor that was thrown around?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
So here I'm trying to figure, and I'm watching the game, and Keon did good things out there. He was really good on the defensive end. He came into the game in the third quarter with about 4+ minutes left to go in the game. They were up 5 at that point. He played from that moment to the 8:27 mark of the fourth quarter. They were down 7 by the time he left. Once again, not saying it's his fault, but in that situation, if I'm Doug Christie and I'm the coaching staff, we were up 5. There's different guys that took breaks there, whether it was Zach, DeMar. I think not at the same exact. Maybe it was at the same time, but they took their breaks. Monk was out there with Keon as well. We're down 7 now. We blew the lead. We were up 5 when he came in. We're down 7 now. I got to go back to these guys. Once again, it doesn't mean that it's Keon's fault, but game is slipping away. Doug just called a timeout. They're down 7. Now you can make the argument. Somebody would make the argument: take Malik out and leave Keon in.
And so I think there are people who would make that argument because Malik. Did you give this number when Malik came in for Neek? It was 84-70.
Okay,
and that's when Neek exited.
Mm-hmm.
And then you noted the Keon number when he came back. It was a 5-point game. You said
when Keon checked in, it was a 5-point game.
Neek came back. They were down 6 or 7.
Yeah, he subbed in for Keon. They were down 7 when Keon left the game. He was in there that entire time. And once again, I'm not saying it's his fault, but now you got to go back to your guys.
But here's the thing about Keon that is a bit confusing. So Malik checks in, Neek leaves, they're up 14.
Mm-hmm.
Keon came in for who, did you say?
I'm not sure who he came in for.
Okay.
I just know he checked into the game at that time. I can find it real quick.
It probably doesn't matter. It's a 5-point game when Keon winds up coming back in and Neek comes back. They're down 7. The substitution when Keon came in should have been from Neek Clifford. If we're looking at metrics, Neek should have come back.
You mean Malik? Neek should have came in for Malik.
Whoever Keon came in for at 86-81.
I'm assuming it was Neek. I'll find out, but I'm assuming it was Neek. That would be my guess.
No, I think Malik. Okay, I think we're making this confusing. I'm sorry. Malik came in for Neek Clifford. It was 84-70.
Got you.
Keon came back, you said, at 86-81.
Yeah. And as I look at this right now, I'm at the moment right now.
Okay.
Malik just hit a bucket. At this point, when it's 86-81, Malik has 15 points. He's 6 of 7 from the field.
Mm-hmm.
He just hit a jump shot. Then Keon comes into the game. So,
and do we know who Keon came in for?
I'm gonna get that for you right now. Looks like he came in for well, I'll find it in a second. But it's a 5-point game. They're up 5. And once again, I'm not saying all that. I think he comes in for Zach LaVine. I'm not saying this to say it's Keon's fault what happened. I'm just trying to go into the mind of Doug Christie and saying, all right, Keon's been out there.
Keon came back in for Dennis. Sorry.
Okay.
Russ subbed for Zach LaVine. Keon came in for Dennis.
Got you. So it comes in. I'm looking more so at that 7-point deficit in the fourth quarter. And I'm not sure DeMar and them had been in the game at that point. And I gotta go back to my guys. And the argument I think
DeMar came back in at the same time Keon did.
Yeah, he came in as well with Russ. So the thought process, unless you're saying Malik should have been out, not you, but just people in general. Yeah, substitution had to be made. I had to go get my guys back in there. We were about to lose this game at 7 minutes, or excuse me, at down 7 with 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And Westbrook wasn't involved. Like, he wasn't on the court at that point in the fourth quarter. And if he was, he got
Dennis had come back in. No. Dennis had come back in for Russ when they were down 2. And LaVine came in for DeMar. Dennis came in for Russ.
And Toy says, if Zach ain't cooking, put Keon in. Come on, man. Like, the guy, he had 24 halfway through the third quarter.
Yeah.
He was playing well. And if he misses 1 or 2 shots, you don't say, let's get him out of there and get Keon.
And that's
you let him go for the rest of the game.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. Doug is more likely to, like, the guy who I think had the greatest impact on Keon Ellis's minutes was not Russell Westbrook, nor DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine. It was Malik Monk.
I agree.
It was the way Malik was playing that Doug wanted to continue to ride that out. I think if Malik is having a sketchy night, an up and down night or something like that, we're going to see Keon Ellis more. I think if DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine are having a sketchy night, we're probably not veering too much from them in the fourth quarter. I think Doug will tend to trust those two guys to get a bucket when you need it, regardless of what the first, we'll say, 43 minutes of the game have looked like. I think he would tend to trust those two guys a little bit more than he would trust Malik Monk in that situation. Not that Malik can't have the same impact in the fourth quarter that those two guys do, but I think he'd lean on those vets a little bit more. And that 27 minutes, I think, had the biggest impact on Keon Ellis's 12.
I agree.
Especially when you point out Russ, 13 of Russell Westbrook's 18 minutes came in the first half. That's 5 minutes, and we just laid out. It was really the transition in the third and fourth that Russ was playing, and we had the check-in point, so they're up 5 to, I think it was down 2. Up 5 to down 2. Russell Westbrook was on the floor.
Yeah.
DeMar DeRozan was off of it. Keon Ellis was on the floor. I mean, I don't know. It feels like I'm not sure that there's a bigger cycle of debate than the Keon Ellis one. And it boils down to the majority of this fan base. I just don't think they care for Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, and they don't want to see them on the floor. And Keon Ellis can do no wrong, and they want to see Keon in the floor. They want to see Keon and Malik on the floor. That's all perfectly fine. I have no issue with any of that. I don't agree with it, but I have no problem with how you feel. The question that I'm posing is, why doesn't Doug feel that way? Or why didn't Mike feel that way? Why doesn't Scott feel that way? Why didn't Monty feel that way? Why does it feel like the only people who feel that way about Keon Ellis are fans? That's all I'm asking. I don't expect you to have an answer. I don't expect the Chatty House to have an answer. I don't expect anybody who's listening to have an answer. It's a question I'm posing that I don't understand. Doug Christie said we're going to get our offense. We're going to be able to score, but defense is going to where we're going to be able to win games. And then he talks about the way that DeMar and the different guards were playing is to the reason that Keon Ellis didn't get more minutes. The follow-up question would have been, and maybe he said it and I missed it and I should have taken notes and I apologize. I don't know if he followed up with the way that DeMar and Zach and Dennis and those guys were playing, and Malik and they were playing well on the defensive end. Because then that answers your question. He feels good about the way that those guys were playing on the end of the floor that he says is going to win his basketball team games. But if he didn't, I'd ask Doug, hey, every player you just named was cooking offensively. How do you feel about what they did defensively? And then his answer cycles the next question. But I don't know.
Does Keon Ellis do anything that's difficult to replace on this team? Like, if you were to remove him from this team, would it be difficult to replace what he brings to this team?
I get what you're saying with the question.
Maybe that's just why the Kings just don't value him as highly as others do, like we do, I guess. They just feel like there's a spot you can fill.
I absolutely get what you're saying with the question. I don't want to be disrespectful to the type of defender I think Keon is, especially on-ball defender. I think he has all defensive team capabilities with how he can guard 1 through 3, in a lot of cases. But I think they look at, like, for instance, I don't think Doug Christie looks at maybe the fourth quarter of that game and says we lost because we didn't defend and we didn't have a defender out there. I think he looks at it as they missed some shots, the bad foul at the end with Zach LaVine. But it's not, man, we just didn't have nobody that could guard out there. No, Dennis was guarding. Malik was working out there on the defensive end. I thought Zach LaVine was doing it. You talked about DeMar. I thought they were working on the defensive end. I don't feel like they lost that game because they were playing bad defense in the fourth quarter. And that's the thing that Keon brings to the table. Whereas if you're getting good, solid to good defense from the guys that have 27 points in the game and 26 and 22, yeah, I'm gonna ride with that. More times than not. Given hindsight, maybe there was a possession here or there. It was like maybe but once again, who are you bringing Keon in for? Because you would bring him in to guard a guy like Devin Booker, and Schroeder was doing a great job on Devin Booker, and he was scoring on the other end of the floor. You wouldn't bring Keon in to guard Mark Williams because you're having issues on the boards.
Why not?
Why not?
Shout out Russ.
So it's just I think you laid it out perfectly. That was an excellent point by you.
Thank you.
Malik Monk was playing really, really well last night. He was trying and working on the defensive end. And if you get that from Malik Monk, more times than not, it's going to be tough for Keon to get on the floor.
Book lived at the foul line in the fourth quarter. That's where a lot of his points came from.
He did. He got, I think he got the last 6, though, when they were trying to foul. Yeah, I think he had like the last. How many did he have?
So it was really in the fourth quarter, 5 of 6.
He might have got all 6 in the. I know they fouled twice, and he got some cheap free throws there. He might have got them another time too.
And it was the third quarter that he ate a little bit on 4 or 5 shooting. Him and Grayson Allen.
Oh my gosh! Did you see when Grayson tried to say something to Cardwell?
Yeah.
Like, hey, slap the mess out of you. You can let go of my jersey, bro. Cardwell, a nice rookie. 2 years from now, he might be like, bro, get your hands off my jersey.
Mm-hmm.
The hell is wrong with you? Grayson Allen. What, do you want to fight?
No. What he
should have done. What do you want to do?
What he should have said is, bro, I will beat your gray-headed ass out of here.
Because Cardwell, and this is what I did like about
Grayson Allen looked like he'd been in the league 27 years.
He Cardwell lit Grayson ass, lit him up. He lit him up on that play because he went in there crashing for the boards, and Cardwell just ran right into him, knocked him on the ground. I would have been
frustrating.
Yeah, what?
And that's the the tough part. I mean, every game when you analyze a game, be it for 4 hours or 20 minutes, like there's positives and negatives to every game. You win or lose, like there's positives and negatives to it. It felt like, I mean, there's a stretch objectively where you break this game down, even through the full 4 quarters. There's a lot of positives in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, you have man, what were the numbers? Here they are. You had 42nd points in the second half, and you had 42nd points in the second quarter. You had 45 points in the second half. It's like, well, that's tough to get over.
Yeah.
And all of that. So and then you lose. So you're stuck and you're frustrated, and it's all compounded by now Nick Clifford is out. We couldn't go a game without someone. It literally is the San Francisco 49ers. If you hadn't worn that stupid jersey, maybe this wouldn't have happened.
I'd do 49er Friday on a Thursday today.
Why?
Because I got to wear my Sac State stuff tomorrow.
Oh, I got you. Oh, got you.
Because they play on Friday.
They do. Because you got a Sac State jersey.
Well, yeah.
That's fine. It's good. It's fine.
Sac State Friday.
Yeah, Nick Clifford is out for a week with a hamstring issue. He'll be reevaluated in a week. So the Sacramento Kings will take the floor for sure tomorrow night without Keegan Murray and without Nick Clifford. We're monitoring the situation with Domantas Sabonis. I'm hoping we could check in with someone who was at practice in the next handful of minutes or in the next hour or so and find out what the status of Domantas Sabonis was. Sean Cunningham tweeted that Kings practice has opened. This was at about 1:15. Kings practice has opened. Isaac Jones, who has battled an illness, is on the court shooting. He's on the court shooting again. We don't know if he participated in practice. Sean Cunningham also noted Domantas Sabonis is taking part as well. Again, we don't know if he was just out on the court getting work in after practice or if he participated in practice. I believe the early thought was Domantas Sabonis would not play tomorrow. We might have hit desperate times, call for desperate measures category. Like Domas was staring off into space as that game was coming to a conclusion last night, thinking, well, if I had been out there, maybe this had been a little bit different. And shout out to Sean Cunningham, because I don't know for sure that he's listening, but he is starting to post some clips from Twitter.
Thank you.
So we'll hear from Dennis Schroeder. We'll hear from a handful of guys here over the course in the next hour or so. Matt George is going to join us. He'll give us his thoughts about 3:15, 3:30 on the Sacramento Kings, their game last night, and what things look like moving forward. And we expect Coach Brennan Marion to join us here pretty soon. He's scheduled to join us in the next few minutes. But Coach always stays busy, stays cooking. So we should be talking to the head coach of the Sac State Hornets within the next few minutes here on D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm looking at the case involves La Costa Nostra. God bless it, man. Unbelievable. Kyle, that's funny. The answer is yes. Absolutely have. I think Ben might be watching the handoff. I'm not entirely sure.
Shout out Ben. I'm glad he's back though. Hadn't seen him in a while.
Dr. David, I'll try not to embarrass myself, man. I only want to give the most embarrassing interview in Sacramento history one time a week.
What interview you got going on? Where can we watch it? Where we at?
I think he's talking about Coach.
Oh, I thought you was gonna be under them lights. I was like, where can we watch? Where we
No,
at?
man. I'm just embarrassing myself here.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. A lot of clown behavior.
I see little buddy trying to soften his words this morning. So, because I'm sure he's watching, I do want to make this very clear. Motherfucker, I do not like you. And you can keep talking in person and doing all this other dumb shit. Motherfucker, I have no desire to speak to you.
Keep it moving, Playboy. Keep it moving.
Like
man.
my partner very eloquently stated, work on your people skills. Because the reaction to that very short interaction we had, I'd be mortified if people thought of me what they think of you.
Bro, it was crazy. It was crazy. And people was hitting me up yesterday.
And I'll offer you one little piece of unsolicited advice. DMs aren't public, dog. Until they are.
You know what a screenshot is?
Man.
And like I said, the reputation for that alone, like the DMs, the reputation that he got for DMs is wild.
So don't.
But talk to us about real journalism is. Talk to us about that. Do you know what professionalism is? You got all the answers for journalism. Do you know what professionalism is?
Segue Cop Dustin. It doesn't even matter who we talking about. It doesn't.
Like the great philosopher Melvin and the baby boy once said. Ah, youngster.
Logan, nah. Little buddy ain't even worth it. Nobody ain't even worth it.
Oh, hold on one
second. KC has left. He's quit. Oh, go great. KC's out. God damn it. KC's got a hamstring. I think KC just got a call from coach there. So we'll hopefully talk to Coach Brennan Marion here coming up in just a couple of minutes. But I think this is very, very timely. Let's see. Yeah, shout out to our boy Sean Cunningham. Right on time, baby. Let's hear from Keon Ellis. Sacramento Kings wrapped up practice yesterday. This courtesy of our man Sean Cunningham, KCRA. Here is a guy who's getting a lot of attention today, Keon Ellis. Yeah, no, we're ready.
How do you reflect on last night, what you saw, what you liked, you didn't?
I mean, tough loss. I mean, especially the way we came out first half. Kind of felt like we had, our momentum going. We were rolling, but that third quarter is where, things shifted and we just weren't able to get under control.
It just seems almost like a thing of over the past couple of years where big lead and then give up. And is it really come down to just tale of two halves that way?
I don't know. I just think, when we're up big, we just have to, really continue to focus on the things that got us that lead and know that, this NBA teams aren't going to lay down. So, we're going to get their best shot. And, I mean, we even talked about it at halftime, but we just didn't come out with our heads on straight after halftime.
What were the things that you felt like helped give you that lead early?
I think just our communication, the way we were flying around on the defensive end, the stops we were getting to let us get transition points and actions where, they're not all the way fully set. Things like that. I think, in the second half, we gave up some easy points for them. And, when the ball's going in, it's easy to get confident. So, NBA team, good players over there. So, when the confidence is rolling, and they're at home, so, the feelings are high. So, I think that's just what happened.
When they start switching 1 to 5 in that second half, how do you feel like it impacted you guys, and what could you have done differently?
Kind of stalled us out a little bit. I think, when we went one screen and, they switched it, we kind of stood there, didn't really know what we wanted to do next. So, but I think we just have to figure out how we want to, screen and, go into actions and what we want to get into or try to get to when teams are going 1 through 5 to put ourselves in a better situation.
Is it challenging making adjustments in that second half to their adjustments when you're still learning each other?
No, I don't think so. I think it's, it's basketball. We've all played it for a good amount of time. I don't think the things that we were messing up last night is things that are something that we're not capable of. I don't think it was something that serious. I think it just came down to, really just locking in and make sure, the simple things we executed.
You guys are down some size in front right now.
Mm-hmm.
You're going up against some bigger teams could be problematic from a rebounding perspective. But what are things you guys can do, even if you're undersized, to do a better job on the glass?
Make sure you hit them. I mean, I think when the shot goes up, hit them early. Don't let them get down to the mid-range area before you hit them first. I mean, obviously, like you said, they're a big team, so don't want to let them get that far in before you get some contact, and that kind of decreases their chance of getting the ball. So hitting them first, I think that would be a good emphasis.
To that tune, when you are smaller, do you feel like there's other strengths that you can lean into being a smaller group out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think the pressure that we're able to put on the rim, if teams are gonna have bigger lineups, then most likely they probably won't be able to guard like that. So probably being able to get by them, put them in actions that they're not comfortable being in, and pressure on the rim, and then that's when you create the rotations.
What's kind of like the impact when you're like a 2 feet tall thing where like Russ and Debo kind of say some things after a practice like that to kind of leave you guys thinking about heading into tomorrow's shoot around? What kind of impact does that have on you all?
I mean, I think it's a good message for the team to hear, just to keep everyone's head on straight. I mean, long season, but I mean, obviously, losing the game like that, those are games that you look back at and be like, man, we could have had that one, when the seeding is real close and it's 1 game, 2 games, those are ones that you want to have back. So I think a message like that just, focuses everyone's attention back on the main goal.
And you've experienced a lot with this organization since being here. How much are you looking forward to an opening night here in Sacramento?
Man, it'll be crazy in here. So I definitely love playing at home. You know, best fans for sure. So I expect it to be electric in there tomorrow.
What stands out to you about that Utah team?
Say that one more time.
I'm gonna hit pause. I think Brennan just asked him about what stood out about the Utah game. Right, my bad. Yeah, unmentionables, unmentionable.
That's my dog. That's my dog.
Shout out to our brothers over there. One thing I love about I love the way Keon addresses the media, and two, like he always seems good.
Man, I like Keon a lot.
Like he always seems like everything is, 20-point lead, lost, playing time, all this stuff y'all talking about, man, it's good.
That's what
it's good.
That's how I love my players to be. Keon might be pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
Keon might be hot.
Mm-hmm.
But at the very least, he keeping family business in the family.
Yeah.
And he not going to say anything or look any type of way in front of the public that will have the team looking a certain way or add turmoil to the team. We talk about like, hey, this happened, where are you going to go with this and all this other stuff? Man, you know how it is. I love Keon on this team.
Mm-hmm.
I want him.
Yeah.
I wish there was more opportunity for him. I
team.
don't want him to go nowhere. I think he is a guy that you need if you're trying to be a good team. And yeah, I'm sure much like the preseason game where we came in here and was like, yo, Keon, he in the doghouse, like he only plays 7 minutes, like all this other stuff. He comes out on that Friday and plays 28 and scores 22. I think that's going to be more common than people realize this year.
Mm-hmm.
So I say that to say, don't freak out over what happened last night minutes-wise. I keep going back to it because I thought it was the point of the day. We need to make that a segment. Somebody pay for it. The point of the day. Malik playing as well as he did was problematic for Keon's minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a reflection of Keon Ellis or him doing things wrong.
Yeah.
It was more so they had a guy who was cooking, and they were going to ride the hot hand, and he was giving good effort on the defensive end. He's not a lockdown defender, but he was out there competing.
I think Coach Brennan Marion is ready for us. Let's bring Coach in. I say question mark because it looks like they might be getting some things set up over there. Let's bring Coach in. Coach, what's good? You all right, Coach?
Yeah, what's going on? Y'all good?
Yeah, no, I'm great, man. I just want to give you a heads up. There are a lot of people watching this. There are people from Sacramento to Montana, from fans to journalists. I didn't know. They are hanging on every word that Coach Brennan Marion says. They are hanging on every word that Dr. Luke Wood says. They are hanging on every word leading into this game tomorrow night on ESPN. They're ready to fact check everything and come back with numbers and stats and tell us how we should have this conversation. So I just want to make it. I know you're used to high pressure situations, Coach, but this is a pretty high pressure situation for you. Coaches.
Coach, I said this earlier.
Y'all couldn't see that. Coach gave that look like, I'm ready. I'm ready.
We talked about this earlier, and I was like, the great thing about all of this is none of it matters. It was what happens on that field. And we get to find out who on that day is the better team on the field, and none of the talking from each side matters up until that point. You know what I mean? Or after that point, we find out they get to settle it with the game, man. And that's what I love about all this.
Yeah, being a guy that grew up before the, social media was going crazy. I always tell the guys, it's not what you tweet, not what you Instagram, not what you it's what you do out there. What you do speaks so loud, nobody can hear what you say. So got to play the game.
And let's talk about the game, the actual game against Montana tomorrow. One thing that has been absolutely spectacular with your Hornets coach is your run game. What has been the key to that? We saw something with the San Francisco 49ers on Sunday. They have been struggling to get their run game going. George Kittle returns all of a sudden. Christian McCaffrey is back to that all-pro MVP style player out of the backfield. you guys have racked up some incredible yardage on the ground. What has been the key to that so far this season, particularly the last 4 or 5 weeks or so?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just our culture as far as our whole team is bought in on us running the ball, from the top down. I mean, every player's like, coach, run the ball. Like, that's just what kind of we want to do. After the first game, we were all upset because we felt like that would be what we was our calling card, being able to run the ball, and we didn't get that done. And then every game after that, we've been running the ball at a high level. Our O-line has done a really good job under K. Rich's teaching and tutelage, and really just taking it upon themselves. There's 4 seniors up there who said that they wanted to have a great season. And then in the backfield, we have, senior leadership as well. Rodney Hammond, who's our captain, number 2, that like those guys are like our culture guys. They do everything right. They're here, they're here the earliest, they stay the latest. So I think that's why we've been really successful when it talks about running the ball. And then, obviously when you can add in a quarterback who can hurt you with his legs as well, the defense has to account for him and slow down a little bit with Cardale being able to pull the ball and run as well. Then it opens up some more lanes. But you saw last week, he had -7 yards rushing. He didn't run the ball at all. I think one time he did, and got like maybe a yard or 2 yards. And those were all handoffs, so it's really cool when it's like a pro style situation where the quarterback's not running at all. And it's just straight, big plays from just handing it off straight to the back, no reads, no triple option, no high school Harry stuff, just real downhill, handing off the ball to the back. So really proud of where we're at as far as, what we did in the past. And like I tell the players, we got to prove that every week. We got to reinvent ourselves and prove it every week. I think what makes our run game unique is that it's, uniquely different each game. We don't do the same thing all the time. I rarely call the same thing over and over again. We do multiple things. So I think that's what gives us an advantage there.
Coach, talking about that running game for a little bit more time. That running backs room that you guys have, I was talking to Sam about this last night. Man, that's got to be the deepest positional room maybe in the conference. You know what I mean? With you guys have 5, 6, 7 different running backs that we've seen over the course of this season, scoring touchdowns, making big runs. We talked about this a little bit earlier, basketball-wise, with like Keon Ellis. Is it a situation where you have to kind of keep the guys that obviously are capable of getting more playing time and getting more touches, got to keep them afloat mentally? To say like, hey, you never know when your time is going to come. I know maybe you didn't get the amount of carries you wanted the last couple of games, but Sam, be ready for this 4th down, or Jaquil, get ready. This is going to be your game. How do you do that as a coach to kind of keep those guys locked in and focused with the running back room being as deep as it is?
Yeah. Like my man from Florida, rest in peace. We got the best running back room in the nation. You know what I mean? Not just, where we're at, but you got to think we got 2 guys that were all conference guys that haven't touched the ball since maybe the first or second game due to injury. So Savion Red and Jamar Curtis haven't even been out there. And so that's why you see younger guys, Damian getting a chance to run the ball, Jaquil getting a chance to run the ball. And we still got a couple guys that can run the ball who haven't touched the ball yet this year that are ready to go. I mean, like, it's like we're holding them back, you know what I mean, as far as some other guys that we have that can touch the ball. So I think in that room, they just have a really good rapport with each other. It reminds me a lot of when I was at the University of Texas, and that running back room, they just want to see each other shine. Like they're all like yelling at each other, like to score when they're in there, to make the most of their carries and make those big plays and make them happen when they get a chance to run the ball in the game. And really for us, it's just trying to, see who gets hot and give them the ball more once they get hot and get rolling. But, all those guys can go in there and make plays. I mean, we put Sam Adams in there for protection purposes. Then we check the play to him, and then boom, it's a touchdown. So like there's so many guys, when they touch the ball, big things can happen, and they're really good running backs. And we're blessed that they came to Sacramento to play for us because of what we did in the past with our running backs. Like they trusted, the scheme and the situation, the coaches to come here and play for us. But, like there's a lot of guys in that room that have juice, that can score in one play, that it can be physical runners, pound the rock, be a 25 carry type of guy, and also catch out of the backfield, and pass protect. So a lot of complete backs in that room. Coach AC's done a really good job, Coach Dub, of working with those guys and getting them to be complete running backs, not just one trick ponies. But those dudes we really got some juice in that room for sure.
Coach, this is obviously a massive game that is taking on even larger, greater conversation here over the course of the last week or so. Do your guys feel like they have something to prove tomorrow night?
Really, since the bye week, all our guys, is we let one slip away. When we started conference play against Cal Poly, they did a really good job of coming in here and getting after us. And we just had that bye week, and we all just said that our back is against the wall. We're fighting for the legacy of our team. We said one great year can change our life, and we have the opportunity to do that. The only way that we can do that is by winning out and treating every single game like a playoff game. And that's what we've done since the bye week ended. So, we talk about having to reinvent yourself every day. When you go to sleep at night, that's one. If you went 1-0 that day, did you do everything possible to go 1-0 that day? That's for us is getting up in the morning. And, I know I say this every week on the show, but that's getting up in the morning, making sure you do the hydration test and your mobility testing and stretch, eating breakfast, coming over to meetings, making sure you're alert and energized in the meetings, then going out, having a great practice, then after practice, going to class, coming back, getting treatment, going to study hall, and making sure the locker room is clean, making sure your locker's clean. And if you do that, that's going 1-0 for the day. And since the bye week, we've had 100% buy-in on everybody just going 1-0 each day. And ultimately, that's really what we're doing. We're just trying to, we're fighting for our lives. I tell these guys, like, you got to live with this record forever. We got to live with the 2025 resume that we put together as a collective group, together forever. And so everybody, when they came here, they said, we want to be winners. We want to do this and that. Well, we gotta put up or shut up and make it happen. And so for us, this is the biggest game of our life this week. And we're excited for the opportunity.
Coach, 20,000 plus at Hornet Stadium last week for that game against Northern Colorado, man. It was electric out there at Hornet Stadium. Going to have another big crowd on Friday night. Do you guys feel that on the sidelines, or is it just kind of white noise? Or do you feel the energy coming from the crowd on a third down stop or a goal line stop like you got to end the game last week? Can you guys feel that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think back to I was blessed. There was a couple schools I went to where, like 100,000 was going to show up regardless, or 50,000 was going to show up regardless of what you did on the, regardless. But when we went to UNLV, it was a lot like when we started here of, like it was like 18, not a lot of fans, and you're playing in an NFL stadium. So it really feels like there's not a lot of people in there. There wasn't a tailgate going on before the game. And we talked about our players like, man, like, we're going to get this thing packed out. Like, we're going to get the upper deck field. They're going to be tailgating outside from the way that you play, the product that you put on the field. And, when I talked to President Wood of taking the job, I'm like, man, we got to find a way to get the whole city of Sacramento out here. Like, there's too many people in Sacramento not to have these games filled up. And, we can do concerts and we can do tailgate. We can do all this stuff to like get more fans involved and create that, that energy, because that does change the game. I mean, that's why, certain teams only play home games. They can go a whole season and only play home games. I don't know how that's possible, but some teams just play home games the whole year, that's crazy to me. But that's why they want to play home games, because you have a home field advantage, because you can pack your fans in there. You can create an environment. You put people on the road. That's hard to do with the travel and different things of, the way to navigate that. So, for us, we created that environment. Now it's, trying to generate and keep that going every week. And I think as you continue to win, you continue to have big time, acts coming to perform. I think that's the standard now. Now we got to keep that rolling. That was really a great atmosphere. I was proud of Sacramento. When I looked up there, I was like, yeah, like this is what, and all the players were. They deserved that. I mean, these guys are working 6-7 days a week from January until December, January every year, right? They want to play in those big games. And it's even more special when you play in a big game at your home stadium, not going on the road to play in a big game, but you can feel that big game atmosphere in your own stadium.
Yeah. Coach, I don't say this lightly. I have a great deal of respect for what you do. Not only do I need you to go 1-0 tomorrow, I need you to beat their ass tomorrow. I do not love the way that this week went. I don't love some of the dialogue that has been going on over the last 6-7 days. I'm gonna be out there with you.
Yeah.
Hey, let's go 1-0 tomorrow. In fact, let's go 2-0 tomorrow. Let's win. Let's do the Doug Christie. Let's win the game and the fight. Not the fight. You know what I mean on the field.
Yeah,
I mean, let's
Careful what you say.
Yeah, I know. That's
Right.
great. That's gonna get clipped.
Right. Look, unruly radio host.
Look at these thugs. These thugs out here. Hey, Coach,
Oh man,
I apologize, Coach. Nah, man, we're hyped for this one tomorrow, man. We're ready.
Absolutely.
We're ready.
Yeah,
we'll be out there, Coach. You need us to do something, man. We ready.
Need me on the kickoff team, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man. I'll run down there on the kickoff team one time.
We ready.
I just need y'all to bring the crew with y'all. Just fill the seats up, baby. Bring them out.
Coming.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
Yeah,
indeed.
we coming. Good luck, Coach. We appreciate you, man. We're excited for tomorrow.
All right. Thank you. Stingers up. Appreciate it.
Yes,
What's
sir.
up, baby?
Yes, sir. That's a man, Coach Brennan Marion.
Woo.
God,
Woo, it's lit.
that thug clip gonna be circling all over Montana Twitter.
See, I told you.
Congratulations, Casey. We just made outkick.
Radio host says they need to win the fight. Thanks, D-Lo.
Yeah. Prison yard
break.
brawl.
Prison break radio host.
Look at the light-skinned guy in the militant jacket.
He's got the Black Panther jacket on it.
We about to get eviscerated. Jesus, man.
Oh,
Goodness
man.
gracious, Lord help us. I cannot wait for tomorrow night. I am so damn excited for that game.
Popcorn ready. The great thing about this,
I have my popcorn ready.
I go over to
Sky River
Carmazzi over there
touchdown
too.
zone.
Yeah, I'll be over to Carmazzi up myself.
Yes, sir.
The great thing about this is
Thank you,
look,
Soren. Soren says that's an embarrassing interview. Thanks, Soren. We appreciate
Thank
you, man.
you. Yeah,
Thank you. Very proud of that.
part of the problem.
Yeah,
That's what we are. Part of the problem.
That's what we are.
Race
baiters.
This I saw on CBS Sports on their football Instagram page. So CBS Sports dedicated to college football.
Mm-hmm.
This game was on there.
Okay.
They're talking about FCS. They don't talk about no other FCS game in the nation. That doesn't mean there's no other good teams or not. I'm just telling you, they don't talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
This little dialogue and everything this was on there. Get your popcorn ready.
Mm-hmm.
This may be, and we'll find out. We'll find out when it all said and done. This might be the highest rated FCS game, non-playoff game that goes on ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
I think they might have that. People know what's going on with this situation, and they tapped in. They definitely tapped in. So it's gonna be fun out there on Friday night. I can't wait. I can't wait. I will see what's going on.
Yeah, this is it's gonna be a good night, man. I think Jay Hardaway said it. We need to win a couple tomorrow.
Yeah. The whole city needs to win.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
I need to see that. I need to see the damn beam as I'm driving home from Sac State tomorrow.
Fire.
I need to see that.
Hell yeah. By the way,
I can't believe I said win the fight. Jesus, man. I can't believe I said that.
Ever heard of professionalism?
By the way, man, Coach Marion and Roberts Family Development Center, they've got a coat and diaper drive that is going to take place November 18th.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll post the flyer to my Twitter and Instagram if you want to donate, if you want to attend, if you want to help out some families here as we get closer to the holidays. I'll get all the information for you guys so you guys can have that, help out, donate, attend, whatever you can do whatever you want to do in that situation.
We'll come back. Right out the gate. Right when we get back, we got to knock out power rankings. Or it's never going to happen.
Poor NFL.
Yeah, we'll get our power rankings here real quick, and then we'll get back to the Sacramento Kings. We really haven't marveled enough yet at Victor Wembanyama's game last night, or Ty and VJ and what they did in Philly. So we got to get into all of that too.
I was also disappointed by something I saw last night in the Kings game.
Okay,
I was disappointed.
Okay. All right. That's all ahead here. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Pamela Love.
Pamela Love. Got to refer to her by both names. If that, I read the transcript of it just a few minutes ago. That's very problematic if that's true. That is extremely problematic. Holy shit.
That's the road that I was trying to get to when I was like, hey, they cleared him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Even though there was something that obvious available? It's messy.
Yeah, because that's the same clip where he said the books knew. Like the books knew right away, hey, there's something unusual here. Bad. Adam Silver's having a really bad summer into fall. He's having arguably the worst offseason in any non-lockout season in history. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Steve Ballmer woke up like they're never going to say my name again.
That brings up an interesting question, though.
Mm-hmm.
What would you have done if you were the NBA? Would you have said, yep, this guy's betting on games? Yeah. Or would you just do what they did and hope it doesn't come back out?
You got to suspend him, no?
I feel
Well,
like
they de facto suspended him, right? Or they did suspend him.
they did not.
Yeah, no,
They did not.
sent him into hiding.
So I think to answer your question, transparency is really, really important. It's the phrase, the cover up is worse than the crime, which is essentially Watergate. Like Watergate, what Watergate took down the president of the United States, the cover up took down the president of the United States. Not now, nothing can take down the president of the United States. But back then, like the cover up of a break-in at a hotel, it ended the Nixon administration. The cover up destroys entities more than it does anything else.
It's true.
Oh God. Well, so gambling is the biggest story.
By the way, I did win on Prize Picks last night.
Good
Shout
for
out
you.
to my Kings lineup. You know what I mean?
Did not.
Oh man, I won $2.
did
It
not.
wasn't like I broke the bank, but I got.
I was
3 of
staring
5.
at 770, man.
It's tough, big dog.
I know.
That's tough. The two that I lost was Devin Booker's points, rebounds, and assists. They now have that simply as PRA. You know what I mean? So we don't have to keep saying it. Devin Booker's PRA, it was at 40.5. I went more. Ended up being 39. Wow.
Okay.
And then Russ, his PRA
Mm.
was at 15.5. He got 13.
Oh, man. Yeah.
So
he didn't get that.
he would have made a couple of them jump shots, maybe a layup. Maybe I would have been in there, man. So you can also create your own lineup. NBA is back. NFL football tonight. Who's tonight?
Chargers, Vikings.
I have no idea. That is a
we
damn
know.
shame.
Dino and Casey knew Chargers, Vikings on today.
That's right.
Chargers,
Amazon
Vikings.
Prime, baby.
Going
Go
down
Chargers,
tonight.
go.
Going down tonight. College football. There's so many things going on, man. Download the PrizePicks app. Put in the promo code KIFM. You get $50 towards your first $5 lineup by putting in that promo code KIFM to get $50 towards your first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. PrizePicks, it's good to be right, unless you're Chauncey.
Oh, Jesus. Kenny, come on, man.
Or Terry Rozier.
To grow up.
WSKF. Cooking.
The show is so unprofessional.
City lights, I gotta make it.
I apologize.
Sorry, Chauncey.
First, we're instigating fights. Now we're.
Bro, said he had to win the fight on Friday.
Oh man,
I love it.
Ryan, guy, Andy, I'm sorry. It's not what I meant.
That's like, don't sleep on it.
Yeah, exactly. Real quick here, because gosh, we have to get back to what is going on in the association. We got to get back to you. Kings Matt George is going to join us about 30-45 minutes from now. Power rankings here as football gets back underway tonight. Last week, KC had the Bucks, Lions, Colts, Chiefs, and Bills as teams 1 through 5. Again, the Bucks at 1, Lions, Colts, Chiefs, Bills at 5. This week, Lions get that number 1 spot, man. Got the Lions back at number 1. The Chiefs, I moved all the way up to number 2.
What?
Yes, I did. When I said I believe they are back, my dearest brother, I believe that they are back. Probably long overdue, but I moved the Colts into the top 5. Got the Colts at number 3.
Okay.
We'll see how that goes, but they've earned it. I've got the Colts at the top 3. The Bucks, who lost, I moved them down to 4. Didn't want to take them out of the power rankings.
Disrespect.
I took the Bills out only because they had a bye week, and I've got my eye on the Rams. So
They
the
got
Rams
punished
have
for being healthy?
No, they didn't play.
Yeah, they got punished because they didn't even play. They got knocked out of the power rankings because the schedule makers didn't schedule them a game.
Well, they're at like 5.5. So I just they're right there. Like and then this can all be addressed next week.
Wait
But
a minute.
they're at 5.5.
As I take umbrage with your power rankings, how the hell the Rams get in there after that game, after playing that team in London? That is not a move up the charts win.
London.
That pushes them up?
Well, no, they're a 5-2 football team who I think highly of. I don't care. The game was in London.
So the Bills get knocked out for not playing, and the Rams get pushed up for beating a sorry team.
Let's stop saying the Bills got knocked out. They just got passed because
I'm
they're
looking right
bye.
here. They're not on
We
the
see
list.
this in the
They're not
BCS
on the
all of the
list.
time. If you don't play that week, okay, here, jackass. Fine. Bills 5.5. Now look at your stupid little rundown. Are you happy?
I mean,
5.5.
It ain't the same. There's 6 teams there.
Oh, see, and the Bills will almost certainly find their way back in to the power
better
rankings
win.
next week. Actually, I don't even know who they play this week. That might play a
Hey,
factor.
I ain't really thought about the NFL once this
I know,
week.
man.
NBA's back.
I know. It is the Vikings. Oh, well, it's your Panthers. It's the Bills at your Panthers tonight.
Sneaky.
Bills at your
Sneaky.
Panthers this week.
I think the Bills are going to win, but sneaky.
And here's great news for you. The Rams have a bye week.
So send them out of the top
They
5.
probably will be. You know what team I really did want to put in? And I don't even know that I could do it this week unless I use that bye line, because I'm starting to eye the Packers again. The Patriots. The Patriots are a team I really wanted to get into the top 5.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I probably forgot about the Patriots. They probably should be in the top 5. Nah, not really. There's nobody that should have. I mean, nah. They shouldn't
Not
be
yet.
over.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
It's close. I'll give you my top 5.
Okay.
The Lions are number 1, just like you.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about respect. I got the Colts at 2. I got the
Okay.
Colts.
Okay.
6-0
Wow.
Colts at
Wow.
2
Okay.
Right now.
Okay.
The Bucks, who were previously number 1, they fall to 3. I'm not going to send them too far for losing to who I have as the number 1 team on the road.
Mm-hmm.
I still got the Bills in there at 4. And I do have the Chiefs at 5. I do have them making that power rankings debut.
Okay.
So they're they're in there. They're in there. And Niners are close, but they're not there. Niners are
I
close.
think I needed one more from the 49ers before because I thought about them briefly, but I thought I think I'd rather go with the Patriots, and ultimately I went with neither.
Do you know my poor Niners who can't keep the team reporter healthy at this point?
Oh gosh, Nick Wagner, I hope you're okay. Oh my God,
my poor Niners. I think their bye is until like week 14.
Yeah, right.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
They can't even get a week to get themselves together. We just keep going, man. We just keep doing what we can, man. Got Texans this week, as a championship squad.
The Texans are?
Yeah, man. True champions. Just gonna go out there and just roll the footballs out there and just see what happens.
When have the Texans won the title?
Well, they won the division.
Oh. So true division champions is what you're saying.
Well, that's just an extra word.
Okay. Okay. Let me do a quick refresh here. There's a couple of clips that we have to. Well, right now there's one clip that we have to play. I was hoping we'd had something from Doug Christie. We did not. Go ahead.
But before we get into the clips, can I tell you what disappointed me yesterday in the game with the Kings and the Suns?
Do you want to hold on to that, or do you want to go that Brian Windhurst clip that people are going crazy over?
Yeah. Well, I'll hold on to it. Yeah.
Well, great, because I can't. There it is. I was going to say I can't find it. Here it is. This clip is circulating the office pretty strong right now, and it's this is Brian Windhurst on the Rich Eisen show. God, this poor guy Winters just lives in hotels. This poor brother.
Something happened to him the other day. What happened?
Oh God,
did he like his internet went out or something, or he got stuck in the airport? So poor Winters he was having a tough day the other day.
We will get back to the Kings in just a moment. Matt George is going to join us here about 20 to 30 minutes. Here's Brian Windhurst on the Rich Eisen show today.
You're absolutely right, Rich. The NBA at some point is going to have to explain why Terry Rozier was allowed to keep playing. And I just want to point something out. The sports books caught the irregular betting on Terry Rozier the day it happened, the morning it happened, when all of a sudden there was hundreds of thousands of dollars coming in on Terry Rozier unders for a relatively meaningless game in March. Involving the Charlotte Hornets. The sports books caught it. They told the NBA right away. And guess what? The NBA, Rozier didn't play the rest of the season. And he had faked the injury, so it wasn't because of the injury. The NBA pulled him. They pulled Jonte Porter too. They flagged Jonte Porter and pulled Jonte Porter. The NBA's measures, their protection measures, the sports books protection measures triggered this. They caught it. The issue, I think, is, Jonte Porter, they caught, convicted, and tossed him out of the league within weeks. Rozier didn't. And this in this investigation, and I don't know if Terry Rozier is guilty. The NBA obviously didn't feel that he was. They wouldn't have let him play. But this indictment implies that there was a swath of conspirators. There was like his cousin, his cousin's friend. I mean, like all the way down to like low-level guys who won money on this bet and then immediately bet on other games and lost all the money and had to tell other people, man, I lost the money. I'll have to get it to you. Like the really low-level people who were betting hundreds of dollars on this game, in addition to people who were betting tens of thousands. So my point about saying that is that there was a wide swath of people who were benefiting from this inside information on Rozier, according to the feds, and that the NBA either didn't discover that or knew about that and cleared him, they're going to have to answer for. But
okay. Ooh. Okay, so there's a lot there. Yeah. I need to rewind something. I'm not sure if Windhurst is clear what
they flagged Jonte Porter and pulled Jonte Porter. The NBA, they told the NBA right away. And
listen to this particular part right here where he talks about the books catching this the day it happened.
In November, I'm sorry, in March, involving the Charlotte Hornets, the sports books caught it. They told the NBA right away. And guess what? The NBA, Rozier didn't play the rest of the season. And he had faked the injury, so it wasn't because of the injury. The NBA pulled him. They pulled Jonte Porter too. They flagged Jonte Porter and pulled Jonte Porter. The NBA's
is Windhurst saying that the NBA pulled Terry Rozier?
That's what,
because I feel like he's bouncing back and forth between multiple thoughts.
Yeah.
The sports books caught it and pulled and said, "Hey, there's an irregularity here." And then he goes to they pulled Jonte Porter. Is he saying the NBA pulled Terry Rozier in Jonte Porter, and that Terry Rozier missing games with an injury wasn't in fact Terry Rozier missing games with an injury?
That's what I thought I remembered happened. I thought Rozier was under investigation and they sat him out. That's what I thought I remembered. But then you guys like, no, he played and I was like, maybe I just misremembered. But I thought he was out due to the investigation. And it happened during the season.
Where are we at? Let me see.
Once again, I could have misremembered that. Though.
No, so what does the injury have to do with anything then?
If I remember, and I could go to the internet, but if I remember correctly, it felt like he was injured as well. But it was never reported.
So what Brian Windhurst is saying there is he wasn't.
He was
Brian Windhurst just said Terry Rozier was not injured.
So
this is a great screenshot too of Windhurst.
What I remembered is he was suspended because of, or I don't even know if they used the word suspended.
I don't think they did.
They just did not allow him to play. But I don't know if they did it or reporters. It happened when he had gotten hurt like a game or two before, maybe illegally, right? Like maybe it was one of those illegal games. And they also tied it into that. But the NBA was like, he's under investigation. I don't even know if they were really clear on it. They were under investigation and he wasn't playing. And I didn't think it was due to the injury.
Jill Adge is texting me. He left the game, didn't go to the bench, and missed every game for the rest of the season for a foot injury.
And he was also under investigation.
I found a Reddit thread. Terry Rozier suspended the rest of the season. Now you can't search Terry Rozier suspended because all you're going to do is get news from today. But Windhurst's implication is, if I understand what he's saying here correctly, and again he's bouncing back and forth between two different points. If I understand what he's saying here is it's the NBA was aware of what was happening with Terry Rozier and the sports books immediately. And they used his foot injury as a way to keep him out the rest of the season. If I'm understanding what he's saying correctly, That's it. But again, if I let this go a little bit longer, he's talking about
measures. They pulled Jonte Porter too. They flagged Jonte Porter and pulled Jonte Porter. The NBA's measures.
And here now it's like he's recollecting his thoughts. So I don't know if he was. I'm not positive if he was trying to speak about the books, pulling Terry Rozier, saying, "Hey, there's something. League, look at this. There's something wrong. There's something wrong." Or if he's saying the NBA went to Terry Rozier and said, "Hey, you got a foot injury? Yeah, you got a foot injury the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Sit down while we investigate this."
Yeah. And that would make sense. That would make sense. Now you can talk about they should have made it be known, put out the press statement. He's out because we're investigating a potential gambling situation with him. But at the same time, they can't. Can he be out if they're investigating something?
Yes. Yeah, you can. I mean,
because
I don't know.
I only ask because, like, this isn't court of law, but if he's not convicted of that, can you bar him?
So
from
you can, like, I think you have to pay him. Like, I don't know that I'm not trying to be funny. I don't know if Chauncey Billups is in jail right now. I assume he's not.
Right.
I don't think Terry Rozier is in jail, but they're on leave, which means Chauncey Billups will not coach the Portland Trailblazers, but I believe Chauncey Billups will get paid by the Portland Trailblazers. Now, I assume there is conduct clauses in play here if you're the Portland Trailblazers, and you have to let this legal process play out. And if you discover that there is something that falls under that conduct clause, you can fire Chauncey Billups at no cost to you and perhaps recoup the money from his leave. I don't know that for sure, but I know firing with cause is very much a thing. And I assume I don't know how that works with players' contracts, but I'm very confident it can work with a coach's contract.
I would think it'd be the same for a player.
Because there was at least there was at least a conversation with I'm not trying to pick on it. Like, would Eric Musselman be fired before he ever coached a game when he got that DUI? So I don't know.
Yeah, I would think so. And I'm sure I would think there's got to be something within the CBA that allows them to sit Rozier while something is under investigation. They shouldn't. I wouldn't think they have to have a conviction or proof or something like that. While we investigate this,
there was
they don't have this, but you're on the PUP list.
Different sport. Like, remember the commissioner's exempt list. I say remember it like it doesn't exist anymore. The commissioner's exempt list in the NFL, where we don't want you around while this is being investigated. So you're going on this list. You can't come back this year or for whatever period of time it was, but you'll get paid. I think Adrian Peterson went on that list. I can't remember if Adrian Peterson went on that list after that thing or not. I know who did. A handful of guys have, but they got paid for that. They while the process was playing out, and then a suspension would come in, or it wouldn't, and that would be that. Jill just sent me a tweet, and shout out to assistant producer Jill Adge.
Shout out Jill Adge,
who is helping us navigate this insane story. Someone pulled the film of the March 23rd game in question and said that Terry Rozier was just running around. Like, Terry Rozier was completely normal, playing basketball, came out after a timeout, sat on the bench just fine, and after a bit just randomly agonized in pain, started grabbing his leg and left.
Oh my God.
And then never played again. I don't know. This was a game in March. So not playing again the rest of the season is 2 weeks.
2-3 weeks.
It's about 2-3 weeks. Yeah, probably closer to 3 weeks than 2.
You know, the other game that they always put out there that was just, it became a joke, but it really is like awful, is the clips they have when he played the Cavs. And I think you've seen it before because they were talking about it before. But the Cavs are wearing like the City Connect, and it's like baby blue. And Terry Rozier is it's some of the worst basketball I've ever seen. And I remember when this came out first, they had that clip and we were kind of laughing at it. Everybody was kind of laughing at it. But man, like he was so bad, it was like, yeah, this isn't real. This isn't how you really play, but this can't be how Terry Rozier really plays basketball. It can't be. I found it. Do you want to?
Yeah.
Let me shoot it to you.
Well, no, okay. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Because you got it already up. So.
Tag if you can. Tag ESPN instead of me because that's the account that's open.
But the way
Kyle was smart enough to stop logging into his Twitter account.
There you go.
And having to deal with the odd searches that would often pop up.
The way he was playing in that game it was crazy.
Oh God, it's from the Hater Report. This is going to be spectacular.
It was insane. It was like, nah, this can't be real. This can't.
Oh, I'm gonna mute this just in case.
Like this can't be Terry Rozier really playing basketball.
All right. So we're okay. So he's essentially just
look at this one. Look at this one.
They're dribbling out. Oh,
what?
Wow.
Watch the next one.
Oh, this is crazy. I remember this clip now. This is pretty bad. Missed a step
one.
back by 4 feet.
Airballed another one. No. That one just hit the rim.
Well, great. Now the NBA is investigating Dylan Cardwell after that free throw attempt last night. Jeez. Oh, goodness gracious.
I mean, this is some Terry Rozier, a good ball player. Like he was, some of these passes and stuff are just crazy.
He's airballed 3 shots in this clip. Oh, they got little buddy there. They got little buddy right there. Oh man.
Jeez.
Wow. You and so this goes back to something we were discussing during the commercial break is like, should the NBA have handled this differently? Like transparency in a situation like this is really important, at least in my opinion, because we've heard the phrase so many times, and I believe it's applicable here. I believe it always makes sense, and it's the cover up is often worse than the crime.
Yeah.
If you pinpoint something being wrong here with Terry Rozier or Jonte Porter or whoever, you address it, you talk about it as a league, and you keep it. You're Adam Silver. You stand in front of the firing squad. You bring the NBA's attorneys up there. You bring your investigators up there. You do whatever. You hold a full-on press conference with Pablo Torre in the front row, and you answer every question that is asked. But if there is any way that Pablo or Windhurst or whoever can prove that the NBA knew about this and told Terry Rozier to sit the rest of the season without acknowledging the public or acknowledging to the public what was going on, that is a massive, massive issue.
Yeah. Yeah. And the way you laid it out is exactly how it's got to happen. You've got to do that. You've got to take your medicine and get in front of all of this, right? The thing that I'm thinking of though is was Terry the same year after Jonte Porter? Was that the same NBA season?
2020. Jonte was last year, no?
Oh, I thought they were the same. Okay.
So I've got so this game I've got the game that we talked about where he was on the bench, the last game that he played is dated March 23rd, 2023.
Gotcha.
Jonte, I think, was last season.
That's
the
right.
24-25 season.
So, well, it's another way thing. At that time, they're like, "Yo, we'll sweep this under the rug." Then Jonte comes out, and they're like, "Bro, we can't keep sweeping this stuff under the rug." And they came out and did everything that you said with Jonte Porter. In 2023, maybe they thought they could just kind of skate on by for a little bit. Like you said, the way you just laid out how they should have handled it, that's how they should have handled it. But maybe that was the thinking. And they got Jonte Porter, they're like, we can't do that again. So then they got transparent in that situation and really just crossed their fingers that the Rozier stuff will go away. It didn't.
Reading that tweet where Pablo Torre's like breaking, Terry Rozier's being arrested right now. What is going on? He got a statement from Terry Rozier's lawyer too. It's certainly an interesting direction to go. Here's what the statement from Terry Rozier's lawyer to Pablo Torre says. We have represented Terry Rozier for over a year. A long time ago, we reached out to these prosecutors to tell them we should have an open line of communication. They characterized Terry as a subject, not a target. But at 6 a.m. this morning, they called to tell me FBI agents were trying to arrest him in a hotel. It is unfortunate that instead of allowing him to self-surrender, they opted for a photo op. They wanted the misplaced glory of embarrassing a professional athlete with a perp walk. That tells you a lot about the motivations in this case. They appear to be taking the word of spectacularly incredible sources rather than relying on actual evidence of wrongdoing. Terry Rozier was cleared by the NBA, and these prosecutors revived that non-case. Terry is not a gambler, but he is not afraid of a fight, and he looks forward to winning this fight. Again, that's Jim Trusty, who is Terry Rozier's attorney. Buddy, we've got video evidence.
Exhibit A.
Exhibit A was that reel we just played from TikTok. Man, and I'm going to search Terry Rozier's name real quick because I have not come across a single photo. Just a quick scroll. Sorry, everybody. Scrolling. I have not come across a single photo of Terry Rozier doing a perp walk. So if the idea, if Mr. Trustee's, I just noticed the time. I'm sorry, Jesse. I'll get us out. If that assessment is accurate, then the prosecutors have done a terrible job because that photo is not circulated anywhere on the internet. I have a photo of Terry Rozier leaving federal custody. I have that photo, but I don't have one of him being brought in. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I can't find it. One search led me to the one of him being released. We'll come back. We're going to shift our attention back to the Kings, probably. Matt George is going to join us. We'll definitely shift our attention back to the Kings. It's Stilo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah. Oh, good. Matt says he's got plenty for the Keon convo. What am I looking for?
I would say this might be a losers leave town match, but they might both be on their way out. Chargers and Vikings.
Would the Vikings be better if they had kept Sam Darnold? I think Sam Darnold's playing pretty well in Seattle.
He is. The only reason I hesitate is their starting quarterback is hurt. They're still with Wentz right now.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
maybe JJ could have been better than Wentz.
You think? Never mind.
Say it. Say it.
Just gonna ask if you guys think the Blazers could be better now.
There might be some that think so. I will 1,000% buy a shoe that comes out in a woman's colorway. Every once in a while, Jordan drops a shoe where I'm like, yo, that's fire. It's like, wait, women's colorway? No.
Oh, yeah. The ones that are like in the women's sizes.
Mhm.
Hell yeah. Or go 2 sizes up and get
Mhm.
what you talking about.
They buy men's shoes every day. Really strange search history today. Is Terry Rozier suspended? Was Terry Rozier was suspended? I just come from the poet's pot. I wonder if they're ever going to finish Force, or they're just like, forget it.
I thought that was supposed to be next, but I guess not.
I thought JA said it was coming back. I thought JA said it was coming back, but maybe not. All right. Matt George is going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We're monitoring this situation that is continuing to evolve in the NBA, excuse me, with this gambling ring, I guess, involving, at the very least, Chauncey, Billups, and Terry Rozier. You said there was something that disappointed you last night in the Kings game.
Yeah, man. I thought Zach LaVine as a whole played a good game.
Mm-hmm.
I was disappointed in his fourth quarter, and it went into kind of his reputation as a player, right? Like when the game gets tight, situations get tight,
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't perform at his best. And, it is who he's kind of shown himself to be in this league, as somebody that maybe isn't always like super aggressive and does the things that DeMar does, right? In clutch time. DeMar, like, give me the ball, like I'm going to work. This is what we do. Zach didn't do that last night. He had 6 shots in the fourth quarter. 2 or 3 of them were kind of late, like the step back 3. He missed 2 other 3-pointers late in the game. But I wanted to see him attacking the way he did in that first half. He was just electric in that first half. And I wanted to see more of that in the closing minutes of the game when things were getting tight.
Yeah.
And that was disappointing to see, because this is an opportunity for Zach LaVine to show, like, I can be everything that you guys said I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I can be the leader of a team. I can be a number one. I'm not just a talented guy. I'm him as well. And still a lot of time and yet to be determined, what happens this year for him. But in that moment, that felt like a bit of a missed opportunity for him. And I was disappointed to see that, because he was having a heck of a game before that. And I would have liked to seen that same aggression in that fourth quarter when the game was kind of slipping away.
Yeah, that would have been great. That would have been great to have him there. I mean, DeMar is so good in the fourth quarter. He's so regularly good.
Yeah.
In the fourth quarter, the Kings are going to need more than that, and it's important to note. And this is the tough. This is one of the many tough aspects of last night's game. Is there's a point where, you know, normally this happens late in the fourth quarter for me, where it's like you get to a point where you can't lose this game. And, you know, the demise happened so quickly in the third quarter that by the time we got a fourth, it was a fight. And, you know, I think the game was tied in the last 90 seconds or whatever it was. And I'm thinking, man, you don't want to lose this game. And it's not because you blew a 20-point lead. It's not because you're on the road. It's not because it's opening night. It's because you've gotten this far without Domantas Sabonis. You've gotten this far without Keegan Murray. And every time you can steal a win without both of those guys on the floor, you're doing your overall season a huge, huge favor. Anytime you can win games without a full complement of players, you're doing your season a huge favor. And you had this right there for you with a handful of guys that were playing really well, and you weren't able to do it. Even in the moment that things were slipping away, Devin was living at the free throw line, and you couldn't find a way. You know, the Zach LaVine foul, you talk about Zach LaVine kind of not having that clutch moment. The foul on the three-pointer, man,
that was tough. Man, that was tough, man. You can't close out that way, especially with a guy like Dylan Brooks. I'm not saying leave him open or anything, but the last thing you want to do is put him on the line for three. And that was tough from Zach, man. And like I said, he had a good game. You had a great game in that first half. And even in that third quarter as well, he was continuing to cook. But it got brought down a notch because of that fourth quarter. And that was disappointing to see.
I really hate to do this to our buddy Matt George. We're obviously waiting for him to join us. But I want to hear from Doug Christie.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Matt wasn't there, so I want to hear from Doug. And so, Matt, I'm sorry. Here's Sean Cunningham. Clip courtesy of Sean Cunningham in KCRA. Matter of fact, let me see if I can let me see if I could do my buddy a solid. Let me check here. Yeah, I was looking to see if James had it. James didn't have it. Okay, here's Doug Christie.
Sorry.
Hey, Doug, I hope you don't mind me asking this.
Oh,
Usually
I'm
when it
sorry.
starts that way, I do. But go ahead.
Have the organization, the team been contacted about these activities going on about the gambling?
You know, we have that's an ongoing investigation. We have no comments about that, bro. Yeah.
Day later.
Just shout out to him. Gotta ask.
Yeah, in many ways.
Hey, Doug, have federal investigators contacted you about that Los Angeles Lakers series yet? I think they got a lot of questions.
You know, we talked a lot about a lot of different things, but, you know, defend, rebound, and share. Those are overarching principles. And if you look at that, the defense wasn't to the level we needed. We did not rebound the ball. 18-9 on the offensive glass, 51-37, I believe, overall. And then sharing the basketball. Got into too many ISO situations in the first half. Got lulled into making some shots and thinking that was the way to play. The ball has some energy. We have to move the ball, let everybody touch the basketball. And then we have incredible scorers. In those moments when they need to, they will. It just there's a flow and there's a rhythm and there's a vibration to this game that we'll find it. We'll find it.
I see the players talking a bit after practice. What's kind of the overall message between you guys?
It's a good vibe. That's what the message is. I think that listen, credit to Phoenix. They got a win, but in many ways, our guys are like, you know, we let one get away, coach, and that bothers us, and it should bother you. Wins in this league are very, very hard to come by, and I think everybody understands that. And now it's back to the drawing board against an even tougher team in Utah.
I know several coaches that have been here with the Kings before before you would always want their veteran players to speak up and call some of that out. It seemed like some of that was happening there at half court.
No, they don't. You would want that as a coach, but I ask them. Sometimes they got something, sometimes they don't. What you don't want is you don't want it to be fake. It's got to come from your heart and it's got to be real. So you just don't talk the talk. If you got something to say it. And most times when they do, and they have all spoken, speaking of the veterans, and when they did, it was poignant and it was to the point, and it was exactly what needed to be heard by the group. Because one thing that you understand about team sports, when you get inside that locker room, you understand what's going on inside that locker room. So you know why and how and what and all those different things. So normally they've thought about it because they feel it. So I encourage them to communicate and love each other. That's my biggest thing. Because if you love each other, you go the extra mile for each other. And if you just like each other, it's kind of not it.
I know you've been big on there's the game and then there's the fight within the game.
Yeah.
How'd you feel about the very first opening night, the fight from your team?
I mean, I obviously didn't win the game, but I thought that there was fight there. It's not still to the level that we want, but because I thought that like in the first quarter, in the first half, there was some spunk in the defense. In the second half, I thought that we came out and there was a bit of, we were second to the ball. We didn't react the way that we need to react. Like it's, games online. Like when that happens, we're punching first. And that, there are parts of this that we all have to learn together. And that's what I told them today is like, listen, we in this together. Like we gonna win together, we gonna lose together. I'm gonna be the one taking all the bullets. I'm okay with that. But one thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna do it together.
End it right there, Dougie. You ain't gonna take all of them. Fan base gonna make sure of that.
Yeah.
But you're gonna take some because there's gonna be questions asked about Keon Ellis in minutes, just as there were last night. Everybody is going to have a opinion on the way that this season should be coached, and that's the difficulty of having a public facing job like this.
Yeah.
We're in a very fortunate position to have one of those. We may have had some fun with it, but people have opinions on how we do our job, and how interviews should be done, and the way that certain people should be talked to, and that's just kind of part of what comes with this. Doug has that to like times 1,000,
right?
Because he's got a very, very passionate fan base who is very, very passionate about their players, and that's just kind of one of the unique components to all of this is Keon Ellis is one of their players.
Yeah.
And I don't know that they feel like Zach and DeMar are, but Keon is theirs, and they are adamant that Russell Westbrook isn't. Keegan Murray is. I think Domas is. But unfortunately, Zach and DeMar aren't. And I like both of those guys a lot. I wish more of the fan base would come around on those guys, but that's how people fan, and that's okay. But Doug is going to have to answer those questions. Again, he's not going to take all of the bullets. It's nice that he says that. He's going to take a lot of them, though.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean,
going to take a lot of them.
It's a pressure cooker, man. Being at least here in Sacramento, being the Kings head coach is a pressure cooker. Every move that you make or don't make in every single game. This is kind of what I talked about the other day when you talk about like the top markets as far as like attention on the NBA. This is one of the top, like every single move. You think in Memphis right now, they're talking about how Jalen Wells should have gotten 15 minutes instead of or whatever.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
Nah, we spent an hour and a half on Keon Ellis looking at the times when he went into the game, came out of the game, who else was in, who he subbed in for. This is a pressure cooker.
Yeah. And in the
in
other
game one.
Yeah. Yeah. And the other that was opening night for Doug too. and Doug was not operating with the complement of Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray. And unfortunately, I don't know who will be back in for him. I know Keegan won't be. We do know that Neek Clifford won't play for him tomorrow, and Neek Clifford will be reevaluated in a week. Neek obviously started for Doug Christie last night, played really well on the defensive end. But, you know, in Doug's attempt to kind of find combinations, he probably put a few out there that caused a lot more harm than good. We talked about, and I was with you. I kind of left you out to I left you out to dry on this one earlier, and it wasn't intentional. I was with you on Max. Like, I wanted to see Maxime Reynaud out there. I was one of the people. I am one of the people who thought Maxime Reynaud could play right away. I'm still really curious to see Max with Domas. I'm curious to see them both on the floor at the same time. But like, there are minutes where Max, you know, we talked about that transition from the third to the fourth, and we went over those numbers exhaustively from this moment where it was, you know, I think it was a 15-point game to where it fell to a 5-point game to where it fell to a 5-point deficit. Like, we went over that exhaustive. Like, Maxime Reynaud was out there with like Dario Saric. You know, when Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray come back, how many times is that going to happen? And it's Doug trying to find something. And we saw Malik close the game. We said that it's not who starts, who finishes thing that he kept saying. And I know it's a cliche, and I know a lot of coaches say it. We kept saying there's a reason he's saying this. And we saw it a little bit last night. Malik was in. Dylan Cardwell was in. There's no scenario where I would have predicted that.
Right. Close the game.
Like, I absolutely, the most likely scenario, the thought that the craziest lineup that I expected last night was a closing lineup that saw Keon and Malik both on the floor with the other guys. That's absolutely what I expected to happen. I did not expect Dylan Cardwell to be out there. But I'm really happy that Matt George is here with us. Matt George, ABC 10 and the Great Locked On Kings podcast. Matt, we got all the ups and downs last night in Phoenix. Your overall feelings about the way the game went last night?
Before I start with that, I wanted to make sure to say Jesse Tapia is the funniest member of this show and one of the funniest guys in Sacramento. Jesse almost made me crash my car this afternoon when I was driving in, and someone was talking about, Damien, you were talking about Portland canceling media availability. And Jesse just said, "Why? What happened?" Oh, I almost drove off the road. Jesse's
deadpan sense of humor.
It's the best. It's the delivery. It's the delivery for me. Jesse, never change who you are, my friend. Well, if you missed my video of me screaming into a pillow last night, that's about how it what sums up the emotions from that first game.
It has to do with the Kings.
Oh, we're talking to the Kings? Oh, I was talking about my relationship. Oh, I just got it.
Oh, well, you didn't help yourself with that line, but so you were screaming into a pillow, man. I wish this show would grow up. For God's sakes, I wish this show would grow up.
How do we save this? Where do we go from here?
I missed that video, Matt.
Yeah, well, there's a website. There's some age restrictions, but maybe you can find it. No, it was I just wish I could just focus on that first half, and like Doug Christie could bottle up that first half. And it made me think of a line that Doug shared in training camp. And he said, like, he told the guys at one point, like, y'all messed up because you showed me that you could do it. And now that you've showed me that you could do it, now we're gonna demand more. Like, we're gonna demand it because you showed me. That was during training camp. Now the Kings have messed up because they showed their entire fan base, hey, we can do it for a half. But the second half was just, unfortunately, like, the wheels fell off and the Kings took their foot off the gas. Whatever analogy you want to use, Sacramento completely fell apart. And I understand basketball is a game of runs, and a 20-point lead isn't what it used to be. De'Aaron Fox used to say that all the time in Sacramento, and I didn't like it then either. And I understand Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray were out. Well, we've seen those two play and the Kings blow leads like this over the last handful of years. It's just all too familiar, regardless of whatever excuse or circumstance. It's the first game. Russ hadn't played before, blah, 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 blah. you shouldn't blow a 20-point lead in a game that you were that firmly in control. And I know Doug Christie after the game talks about defense. That's his MO. That's what he is all about. But the Sacramento Kings could barely score the basketball in the second half. That to me is what's concerning. I mean, the Suns scored over 60 points in the second half. Look, that you want that number to be under 60, of course, but I still felt the defense at times was fine. It was okay. It was more than enough for a team that's supposed to be as good on offense as the Sacramento Kings are to win the basketball game. They just went cold at the wrong time. Zach LaVine went from red hot to chucking bricks. DeMar DeRozan got woken up by Dylan Brooks a little bit, but he couldn't hit a free throw. So it's not all blame on one person, two people, or 10 people. Like, everybody has to wear a certain element of that game. But unfortunately for Kings fans, it's an all too familiar scene that a coaching change and a front office change and some slight roster changes shockingly didn't get rid of.
Matt, what's your take on, or your thought process on the Keon Ellis situation? We had a lot of dialogue about that today, about the 12 minutes he played compared to 18 for Westbrook, 27 for Monk, 23 for Nick Clifford. What's your thoughts on Keon last night and potentially going forward?
Yeah, I heard your guys' conversation about this earlier. I thought it was a fantastic conversation. I was looking forward to adding to it. Guys, I'm under a pretty significant impression that the belief amongst the Sacramento Kings organization is that Keon Ellis is more replaceable than people are making him out to be. And I think there is this belief in Sacramento, and history would suggest that Kings fans fall in love with a player or two based off of the hustle and the way that they play. Typically, they're young players with these kind of underdog stories that the Kings and Kings fan base latch onto. And while I'm not bringing that up in any kind of way to undermine who Keon Ellis is as a basketball player, like, I think I have a pretty good understanding that the Kings believe that if they were to lose Keon in free agency, they can find a replacement for him. There are players like Keon Ellis out there. And I think what's unfortunate is if Keon Ellis were 6'7", 6'8", we wouldn't be having that conversation. And they would have paid him already, because those are the type of players that every single team wants. But every team could use a Keon Ellis. I don't know why Keon wasn't in the game. I think he should have been in the game. But I think this is a further reflection of truly how this organization views Keon. And I mean, I know you guys were joking earlier about is it Vivek Ranadive? Is it ownership calling in saying don't play the guy? Like, I can tell you firsthand, going back to last year, that Mike Brown was the one to initially make the decision to have Keon play in the first place and give Keon opportunity over some of the guys on two-way contracts and playing in Stockton that higher-ups would have preferred play over Keon at the time. I'm not using that to defend Mike Brown at all, because, of course, he made mistakes, but this has been happening. This has been around Keon for a while, for a couple of seasons here in Sacramento, which is why even with the coaching change and Doug Christie, even with the front office change and Scott Perry, Keon seems to be, in a short sample size, just one game this season, getting similar treatment to where if someone's going to sacrifice their minutes, it seems like it's going to be Keon.
That was interesting. Do you agree with the Kings? Is Keon Ellis easily replaceable?
No, I don't, because I think
you know what? Actually, that was a stupid follow-up question. Let me try this differently, because you said that you believe there's people in the organization who feel this way. This is the second front office group and the second coaching staff. Is this a prevailing thought that's running through multiple coaching staffs and multiple front offices?
Yes. I don't think this is the same people here have the same opinion. I think that opinion is shared or has been adapted by newer people here. And I understand that to be the case based off of the decision to pick up Keon Ellis's option early in the offseason. We could talk about financially, it gave them more flexibility to give Dennis Schroeder money or whatever. If Keon Ellis were a priority, as much as we believe he should be a priority, then they would have gotten something done then, just like they got something done with Keegan at $140 million total over 5 years. They got that done even with Keegan out because Keegan is a priority. I just don't think Keon is viewed as much of a priority as the fan base believes he should be or is. And I think that's the whole point. Again, I think the organization feels that Keon is a popular figure and loved by the fans because of the way that he plays. But if he were to leave, they could find that elsewhere. They could find someone else to replace that. I don't necessarily fully agree on it. And to go back to your first follow-up question, which I thought was fine, D'Lo, what the messaging is what doesn't make sense to me. If you're Scott Perry, you list out these 6 or 7 kind of features or traits of who you want this Kings team to be and how you want to play. If Keon doesn't check all 7 of them, I don't know who does. Doug Christie talks about the way he wants to play. It seems like Keon Ellis would be a perfect fit for Doug. And yet I think there's just an understanding in Sacramento or a belief amongst that organization that Keon's a good player. We value Keon. He's an important piece of this team, but he is not as expendable as we believe him to be. And there are priorities higher up on the list than him right now. Or there were during the offseason, at least.
Man, I understand it. I understand it. I like Keon as much. We talked about it just a second. I like him as much as anybody on this roster. I love his demeanor. I love what he brings to the table. I said it a year ago, and I still feel this way. I think he has all defensive team capabilities with how he's able to guard. But I do believe, and I talk about this with the insiders a lot, I do believe you can find those type of players rather easily. It's almost like and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe Kyle Shanahan's wrong, but it's like Kyle Shanahan and the offensive lineman. Like I'm not spending the 2nd overall pick on an offensive lineman because I can find somebody that can get the job done for cheaper and later in the draft. Like that's kind of how I feel about wings, defensive-minded wings that are 3-and-D guys. I do believe you can find those guys all over the place. I don't know why the Kings
can't.
I don't know why they can't. I have no idea why they can't. We named 4 guys yesterday on the Oklahoma City Thunder who are 2nd-round picks. Picks number 40, 46, 55, undrafted, Lou Dort, guys like that. Like they're all over the place. Dylan Cardwell, I'm not saying he's great. He's an undrafted guy. He was closing out the game for you.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can find guys like that all over the place. And that doesn't mean that you don't try to sign Keon Ellis or you don't try to bring him back. But I don't think you break the bank or do everything in the world to sign him or maybe even play him in certain situations.
Yeah, I want to clarify a couple things kind of building off what Kenny said there. Number one is it's not that the Sacramento Kings aren't interested in bringing Keon back. I think there is the hope and the belief that come February or March, whenever he's eligible to be extended, that they will get some sort of deal done. I know the insiders were throwing out a number. Kyle Madsen threw out like $12 million a year, like a 4-year, $48 million deal. And he's just total ballparking there. I don't know if the Sacramento Kings would be willing to pay that much for Keon Ellis, or they feel they need to pay that much for Keon Ellis. Maybe they feel they could get him for $8 million a year. I have no idea. I'm not privy to any of those financial conversations. But I don't want anyone to misconstrue what I'm saying as the Sacramento Kings don't value Keon and don't want Keon here. They do. There are other priorities, like to them, getting Dennis Schroeder in this building for whatever money they needed to put on the table to get him here was way more of a priority than bringing Keon Ellis in or extending Keon. And that might send off alarm bells to Kings fans. And I don't necessarily blame you for it, but that was Scott Perry's approach to this team. The other thing I wanted to address, because I've seen it a number of times in the chatty house and on my comment section, whatever. Why don't you just trade him then? Why don't you just trade him? Because Keon Ellis makes $2 million. So what are you trading, or what are you getting of value in return, unless it's a draft pick, which I don't know how many teams are lining up to give you a first-round pick that means anything for Keon Ellis right now.
$1 million player.
Yeah, like you'd have to attach another player or two to Keon to get a player of, we believe, Keon's value back in return, because those guys are like $15+ million players per year. Like if Keon were made, that's why we heard so much about Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors wanting to get him on this value of a contract, so it's a better trade piece to go out and target a star if he were to become available to give Steph Curry one last run. Like the money is what's important here. That doesn't mean that Keon doesn't have value. It's the money that is attached to Keon in a cap situation where every team is strapped for cash right now and doesn't have a lot of wiggle room because of the apron system. It's just hard to move Keon for any kind of value in return. You're certainly not going to salary dump him or just send him off for nothing, or for scraps, unless Keon shows up and tells you, I'm not re-signing, you better get rid of me, which may very well happen. I don't have any indication right now, and there's no reason to believe that will happen. I think we need to wait till February to make any sort of judgment on this entire situation. But if I'm Keon Ellis, I'm sitting there on the bench going, boy, I had a good game. I could have helped you get some stops there down the stretch. I could have won that game. And you decide to play Malik or Neek or whoever over me. All right, I'm paying attention to that.
Well, I think like Keon is welcome to pay attention to that, but like Malik was playing well yesterday.
For sure.
And I think part of the dangers in evaluating games last night, like when you have a lead like that, when you're up 20 and obviously your offense has to disintegrate for a team to come back. There's always that hope, Malik, Levine, and DeMar was already playing well, that they're going to find it because they had it. They had it within this game. They had it during this time on the floor in this arena. You're hoping, oh, okay, that shot's dropping again like it was in the first half. Okay, Malik found that moment. He got it. Okay, he hit that one behind the arc. We're off and running again. All of those guys were playing at a level during that game where it's like, I understand why Doug stuck with them. If they were playing like trash and Doug stuck with them, yeah, if I'm Keon, I might feel a certain way. Neek was playing really, really well defensively. It's why the news today is just brutal.
Right.
And then you have and Dennis was playing well. Right. I thought all of the guys that Kings fans disliked the most played really well last night.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Oh, sorry. Go, Casey.
No, I was just going to say, even in the fourth quarter, they all picked it up and decided to play well. I'm sorry, real quick, 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy. There's a commercial for Force right now.
That's great. That's great.
They're listening to us.
Tommy's coming back. Shout out to Stars.
But yeah, I thought those guys in the fourth quarter played really well. And that doesn't mean Keon couldn't have been out there and helped as well. But it was like, man, who are you taking off the court in that situation?
Yeah, I think if we're looking at like a play-by-play thing, and you can't really sub play-by-play, it doesn't really work that way. But like there were a number of times where it was very clear that Phoenix was attacking Malik. I thought Malik played some of the best defense he's ever played in his career last night, to be honest. I thought he was as active as we've seen in terms of playing in front of his man or staying in front of his man. But there were times where he stayed in front of him and they just went right through him, right? Like there were a number of moments, whether it was Gillespie or whoever, was targeting and going after Malik in that fourth quarter. So maybe there's a situation there with, I know Malik's having a good game offensively, and he is a creator for you in a time where games can get chaotic like they did down the stretch of that game. So I understand Doug's decision to stick with him, but hindsight's 2020. Maybe that's a moment where, hey, things are unraveling a little bit. Keon, get in there and help us settle this down. Help us take away some of these buckets that they were converting on, which were very similar shots, by the way, to what they were getting in the first half. They just started falling because momentum is a silly thing in the game of basketball. Like that's just like that first half. I thought Zach LaVine, I've been telling you guys and telling people on the podcast and social media, like Zach has stood out to me defensively throughout the entire preseason. And he put the clamps on Devin Booker in the first quarter of that game. Like Devin was having a hard time getting through Zach LaVine. Like that doesn't mean Zach played a perfect defensive game, but I saw growth there. I thought DeMar DeRozan was playing some fantastic defense last night. So there's certainly things to take from that game and go, okay, bottle that up. And it makes us feel good. But you have to get the result too. When you're up 20, you didn't blow a 20-point lead to OKC in OKC. You blew a 20-point lead to a Phoenix Suns team that, I'm sorry, no disrespect, they are not a good basketball team. And you know what? Maybe the Kings just aren't either, because they let that game completely fall apart for a Suns team that, I mean, most of that run the Suns went on, Devin Booker was on the bench. Like that just can't happen.
And that's how it
happen.
goes sometimes. Like you just you need a burst from your other guys, and you get it. I think one thing lost in this conversation is something we talked a lot about during the preseason. We talked about the way Malik started the game. Malik was the only bench player to score for a while.
Yeah.
I think Keon was the next guy to kind of get going, if I remember correctly. But when those substitutions started, it was Malik and it was no one else. And that's, again, I understand there's a handful of problems from last night that resulted in them losing to a bad Phoenix Suns team by 4. A lack of production from that second unit has been a problem through the first 4 preseason games, and now through that's not fair. Maybe not so much the Laker game, but it was certainly a problem last night. And while Malik was able to mask that for a little bit, Keon was able to contribute a little bit. At the end of the day, you're depleted right now. I'm sorry, this is tired and played. If your number's called, you got to go.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got to find a way to contribute. And the more that you don't, the more that second unit looks really, really bad, just flat out bad.
I think this is one of the toughest aspects of Doug's job too, because Doug, if anything, he's a fantastic communicator, and he does a phenomenal job of relating with you or relating with players. That's just who Doug has always been. And I think Doug is naturally going to run into mixed messaging issues because, and you guys were talking about this in the show earlier, he talks about defense. We needed to be better defensively, but you had so many guys out there that are known for offense. That's balancing the way this roster is constructed, which has always been a problem. And again, I'd say 85% of this roster is not Scott Perry's roster. It's what he inherited. Like his roster doesn't necessarily match his words. So you're going to get moments like that. You're also going to, I get what Doug's saying about defense, but when you fall down by 9 points in the fourth quarter, you need scorers out there to close that gap. Specifically, you need guys that are hitting threes, and Monk was hitting threes. Zach LaVine was hitting threes. I think Keon probably could have hit a few more threes than he did, but that's why some of those offensive players are out there too. So this is going to be a battle and a balancing act of this is what my roster is versus how I want them to play. And Mike had a horrible time navigating that. And Doug is trying to do better with that. So we have to take the messaging, I think, with a bit of grace too from Doug.
Yeah, I agree. Tough loss last night. Rebound against this crazy juggernaut that is the Jazz.
Yeah.
Oh. Or as Casey would say, oh, brother.
I'm trying to spin it in a way that the Jazz got that out of their system and the Kings got that frustrating loss out of their system. So you regroup and you punch them in the mouth on Friday night in the Golden One Center. That's how I'm setting it up. That's how I'm selling it.
Speaking of Friday night, what you got going on? Because it's Kings
Great
home opener,
question.
Sac State, and high school football. Where is Matt George going to be at?
You only know, there's only one place Matt George is going to be at. I'm going to be at the Golden One Center for the home opener. That's my job. But we do have a great game of the week at ABC 10. I have a preview of that coming out today. We have undefeated Liberty Ranch taking on Rosemont, who has bounced back from a terrible season last year. They're 6-2 right now, so they're balling. So we have some great high school football action on that Friday night, but your boy will be in the Golden One Center. Kevin John will be out and about, Sac State doing their thing. Man, it's a sports renaissance in Sacramento, man. It's a great time to be in Sacramento.
It really is.
D'Lo and Casey can freelance at the Sac State game for ABC 10 if you'd like. Just let us know.
I am stunned.
That being free.
Damien, I am so stunned at your professionalism to stay true to your word and not see Russell Westbrook's debut in Sacramento. I'm like, I tip my cap to you because I would be like, hey, sorry.
No, it stings. It's not my favorite thing that I've done, but I know I'll be there.
I was gonna say you're coming through for the Laker game, right?
Oh yeah, I'll be there Sunday. I'll be around a lot this year. I'll get to see my guy play. But I mean,
are you gonna be there? Are you gonna do the same thing? I'm gonna be there for like the first quarter.
I'm not
doing it.
I'm just going straight to Sac State because what's gonna happen is I wind up not leaving.
It'd only be another quarter.
Well, that's a good point. Oh, very funny. No, everybody's funny. Hey, FBI, why don't you investigate this guy? As a matter of fact, I hate it here. I'm leaving. We'll see you here tomorrow at 10 a.m. Big thanks to Matt George. Make sure you follow all his great work over at ABC 10 and, of course, his incredible Locked On Kings podcast. We will see you here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Prize Picks.
These dudes are so desperate to get LeBron James's name into this scandal.
Jeez.
ESPN just putting out bettors allegedly got privileged information on LeBron James. God, man.
LeBron's not stupid, man. Like, you think LeBron is that stupid? He's not stupid.
They just need his name in it. They just need his name in it so people will click in it and read it.
They want that Shohei Ohtani scandal 2.0, but with LeBron in LA. That's what they want.
So bad. So bad. Casey's like, the FBI should investigate the Dodgers right now. Today.
Immediate
Is that
consent
tonight?
Tomorrow.
Oh, so game one's tomorrow? Yeah. We appreciate you guys, man. Thanks as always. I was hoping today would be a little bit more fun, but it certainly was interesting. We'll be back tomorrow. Y'all know what it is, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Stalling and being dramatic.